Driven by the pressures of life, Zhao Xiaowei takes on a part-time job selling goods at a street stall and unexpectedly acquires a stall system that rewards him for every toy sold. Ding, a model airplane sold. Reward, a private jet. Ding, a complete set of building toys sold. Reward. The property rights to Haiqing Tower, with all related procedures completed, ready for collection at Haiqing Tower. Ding, a Barbie doll sold. Reward. Chapter 1. The System Activation. The iconic structure of Haiqing Tower stands at a staggering 381 meters. This skyscraper looms like a sword, piercing the very clouds. As the most prestigious office building in Haiqing, it naturally serves as a hub for major brands and corporations, filled with impeccably dressed elites bustling to and fro. Beneath Haiqing Tower, a colossal shadow shields the scorching summer sun. Commuting white-collar workers cannot help but frown as they glance towards the entrance. A shabby young man stands there, embroiled in a heated argument with a fashionable, attractive young woman clad in a short skirt. With her arms crossed and an air of impatience on her face, the girl coldly addresses Zhao Xiaowei. "What are you doing here? Don't you realize your presence here is an embarrassment to me? Aren't I here out of concern for you?" Zhao Xiaowei feels a pang of discomfort in his heart. Over the phone, Zhang Xiaoyan had claimed to be ill and in need of 50,000 yuan for treatment. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaowei scrambled to gather the money, even selling his recently purchased phone for a lesser model to meet the sum. The next day, he transferred the funds to her. However, the moment the money was sent, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. Zhao Xiaowei felt anxious. After all, Zhang Xiaoyan had been his girlfriend for several years, and they were at a stage where marriage was being discussed. "Concern for me? If you truly cared, you would send me 5,000 yuan each month to help me live a little better, instead of uttering such trivial nonsense." "Enough of this, Xiaoyan. I've already given you half of my monthly salary." "Only half? Did you not promise that all money would be under my control after marriage?" Zhang Xiaoyan frowned, hands on her hips, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaowei. "You asked for 5,000 just 1 month in, and you're already unwilling? How can you claim to love me? If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have rushed here after hearing you were ill, staying awake for 27 hours just to understand what was wrong with you." "I'm fine," Zhang Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly. "I only wanted to test whether you truly care about me." "You're fine." Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. "Do you wish for me to be unwell?" Zhao Xiaowei found the situation absurd, his breath quickening as he recalled previous events. "Since you're here, I must inform you that your family's demolition compensation has arrived." Zhao Xiaowei's brow twitched. "And then, I've already transferred it," Zhang Xiaoyan said with remarkable nonchalance, as if discussing something trivial. Zhao Xiaowei had long since shared his bank account details and password with her, intending for it to serve as a joint account after their marriage. But she had continuously postponed their wedding plans, rendering it indefinitely distant. "Transferred it." Zhao Xiaowei's tone grew more agitated. "My father needs money for surgery. This is life-saving money, and you cannot take it." "What surgery money?" Zhang Xiaoyan retorted sharply. "Isn't it just that you're reluctant to part with the 800,000? You know my father has a heart condition. Your father has managed for decades. Why should he care now? Besides, how many more years can he live even if he undergoes surgery?" "You." Zhao Xiaowei clenches fists. "Money must be spent wisely. My brother is about to marry. The bride price alone is 40,000 yuan, the banquet at least 20,000, and there's the down payment for a house, along with the purchase of car. 100,000 may not even suffice. How can there be extra money for your father's surgery?" "Zhang Xiaoyan." Zhao Xiaowei's temper flared. "This is my father's compensation for his house. This is his money. His health can no longer be delayed." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Xiaowei continued. "Your brother is only 22. Marriage can wait. This money should be used for my father's surgery, and later I will find a way to help your brother." "You dare shout at me?" Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to focus solely on Zhao Xiaowei's tone. "Is this how you speak to me? Your father's surgery is important, but isn't my brother's marriage equally significant? That is my father's life-saving money." Zhao Xiaowei gritted his teeth. "I can agree to everything else, but not this money." "Ah, so it all comes down to money being more important than me? If you like money so much, just say it instead of fabricating such insincere excuses." Zhang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. "Tell me, how much does your father need for the surgery?" 300,000. Zhao Xiaowei inhaled deeply. "But there will be additional costs for post-operative care and rehabilitation." "Fine, I will give you 300,000. Zhang Xiaoyan looked down at Zhao Xiaowei with a derisive gaze. "But remember, this money is a loan. When my brother gets married, you will need to repay 50,000 with interest." "You, if that's unacceptable, then we shall part ways." Zhang Xiaoyan threatened brazenly. Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback, reflecting on all the sacrifices he had made. Setting aside the money spent, the emotional investment was far more significant. If they were to break up now, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Jiang Xiaoyan smirked at Zhao Xiaowei's expression, fully aware that he would not dare to end their relationship. All right, you should leave now. Otherwise, others may misunderstand our relationship. With that, Jiang Xiaoyan stood up and walked away, leaving Zhao Xiaowei behind, pondering what she meant by misunderstanding between them. Are we not in a romantic relationship? The bustling entrance of the Haicheng building remains teeming with people, and Zhao Xiaowei, swept along by the tide of the crowd, swiftly arrives at the train station. He has taken a leave of absence to come to Haicheng, yet he must return to the distant Xinjiang for work that very night. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling, the distorted ringtone of an old Nokia phone pierced the air, prompting Zhao Xiaowei to answer the call with a casual flick of his hand. Hello, Zhao Xiaowei. Have you broken up with Xiaoyan? Came the voice of Wang Hao, his childhood friend with whom he had shared countless mischiefs. Break up? No, not at all. Wang Hao's tone turned notably grave. Then that is quite erroneous. What do you mean by erroneous? Today, I accompanied my superior on a business visit to the Haicheng building, and coincidentally, I encountered Jiang Xiaoyan's company. And then what? Zhao Xiaowei felt a tightening in his chest. I must warn you not to react impulsively or do anything foolish. Cut the nonsense and just tell me. I discovered that my superior seems to be romantically involved with Jiang Xiaoyan. They appeared exceedingly intimate. Later, when I inquired with my superior, he casually mentioned that they had been together for some time and remarked that he was aware Jiang Xiaoyan had a boyfriend, suggesting that such a situation made it all the more intriguing. Zhao Xiaowei could no longer comprehend Wang Hao's subsequent words. His mind reverberated with a thunderous roar, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. Soon, an intense fury erupted within him, an anger stemming from deception, mockery, and being treated like a mere pawn. Jiang Xiaoyan, you wretched creature, he bellowed, startling passers-by who cast puzzled glances his way. Zhao Xiaowei nearly crushed his phone in his grip as he turned and dashed away. He was determined to confront Jiang Xiaoyan, to demand clarity and resolution. If the accusations were true, he would ensure she paid the price. Hello. Zhao Xiaowei, don't act rashly. Jiang Xiaoyan has now entangled herself with my superior. They wield power and wealth. Don't be reckless. Zhao Xiaowei. Wang Hao, frantic with worry, continued to shout into the phone. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes erupted from the device, followed by the resounding thud of a collision. The sound of the phone clattering to the ground echoed, and Wang Hao froze for a moment, a vivid image flashing through his mind as he let out an uncontrollable scream. Zhao Xiaowei? What has happened to you, Zhao Xiaowei? Respond to me. Is there anyone around? Can anyone hear me? Quick, someone help. The Nokia lay abandoned by the roadside, its screen slightly cracked, and within it, Wang Hao's frantic cries resonated. A crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Zhao Xiaowei lay sprawled on the ground, beside him a Mercedes with a shattered headlight. Someone has been struck down. Call the police. Quickly call 120. The once tranquil crowd erupted into a cacophony, buzzing like a swarm of flies in Zhao Xiaowei's mind. Is this it? Am I to perish here? Zhao Xiaowei gazed vacantly at the blazing sun, reflecting on the futility of his life. Chapter 2. A 30 million supercar? In a haze of confusion, Zhao Xiaowei suddenly heard a mechanical, almost emotionless voice, instinctively thinking it was the voice of a reaper. However, the word spoken seemed somewhat off. System? System activation. System. Before Zhao Xiaowei could ponder its meaning, a surge of immense energy unexpectedly flooded into his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This young man is still alive, and he is shaking. Despite being struck so violently, he can still tremble? Is he having a seizure? The onlookers had already called the police and summoned an ambulance, yet no one dared to approach Zhao Xiaowei, fearing liability. The door of the Mercedes swung open, and a somewhat trembling, pale-faced girl stepped out, looking utterly bewildered. The girl, clad in a little dress and high heels, had legs that appeared exceptionally long, and her graceful figure was strikingly beautiful. Yet, her expression was clearly one of fright. She took a couple of steps forward, nearly stumbling right in front of Zhao Xiaowei. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Truly seeing Zhao Xiaowei still alive, the girl visibly sighed in relief. Rest assured, I've already called my family. I'll get you the best doctor. You mustn't die. This girl appeared to be no more than 20 years old, and her words reflected her own terror. Her delicate face contorted in anxiety, as if she were about to cry. However, Zhao Xiaowei had no time to admire her beauty. He was too astonished, processing the information he had just received. A system? I've been possessed by a system? Zhao Xiaowei felt a mix of bewilderment and excitement. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the super street stall system. The voice of the system echoed once more in Zhao Xiaowei's mind. Super street stall system? What on earth? Zhao Xiaowei questioned internally. Sensing Zhao Xiaowei's confusion, the system promptly elucidated. The super street stall system grants the host the opportunity to earn random rewards simply by setting up a stall and selling goods. So, I'm meant to set up a stall? But I've never done that. I don't even know where to source my products. All merchandise will be provided by the system. The host merely needs to sell. Such a stroke of luck. This is akin to a no-risk venture. Zhao Xiaowei nearly exclaimed in delight. Amidst the overwhelming obstacles, a glimmer of hope emerged. What does it mean when one door closes and another opens? This is precisely that. Although he was still unclear about the nature of the rewards mentioned by the system, he presumed they would be substantial. Even without those, merely engaging in a no-cost business would be more than sufficient for him to amass wealth. Suddenly, a thought of Jiang Xiaoyan crossed Zhao Xiaowei's mind, accompanied by a hint of a cold smirk. Woo! The distinctive sound of an ambulance pierced through Zhao Xiaowei's thoughts, bringing him back to a semblance of calm. Oh no, the crowd is growing, and the ambulance has arrived. Will they discover my unusual condition upon being taken to the hospital? Would I be subjected to dissection for research? With that thought, Zhao Xiaowei attempted to rise. In a brief interval, his body had almost fully recovered thanks to the system, and he persevered through the lingering soreness, pushing himself upright. Ouch! Just as he bent down, the beautiful female driver bumped her forehead against Zhao Xiaowei's. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, and it was then that Zhao Xiaowei noticed the stunning girl in a short skirt before him. Is this young man up? Murmured a spectator amidst the crowd. He was struck 2 meters away and can still stand? Impressive. Why not just lay down and claim compensation? Why stand up? Perhaps he wishes to confront the reckless driver to prevent her from fleeing? Upon hearing this, the girl could no longer contain herself and quickly explained to Zhao Xiaowei. I want to run. I'm Lu Shuang. My father is Lu Changfeng. I want to flee. Lu Shuang? Zhao Xiaowei regarded the flustered yet pitiable girl before him and felt a spark of recognition. This was the kind of beauty akin to those starlets seen on television. He wished to say more, but his attention was diverted by the commotion nearby. Where's the patient? Where's he? The anxious paramedics pushed through the crowd. The onlookers pointed towards Zhao Xiaowei. Hang in there, young man. We're here to help. Seeing the doctors with stretchers and medical equipment, Zhao Xiaowei swallowed hard. He certainly did not want his peculiar condition discovered and be subjected to experimental dissection. No waities, no waities. Zhao Xiaowei sprang up, exclaiming, I'm fine. Huh? Not only the doctors but the surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence. Fine? I'm sorry for making you come out for nothing. Since I'm okay, I'll be on my way. Zhao Xiaowei scratched his head, slowly moving away under Lu Shuang's astonished gaze, bending to retrieve his fallen phone. Must be a fleeting moment of clarity. One doctor remarked, the patient is fading. Quick, we must save him. Zhao Xiaowei grinned widely and bolted. Despite having just been struck by a car 2 meters away, he was now running with extraordinary agility, leaving the trained doctors in his wake. Hey, I still don't know your name. How can I contact you? I hit you. I owe you compensation. Hey. As Lu Shuang's voice faded into the distance, Zhao Xiaowei finally evaded the doctors attempting to assist him. However, he did not stray far, instead asking for directions until he arrived at the nearest plaza. By now, it was nearing evening, and darkness was settling in. The plaza was bustling with activity, and many people had set up stalls selling various trinkets. This is it. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiaowei familiarized himself with the system while walking and decided to give it a try. Finding an unoccupied spot, Zhao Xiaowei squatted down. Activating street stall mode. The system's prompt resonated, and suddenly a tattered cloth resembling a bedsheet appeared before him, haphazardly displaying a variety of items. A 3-meter-high banner unfurled without wind, boldly proclaiming, the greatest sundry stall in the world. Wow, the system certainly boasts grandly. Zhao Xiaowei glanced around, relieved that no one had witnessed the miraculous appearance of these items. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words and explanation. Just as he was about to discuss with the system the possibility of a less ostentatious setup next time, darkness fell before his eyes as a shirtless middle-aged man, holding his son's hand, approached the stall. Dad, I want that toy car. The young boy pointed at a luxury car-shaped toy on the stall. This one. The middle-aged man, puffing on a cigarette, glanced at Zhao Xiaowei. How much for this? A number flashed in Zhao Xiaowei's mind, and he blurted out, $15.50. Why the odd price? Give me a better deal, and I'll buy it. A rhyme spontaneously flowed from Zhao Xiaowei's lips. $15.50 isn't too much. You can't buy a house or a car. A trip to Singapore is out of touch, but you can get your son a non-smoking toy car. Huh, that's amusing. I'll buy it. Dad, I want that too. The little boy was overjoyed, pointing at some building blocks next to the toy car. Little blocks. Big smarts. It costs less than a bowl of soup, but it'll keep the mind healthy. As if possessed, Zhao Xiaowei continued the rhyme, causing the middle-aged man to chuckle heartily. All right. I'll take it all. Great. After completing the payment via QR code, Zhao Xiaowei had successfully made his first sale. The system's prompt followed suit. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the first transaction. There is certainly a spontaneous reward. Having sold a supercar, you receive a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, with a special reward, a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 30 million yuan, now stored in the system space. Having sold a building block, you receive a cash reward of 1,000 yuan, with a special reward, the property rights to the Haicheng building, with all related paperwork completed. You may collect it at your convenience. Zhao Xiaowei gasped in astonishment. A supercar worth 30 million? A Haicheng building valued in the billions? He had anticipated the prowess of this system, yet he never imagined it would be so extraordinary. Haicheng building, Zhao Xiaowei murmured to himself, envisioning the scene of Jiang Xiaoyan heading to work at the Haicheng building. Just wait, you wretched woman. Chapter 3. The Breakup. Having obtained these two treasures, Zhao Xiaowei lost the desire to continue his stall operation. As soon as the thought of closing up crossed his mind, the stall vanished instantly. A passerby nearby was startled, staring at Zhao Xiaowei as though he had seen a ghost. What just happened? Where did all that stuff suddenly go? Who is this person squatting on the ground? Why does he smile so strangely? Good heavens! Has he gone mad? Before Zhao Xiaowei could explain, the passerby fled in terror. Zhao Xiaowei awkwardly scratched his head. System. This sudden display is quite startling. Knowing I'm a street vendor, one might think I am a magician. Is there a way to make it less abrupt? The system replied, certainly. Everything can be stored within the system space, and you may retrieve items one by one. Nodding, Zhao Xiaowei took out his shattered Nokia phone, discovering dozens of missed calls, some from Wang Hao and others from family. He returned the calls one by one. Hello, Zhao Xiaowei. Are you all right? You had an accident earlier. Which hospital are you in? I'm coming to find you. A wave of emotion surged through Zhao Xiaowei. Though he had no trust in that wretched woman, the bond of brotherhood had not let him down. I'm fine, just a minor incident with a few scrapes. My phone fell and shut off, so I missed your calls. You scared me. Damn it, you should have told me sooner. I was worried you wouldn't have money for medical expenses and almost withdrew my wedding savings. Haha, save your wedding fund. I'll get you a wealthy wife later. Wang Hao, perplexed by Zhao Xiaowei's odd behavior, hurried to call his family. I just spoke with your family. Don't let them worry. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaowei called his family. Zhao Xiaowei, are you all right? Upon hearing his mother's weary voice, Zhao Xiaowei felt a pang of emotion. But how is Dad? There was a brief silence on the other end before his mother forced a laugh. Your father is okay. He says not to worry. Your most important task now is to treat Jiang Xiaoyan well, marry her soon, and give us a grandchild. Zhao Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Child, don't worry about us. We Haven Tea provided you with the best living conditions. All we can do now is not hold you back. By the way, the compensation from the relocation has been directly deposited into your account. Use that money to marry Jiang Xiaoyan and settle yourself first. Don't worry about us. Mom, let us transfer Dad to the best hospital. Silly child, where will we get the money for that? Mom, I have money now. Billions. Really? Plus, à supercar. There was a hint of panic on the other end, child. What's wrong? Did you hit your head too hard? Zhao Xiaowei chuckled, but upon reflection, he realized that even now, it felt like a dream. How could his parents accept such news so swiftly? Mom, I'll send money tomorrow. Let us get Dad treated at the best hospital with the finest doctors. Child, please trust me. Zhao Xiaowei felt emotional, his eyes moistening. I will never let you suffer again. There was silence on the line, followed by soft sobs. Child, after hanging up, Zhao Xiaowei randomly found a small inn to stay in. Over the next few days, he visited the Haicheng building and acquired the property rights, dedicating the remaining time to studying the system. A few days later, Zhao Xiaowei drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the vicinity of the Haicheng building. Despite being in the financial center of Haicheng, bustling with affluent individuals, the strikingly futuristic Lamborghini drew numerous gazes. When did Haicheng get a Lamborghini Veneno? It's stunning. This is truly the dream car for men. Countless office workers, usually impeccably dressed, felt a wave of envy as they witnessed Zhao Xiaowei step out of the car. Clad in humble attire with no brand-name pieces, even his shoes peeling. What is so great about wearing a suit and tie? Those who could afford such luxury cars had long transcended such concerns. Even in shabby clothing, Zhao Xiaowei seemed to radiate brilliance. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Haiqing building? Upon exiting the vehicle, a beautiful woman in a short skirt approached him. Zhao Xiaowei, standing before the massive Haiqing building, was taken aback. Is this really your approach to flirting? It's right here. Huh? It really is. The woman blushed. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with directions. Zhao Xiaowei thought, you must be a fool. I've been striving alone for so long, and no one has ever helped me. Thank you so much. You've made me feel very warm. Let us connect on WeChat. The woman quickly pulled out her iPhone. Should I scan your code, or will you scan mine? Perhaps not. Zhao Xiaowei frowned slightly. In this concrete jungle, it's rare to meet someone willing to help. Please, add me on WeChat. I promise to repay your kindness. The woman shot him a flirtatious glance, emphasizing her intention to repay. The implications were unmistakable, and Zhao Xiaowei felt his heart stir before he chuckled ruefully. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I truly lack the means. With that, he pulled out his old Nokia. Its screen cracked. See? The woman froze momentarily, and by the time she regained her senses, Zhao Xiaowei had already walked away. Oomph. Just because you have a little money, you think you're special? Using that excuse to brush me off. The woman stomped her foot angrily and stormed off. Zhao Xiaowei arrived at the foot of the Haiqing building. Once the surroundings became less crowded, he promptly summoned his stall. He intended to set up shop here while he waited for that wretched woman, Jiang Xiaoyan. The shabby stall cloth, reminiscent of old bedsheets, clashed starkly with the modern and fashionable atmosphere of the Haiqing building. The assortment of cheap trinkets further diminished the building's prestige. As passing office workers observed this, they furrowed their brows, their expressions laced with disdain. Such an upscale place should not allow street vending. Yet, curiously, no security appeared to evict him. Zhao Xiaowei, finding himself with idle time, began to peddle his wares. Over the past few days, he had almost grasped the functionalities of the system and was increasingly looking forward to the forthcoming rewards. People from all directions, including Malaysia and Hong Kong, came to take a look, intrigued by his offerings that were genuinely worth their modest price, akin to picking up coins from the ground. By foregoing a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor, one could grasp objects in hand, ensuring that one would not suffer any loss or deception. Beneath the towering Shanghai city building, the incongruity of his makeshift stall was striking, yet it was precisely this that swiftly attracted a gathering of onlookers, most of whom wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Jiang Xiaoyan, having just finished her shift, stepped out of the entrance and was immediately met with that familiar voice. Upon raising her gaze, she nearly exclaimed in disbelief. How could this pathetic loser embarrass himself in such a manner? Selling goods on the street? How utterly disgraceful! She hurried away, hoping he wouldn't recognize her. Jiang Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaowei spotted her familiar silhouette and, suppressing a sneer, called out, Where are you rushing off to? Your boyfriend has arrived, and you have nothing to say? The crowd erupted in murmurs at this revelation. Did this country bumpkin actually have a relationship with such a stunning beauty? Jiang Xiaoyun felt utterly humiliated. She was a radiant urban woman, akin to a graceful swan. And here she was being entangled by this toad. Realizing she could not evade the situation, she approached Zhao Xiaowei with a sullen expression and whispered, What are you doing here? This is embarrassing. Hurry and leave, or I will break up with you. She knew that uttering the words break up would compel Zhao Xiaowei to comply. However, this time, she was met with disappointment. For all she saw in his eyes was a cold smirk. Chapter 4. A woman's youth is more precious. Seeing Zhao Xiaowei neither offer an explanation nor make a move to leave, but instead gaze at her with icy indifference, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a fleeting moment of panic, quickly replaced by indignation. How dare you glare at me? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm a senior public relations manager here. Do you understand the effort I put into maintaining my high-end image? Are you trying to ruin me by showing up like this? So, you feel that I've embarrassed you? Zhao Xiaowei was no longer as timid as before. His calmness was unnerving. Yes, you've embarrassed me. Now get lost. Jiang Xiaoyan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just a mere sycophant. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? As the crowd continued to swell, whispers of gossip reached her ears. Isn't that the luxury apartment from the 26th floor? How is she involved with this country boy? Could it be that she's two-timing? Jiang Xiaoyan felt a jolt upon hearing the words two-timing. Could Zhao Xiaowei possibly know? She was not concerned about him leaving her. To her, he was merely an ATM. Her worry lay in the possibility of him coming to demand money. Realizing this, she felt a surge of unease and decided to take the initiative. Zhao Xiaowei, we're broken up, so stop pestering me. Is this still amusing to you? As expected, upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze upon Zhao Xiaowei with malicious intent. It seemed he was nothing more than a relentless pursuer. Was he so pitiful that he had to confront her here? Such a man was truly despicable. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Zhao Xiaowei felt rage boiling within him. Had he not spoken yet? And already this vile woman was turning the tables on him? I never expected you to have the audacity to shout at me. Have you forgotten what you've done? Don't you feel guilty at all? Jiang Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson, her eyes darting in a panic. He knew everything. He truly knew it all. He must be here to demand money. No, that was $1 million. Including what he had given before, it surely amounted to over $1 million. She absolutely could not give it to him. Something felt amiss. Someone in the crowd noticed the shift in Jiang Xiaoyun's expression. Wait, does this guy mean that she was the one who cheated first? Nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyun shouted angrily. I broke up with him a long time ago. He is the one who won T let go while I already have a boyfriend. Before the crowd could express sympathy, Zhao Xiaowei mockingly interjected. Indeed, you do have a boyfriend now. While you were dating me, you found another and kept it from me for a year, didn't you? You're speaking nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyun's face turned a deeper shade of red, filled with hatred for Zhao Xiaowei. Was he deliberately trying to humiliate her? The onlookers gasped at the unfolding drama. Wow, this is getting interesting. But this guy is so unfortunate. Cheated on and kept in the dark for a year? That woman must have some skills. Jiang Xiaoyun's expression was darkening to the point of dripping water. Enough, she shouted, pointing a finger at Zhao Xiaowei. What kind of man are you? Can't you stand to see me do well? Fabricating lies and slandering me. Just because you can't have me? The commotion that had been buzzing around them abruptly quieted, only to be replaced by voices supporting Jiang Xiaowei. If that is true, then this guy is truly vile. I believe this sister's words. A woman, whose arms were thicker than Zhao Xiaowei's thighs, looked at him with disdain. I know the type. Men who can't have what they want seek to destroy it. Ugh, disgusting. Zhao Xiaowei turned to glance at her, nearly losing his lunch. Seriously? You, with that appearance, had a man chasing after you? Jiang Xiaowen, encouraged by the support, regained her composure and pressed on. Zhao Xiaowei, listen well. There is no chance for us anymore. You choose to be stagnant and unambitious for life. Don't drag me down with you. Unambitious? Zhao Xiaowei nearly laughed. I started working right after graduation, often juggling 3 jobs at once, earning 6,000 to 7,000 a month, and I was ready to give you half. Isn't that enough effort? Your brother is getting married, and I've given you at least 150,000, right? Just the other day, I received $1 million from our family's demolition compensation, and you didn't hesitate to transfer it all, while my father lies in the hospital needing money for surgery. Yet you claim your brother's wedding is more important? His words hit Jiang Xiaowei like a barrage of cannon fire, leaving the onlookers gasping in shock. Wow, so this woman isn't just a bit of a gold digger. She is a master at it. She even took money mint for a life-saving operation. And after getting the cash, she dumped him. Jiang Xiaowei was in a panic. If she didn't clarify things, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. And how could she continue? Everyone would know her true nature. And how could she ever attract another suitor? You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence for these vile accusations? Yes. Do you have any evidence? The plump woman sarcastically remarked, in this day and age. It is all too easy to ruin a girl's reputation. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the harm your words inflict upon a woman? You merely speak. Yet we women must carry this burden for eternity. Truly unmanly. Another woman chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Zhao Xiaowei, overwhelmed, exclaimed, I am the victim here, do you understand? Is 100,000 really that much? That girl has devoted her youth to you, a priceless gift. Mind you, what? Her youth is valuable while mine is not. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhao Xiaowei resorted to profanity. However, Jiang Xiaoyun drew strength from his words, asserting, Zhao Xiaowei, let me remind you, we have been together for 5 years. I have squandered 5 years of my youth on you. Time, like gold, is precious. How can you trivialize 5 years? 100,000 is insignificant. The plump woman interjected. Indeed, it is not much. A woman's youth is far more valuable. Zhao Xiaowei, incredulous, laughed in disbelief and retorted to Jiang Xiaoyun. Only a prostitute would charge for her services. Are you admitting to being one? This statement was a lethal blow, leaving Jiang Xiaoyun momentarily speechless. The surrounding women erupted in outrage. What do you mean by that? You are insulting women. Sisters, this man equates a woman's worth with money, objectifying us, and yet claims he is the one being insulted. The atmosphere grew charged, with women ready to unite against Zhao Xiaowei. He found it absurd. I objectify women? Is it not you who links women to money? Jiang Xiaoyun was taken aback by Zhao Xiaowei's sudden boldness. His previous timidity had vanished. Confused and angrier, she exclaimed. How dare you say that? In your eyes, emotions can be quantified with money? I must have misjudged you. Scoundrel, is your head not clear? Did not say it first? I have never believed emotions can be measured with money, which is precisely why I demand repayment. Zhao Xiaowei faltered, realizing he was indeed after money. Are you still a man? To reclaim the money you gave your girlfriend? The surrounding women rallied against Zhao Xiaowei. Men like you are the worst. After a breakup, you want to claw back every penny you spent. What a miserly scoundrel. Sisters, breaking up with such a man is the right choice. What are you waiting for? Encouraged by the support, Jiang Xiaoyun steadied herself. Money? Do you have evidence? Zhao Xiaowei, sensing an opportunity, replied, since you view me as that kind of man, let me calculate my worth. A beauty of my caliber, if engaged in such a profession, would demand at least 5,000 a night. Wen Tishi, are you serious? Zhao Xiaowei's statement flushed Jiang Xiaoyun with embarrassment. Fine, let us settle on 5,000. We've been together for 5 years, assuming we were intimate 10 times a month, that is 500,000 a year, totaling 2.5 million over 5 years. You've only given me 100,000, so by this calculation, you owe me 1 million. Not just Zhao Xiaowei, but the surrounding men were taken aback, pondering how such calculations could be made. Stop with the nonsense. We cohabitated for 2 years during college, and had a long-distance relationship where we met only a few times a year. Do you really think we could have been intimate that often? Even if I could. Could you handle it? Laughter erupted around them. This woman not only has a warped mind, but a flawed grasp of mathematics. It should be 600,000 a year. Is that even the point? The real question is whether she genuinely considers him a fool. Jiang Xiaoyun gazed at Zhao Xiaowei, who now appeared like a warrior, feeling a disconcerting sense of unfamiliarity. This man, who had once been too timid to speak harshly to her, now dared to utter such words. The stark contrast left her dizzy and incensed. Do not divert the topic. It is certain you have hurt my heart, and I shall not demand the 50,000 you owe me. Consider the 100,000 you spent on me as severance pay. Zhao Xiaowei felt a pang of disbelief, realizing he had never recognized her audacity before. Then do you owe me severance pay as well? You cheated, and I am the one who was wronged. How can you even say that? Jiang Xiaoyun, unable to counter his claims, feigned vulnerability. You just bully me, a weak woman. Regardless, I will not give you that money. If you have the guts, sue me. Indeed, Zhao Xiaowei nodded. I have already reported it. You. Jiang Xiaoyun stammered. You have no evidence. On what grounds? Before she could finish, Zhao Xiaowei retrieved a file from the stall, opened it, revealing a stack of printed A4 papers. You wanted evidence? Here it is. He then pulled out a glue stick and began pasting the papers at the entrance. A crowd gathered, curious. What is this? Transfer records. Honey, my family is ill and needs money. Can you lend me 10,000? Below, it was an image of a transfer for 10,000. My brother wants to buy a car. Lend me 50,000. My friend is getting married. Lend me 10,000 for a gift. The onlookers fell silent, realizing the weight of the evidence. Jiang Xiaoyun watched Zhao Xiaowei continue to paste, her insides churning with regret. Not for her infidelity, but for having uttered the word borrow in the first place. Had she not left herself vulnerable to such reproach? Youthful naivety had led her astray. Next time, she would never say borrow again while asking a man for money. You must stop posting those. Jiang Xiaoyun, refusing to remain passive, called for security, demanding they remove him for disturbing the peace. Several security guards exchanged wary glances, casting fearful looks at Zhao Xiaowei, yet none dared approach him. Jiang Xiaoyun erupted in fury. You useless guards. Are you too cowardly to intervene in a situation like this? I know your supervisor. Now, immediately, remove this rogue from Haiqing Tower, or I shall have you all dismissed. The guards exchanged bemused looks, regarding Jiang Xiaoyun as if she were deranged. Stunned, she questioned their behavior. I'll fight you. Jiang Xiaoyun began to throw a tantrum, furiously tearing down the papers from the wall. You scoundrel! You rogue! You bastard! Just then, a deep voice interrupted. Xiaoyun, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyun froze. Turning to the crowd, there stood a portly middle-aged man in a sleek black suit, his small mustache accentuating his greasy demeanor, staring at her in disbelief. Mr. Wang. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyun shed her aggressive facade, transforming into a delicate damsel as she rushed into Wang Jinghua's embrace. Darling, you must stand up for me. I am utterly humiliated. Her melodramatic cries stirred something deep within Wang Jinghua, igniting an intense protective instinct. My precious darling, in this world, only I have the right to bully you. Anyone else who dares will pay a price they cannot bear. Alas, my dear husband, this individual has tarnished my reputation, leaving me in utter despair. How am I to navigate life henceforth? Wang Jinghua's slanted eyes glared at Zhao Xiaowei, and upon observing Zhao's attire and the makeshift stall on the ground, he could not suppress a derisive snicker. A trivial matter. Allow me to rectify it. With that, he gestured towards several security personnel stationed nearby. Expel this ruffian. The security guards regarded Wang Xinghua with expressions of bewilderment. Taken aback, Wang Xinghua exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Move. Why do you stare at me? If you do not take action immediately, I shall have you all dismissed by the property management." Yet, the guards remained unmoved, and whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Embarrassed, Wang Xinghua's fury intensified. "Very well. I shall ensure you regret this." At that moment, Zhao Xiaowei had finished affixing the last piece of paper, leisurely turning to appraise Wang Xinghua from head to toe, scoffing. "Is this the sort of person you resorted to after Zhao Xiaoyun's infidelity? You?" Wang Xinghua, enraged, lunged at Zhao Xiaowei. "Oof. Throw him out." Zhao Xiaowei retorted with a cold snort. Wang Xinghua was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. "Whom do you think you're addressing? You, a simpleton from the countryside? Believe anyone listens to you? What are you doing? Why are you seizing me? You should be expelling that fellow." Before he could finish, several security guards approached, swiftly restraining him and unceremoniously tossing him outside the Haicheng building. Zhang Xiaoyun stood in a daze, her mind blank, while the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. What on earth was happening? Were the guards relatives of this street vendor? Chapter 6. The world is too chaotic. Wang Xinghua lay on the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt. After much effort, he rose, seething with rage as he bellowed at the security personnel. "Do you have any idea who I am? I am a manager of Chongfeng Trading. You are all finished. You will pay for this." Upon revealing his affiliation, the crowd around him expressed surprise. Chongfeng Trading was a prominent company in Haicheng, reputed to contribute nearly 1 billion in taxes annually, and was among the major stakeholders of the Haicheng building. If Wang Xinghua spoke the truth, his words could indeed jeopardize the employment of those security guards and even the property management company behind them. Wang Xinghua relished the astonished gazes from those around him, anticipating that the guards would soon come to apologize. However, to his astonishment, the guards remained stationary, staring at him as if he were a fool. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyun snapped out of her stupor and hurried to Wang Xinghua's side, her face a mask of concern. "Darling, are you all right? Are you hurt? These fiends are truly despicable. You must not let them go unpunished." Her sudden display of tenderness nauseated Zhao Xiaowei. After years together, Zhang Xiaoyun had never genuinely cared for him nor exhibited such nurturing behavior. How had he been so blind as to fall for a woman like her? With a scoff, Zhao Xiaowei stepped forward. "Enough. Spare us your theatrics. Return my money immediately. From this moment forth, we are severing all ties." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei demand money again, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately adopted a woeful demeanor, casting a pitiable glance at Wang Xinghua. "Darling, did you see that? This man is truly intolerable. Not only does he bully me, but he dares to treat you in such a manner." Words failed her as tears began to stream down her face, her act so pitiable that, had the onlookers not witnessed her true nature moments prior, she might have deceived many. Wang Xinghua, humiliated, felt his anger boiling over as he was further incited by Zhang Xiaoyun's display. His triangular eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Zhao Xiaowei. "You little rascal. Today, I shall show you the disparity that exists between us." With that, Wang Xinghua thundered, "I will call for reinforcements. I have been assaulted, and do not forget to notify Li Daba, the property manager, to come apologize personally. Otherwise, this property management company will no longer operate in the Haicheng building." After issuing commands to his secretary, he abruptly ended the call. The gathered crowd could not help but murmur at the sound of Wang Xinghua's phone call. This guy is finished. How could he think he could lay a hand on Wang Xinghua? Chongfeng Trading is the largest investor in the Haicheng building. Those security guards who assisted him will likely lose their jobs. Did the guards not recognize Wang Xinghua? How could they dare to act against their benefactor? Perhaps they were new employees. Many felt sympathy for Zhao Xiaowei, who had been a devoted fool for a manipulative woman, swindled out of nearly $1 million. Having recently uncovered her true nature and donned a garish green hat, he had hoped to teach this pair of scoundrels a lesson, only to find himself facing an insurmountable obstacle. Why did all misfortune seem to befall him? Yet, even with their sympathy, no one dared to step in to defend him. They simply sighed inwardly, continuing to enjoy the spectacle. Before long, Wang Xinghua's secretary arrived, accompanied by over 10 burly men. "Manager Wang, what transpired?" The secretary was astonished to see Wang Xinghua in such a disheveled state. He had not anticipated that, in the Haicheng building, Wang Xinghua could be assaulted. There were no visible thugs present. Rather, several security guards in Haicheng uniforms stood nearby. Had the assailants fled? Wang Xinghua did not respond to his secretary's inquiry. Instead, He pointed at the guards and Zhao Xiaowei, issuing a command. Beat them to a pulp. The secretary's expression shifted to one of shock. Manager Wang, this. Do you not comprehend my words? Do you wish to be dismissed? Wang Jingguo's fury left the secretary no choice but to hastily instruct his men to follow Wang Jingguo's orders. Just as they prepared to advance, a voice emerged from the crowd. Let us see who dares to lay a hand today. As the voice rang out, a lean middle-aged man, flanked by more security personnel, stepped forward. He was Li Daba, the property manager of the Haiqing building. Upon seeing Li Daba, Wang Jingguo remained unperturbed, looking down his nose at him. Li Daba, does your property management company intend to continue operating here or not? Believe it or not, a single word from me could send your property management company packing. Wang Jingguo's words elicited a light chuckle from Li Daba. He had no intention of engaging with Wang Jingguo any further. Instead, he hurriedly approached Zhao Xiaowei. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I was held up by some matters. Please forgive me. Li Daba's respectful demeanor left everyone astonished. What was happening? Wasn't that fellow a mere street vendor? Why was the property manager of Haiqing building showing him such deference, even addressing him as Mr. Zhao? Could it be that he was a person of significance, merely modest in his demeanor? Suddenly, it struck me, I had seen him disembark from that Lamborghini at the entrance. What? The Lamborghini parked at the building's entrance belonged to him? Wasn't that a VIP parking spot for Haiqing building? It was truly inconceivable. He was a real big shot. How perplexing that someone who could afford a Lamborghini would still be selling on streets. The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. The murmurs of the onlookers transformed the atmosphere into one of palpable awkwardness. Both Zhang Xiaoyun and Wang Jingguo's group turned to gaze at Zhao Xiaowei with incredulous expressions. The world is indeed a strange place. Chapter 7. A towering building. Wang Jingguo still found it hard to believe that the seemingly shabby young man was of any importance. He shouted at Li Daba, Li Daba, are you looking to get fired? Upon hearing Wang Jingguo's words, Li Daba turned back. Wang Jingguo, I'm affording you the courtesy of calling you Mr. Wang. Do you truly think of yourself as someone significant? Whether I continue working here is not for you to decide. Do you know who this is? This is Mr. Zhao Xiaowei, the owner of Haiqing building. Even your chairman, Lu Changfeng, must speak with courtesy when addressing Mr. Zhao. Who do you think you are? Li Daba boldly revealed Zhao Xiaowei's identity. The crowd's excitement surged even more. What? He is actually the owner of Haiqing building? To possess such an enterprise at such a young age is enviable indeed. How astonishing that someone so wealthy would dress so simply, truly a paragon of humility. Zhang Xiaoyun was evidently taken aback by this revelation. Fixating her incredulous gaze on Zhao Xiaowei, she finally snapped out of her stupor and hurried toward him. Xiaowei, I was just joking about earlier. Please don't take it to heart, okay? I have feelings for you. Can we not quarrel any longer? Witnessing Zhang Xiaoyun's current demeanor made Zhao Xiaowei feel a wave of revulsion. He had no intention of reconciling with her. Disgusted, he pushed her away when she attempted to lean in closer. Zhang Xiaoyun, our relationship is over. Do not come over here to perform. Xiaowei, do you not understand what I am saying? Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun approach once more, Zhao Xiaowei fixed her with a fierce glare. If you dare take another step closer, I will have the security throw you out. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, the security guards immediately began to approach, eager to impress the new boss. Zhang Xiaoyun froze, knowing they would indeed carry out their threat. Wang Jingguo was the prime example of this. Preventing Zhang Xiaoyun from approaching, Zhao Xiaowei turned to Wang Jingguo. I will reclaim the office space of your long phone group. You have 3 days to vacate. With that, Zhao Xiaowei disregarded their expressions and looked at Li Daba. You oversee this matter. I will return in 3 days for inspection. Should they still be here, I will hold you accountable. Li Daba, of course, dared not slack off. He nodded fervently. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will ensure they do not remain in Haiqing building. Receiving this affirmative response from Li Daba, Zhao Xiaowei smiled. Under the gaze of all, he entered the Lamborghini. With a swift press on the accelerator, accompanied by the roar of the engine, he departed rapidly. Watching the striking Lamborghini drive away, Zhang Xiaoyun felt a pang of regret. She had never imagined Zhao Xiaowei was such a wealthy man. Had she realized this sooner, she would not have sought attention elsewhere. As Zhang Xiaoyun stood there, dazedly watching Zhao Xiaowei's car disappear, Wang Jingguo spoke up. Zhang Xiaoyun, what are you staring at? Hurry over here. Wang Jingguo's face was a mask of fury. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess before everyone, but now the situation had spiraled out of control, threatening to cost them their office location. His woman was openly gazing at another man in front of everyone. The mere thought of it ignited a furious fire within him. and he unleashed all his rage upon Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan, we have no relationship. Do not call me. Zhao Xiaoyan retorted defiantly, not expecting this response from the once obedient woman. Enraged, Wang Jingwa snapped, "You wretched woman, do you believe I can end you right now?" Zhao Xiaoyan ignored him and turned to leave. Wang Jingwa, however, would not let her go so easily. He grasped her arm fiercely. "What do you think you're doing? After all the money I've spent on you, you think you can just walk away? It's not that simple." Wang Jingwa forcibly pulled Zhao Xiaoyan into his car. The bystanders, aware of Zhao Xiaoyan's true nature, did nothing to intervene. Zhao Xiaowei, lacking accommodations in Haicheng despite his substantial enterprise, found himself returning to the lively streets to continue his street vending. "Ladies and gentlemen, come one, come all. Don't miss out. Take a look. My wares are affordable and of excellent quality. You won't regret a purchase. Do not inquire why they are so inexpensive. The factory owner is my cousin." Zhao Xiaowei called out boisterously, quickly attracting a crowd to his stall. He sold many small items, but today the system had not provided many valuable goods. The only noteworthy item was a building, yet it had thus far garnered no interest. With the crowd thinning, Zhao Xiaowei began to feel anxious. Spotting a mother and daughter approaching, he quickly called out to them, "Little girl, come and see what your uncle has in his hands. This is a genuine Gala building block toy, selling it at a bargain. If you take it home, I assure you, you will become the most dazzling little star among your friends." The little girl gazed at the exquisitely packaged block building that Zhao Xiaowei held, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mom, I want that. Come on, you've already got so many toys at home. Why buy more?" No, I want it." The little girl tugged at her mother's hand, pleading desperately, unwilling to leave. Eventually, the woman could not withstand her daughter's earnest entreaties. Observing that the block building was indeed reasonably priced, she relented and bought it. The host sold a block building and received a unit in Tangcheng Yipin. The system's prompt made Zhao Xiaowei nearly leap with joy. The reputation of Tangcheng Yipin extended far beyond Haicheng. It was renowned worldwide for its exceptional properties. Others might spend tens of millions, yet still find it impossible to acquire a unit. And here Zhao Xiaowei suddenly owned an entire building. Was this happiness not a bit too sudden? With a place to reside in, what was he still doing setting up a stall? Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly packed up his stall and swiftly departed. Chapter 8. Exposure. He quickly drove to Tangcheng Yipin. Just as Zhao Xiaowei was about to enter, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Zhao Xiaowei. Puzzled, he turned around. There approached a man dressed in a suit, Su Zhong, a university classmate of Zhao Xiaowei. They had never been particularly close, but he had heard that Su Zhong's family was somewhat affluent and that he was involved in the renovation business in Haicheng. After graduation, they lost touch. "Is it really you? I thought I was mistaken. What brings you here?" After years of navigating the world, Su Zhong had come to realize that the bonds of friendship from school were the most precious of all. Thus, encountering an old classmate, even without prior interaction, filled him with excitement. Zhao Xiaowei smiled gently. "It's nothing. I'm just heading home." "Home?" Su Zhong's expression turned to one of astonishment. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. "Oh, are you working here? As a security guard or doing some odd jobs in the residences?" Su Zhong could only conceive such an explanation, as he genuinely could not believe that Zhao Xiaowei would reside in a place like Tangcheng Yipin. It was common knowledge that only the wealthy or influential could afford to live there. He was well aware of Zhao Xiaowei's background, having applied for financial aid during their school days. As Su Zhong posed his questions, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly. "Not at all. I'm actually a resident here. I own a property." Upon hearing this, Su Zhong was utterly stunned, struggling to swallow. "You own a place here? You're not joking with me, are you? A unit here costs at least several tens of millions, and some even exceed 100 million. How could Zhao Xiaowei's family possibly afford that?" Su Zhong instinctively assumed Zhao Xiaowei was jesting. "Why would I joke with you? Why don't you come over to my place for a visit?" Zhao Xiaowei's earnest demeanor left Su Zhong utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether Zhao Xiaowei's claims were genuine. Since Zhao Xiaowei had invited him, Su Zhong decided to investigate further. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaowei skillfully swipe his access card and ascend the stairs, Su Zhong began to believe that Zhao Xiaowei was indeed a resident there. This entire building belonged to Zhao Xiaowei, and he was well aware of which units were rented and which were not. Selecting a particularly nice room at random, Zhao Xiaowei opened the door and invited Su Zhong inside. "Guomin, why are you still standing at the door?" Su Zhong was completely taken aback. His family was in the renovation business, and he had several clients in the area, but he had never imagined he would one day visit as a guest. It was only when Zhao Xiaowei invited him in that he snapped out of his daze. Zhao Xiaowei was effortlessly casual, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their school days while inquiring about Su Zhong's recent life. However, Su Zhong remained in a state of bewilderment, hardly aware of how he eventually left Zhao Xiaowei's home. Once he finally exited, he hastily pulled out his phone and sent a message in their old classmates group chat. Classmates, guess who I ran into today? Who did you encounter? You didn't meet a big star, did you? I heard it's easy to spot celebrities in Haicheng. Don't forget to give me a signed photo. Whoever he met, it doesn't matter. As long as he gets a signed photo of a star, he can sell it for some cash, right? The classmates' chat buzzed with excitement. Su Zhong paid no mind to their chatter, focusing instead on recounting his encounter. I ran into Zhao Xiaowei at Tangcheng Yipin. I thought you ran into a celebrity. Turns out it was just Zhao Xiaowei. What's up with that? When did you start getting nostalgic? Is seeing an old classmate that thrilling? Unfazed by their indifference, Su Zhong smirked internally, thinking, let us see how you react when you find out that Zhao Xiaowei has bought a property in Tangcheng Yipin. His fingers flew over the phone screen as he quickly sent out the message. Zhao Xiaowei has bought a unit in Tangcheng Yipin. I just came from his place. Su Zhong's statement detonated like a bomb in the group chat, leaving all his classmates stunned. Moments later, one classmate finally responded, Su Zhong, you're making a pretty big joke, aren't you? Yeah, today ISNT April Fool's Day. Why are you pulling our leg? Zhao Xiaowei once applied for financial aid. How could he possibly afford a property in Tangcheng Yipin? It seems many units there are for rent only. Maybe Zhao Xiaowei just rented one. Even renting is impressive. You know the lease for a unit in Tangcheng Yipin is at least $1 million a year. Zhao Xiaowei is currently familiarizing himself with his new residence. His phone, which he has yet to replace, remains unchanged. Unbeknownst to him, his name has sparked considerable discussion among his classmates. Tangcheng Yipin is indeed a renowned luxury estate recognized worldwide. He merely selected a random unit. Its quality is exceptional. From the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one can behold the most breathtaking vistas of Haicheng. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, Zhao Xiaowei comfortably settles by the window, savoring the enchanting nightscape of Haicheng. At that moment, the old phone he has yet to replace emits a jarring ringtone. Upon glancing at the screen, he sees that it is Wang Hao calling. Zhao Xiaowei promptly answers the call. Before he can utter a word, Wang Hao, in an urgent tone, inquires, Zhao Xiaowei, where are you right now? At home? What's the matter? The palpable urgency in Wang Hao's voice fills Zhao Xiaowei with confusion. He fears something might have happened to Wang Hao. He recalls how Wang Hao has prepared his wedding funds, possibly for his own predicament. If Wang Hao is facing any issues, Zhao Xiaowei would certainly extend his utmost assistance. Chapter 9. Devoted Service to Clients. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's response, Wang Hao clarifies. What I mean is, are you still in Haicheng? Indeed, I'm still here. Zhao Xiaowei replies. Are you at Tangcheng Yipin? This query deepens Zhao Xiaowei's bewilderment. He remains oblivious to the events occurring within the class group, thus unaware of how Wang Hao knows his whereabouts. How do you know? It turns out that Su Zhong's words were indeed true. Wang Hao, with no reservations, relays the happenings from the class group to Zhao Xiaowei. Zhao Xiaowei does not exhibit any signs of anger. After all, it is inconsequential to him. He had no intention of concealing his newfound wealth. Noticing Zhao Xiaowei's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Hao presses further, what on earth has happened? How could you possibly afford a unit at Tangcheng Yipin? Wang Hao's inquiry leaves Zhao Xiaowei in a contemplative silence. He cannot divulge the details of the system to Wang Hao. He must concoct a plausible excuse to appease his friend. After a moment's thought, Zhao Xiaowei chuckles and says, what if I told you I have a wealthy benefactor? Would you believe me? You? Wang Hao expresses his disbelief over the phone. Am I a fool? There aren't that many wealthy benefactors. While there may not be an abundance of such individuals, Zhao Xiaowei's luck is undeniably extraordinary. His tone leaves Wang Hao momentarily speechless. Aware that Zhao Xiaowei is withholding the truth, undoubtedly harboring a secret. Rather than pressing further, Wang Hao simply advises, I don't care how you come into your wealth. Just ensure you don't stray down the wrong path. It's fine if we're a little poor, but please don't engage in any illegal activities. I certainly don't want to visit you in prison. Zhao Xiaowei can only chuckle at this. Rest assured, I am well aware of what is appropriate and what is not. The system has taken care of all matters. Thus, Zhao Xiaowei has no concerns regarding legal issues. After ending the call with Wang Hao, he feels his phone growing slightly warm in his hand, prompting a wry smile. It seems high time he acquired a new device. Although he has amassed considerable assets, he currently lacks sufficient cash. It appears necessary to secure some liquid funds. With ownership of the Haicheng Tower and a unit at Tangcheng Yipin, Zhao Xiaowei is not particularly anxious about acquiring cash. His dilemma lies in determining how much he should obtain. Surely, He cannot sell both properties. They are both exceptionally valuable assets with significant appreciation potential. Selling them would indeed be a regrettable decision. Just as Zhao Xiaowei is deep in thought, his phone rings again. Hello, are you the landlord of Building 1 at Tangqing Yiping? Upon answering, a melodious female voice greets him. The mere sound of her voice exudes an irresistible allure, showcasing the extent of her charm. Regaining his composure, Zhao Xiaowei responds affirmatively. Yes, that's me. How may I assist you? I would like to inquire if you have any rental properties available. As Zhao Xiaowei, who is troubled by his financial situation, hears this, he certainly cannot decline. By renting out properties, he would alleviate his monetary concerns. Therefore, he instantly adopts an enthusiastic tone. Yes, indeed, we have numerous vacant properties. However, the rental prices are somewhat steep. You see, Zhao Xiaowei hesitates, concerned that the potential tenant may be unable to afford the price. However, upon sensing his hesitance, the woman on the other end swiftly responds, just tell me what you need in terms of price. Hearing her tone, Zhao Xiaowei's spirits lift. He can ascertain that she is undoubtedly well off. With this in mind, he dispenses with further pleasantries. Our units are available for a minimum 1-year lease, with rental prices ranging from 1 million to 3 million, along with a year's deposit. Is that acceptable? Chang Cici is a well-known online streamer, beloved for her engaging style and striking appearance. Her streams attract substantial viewership, leading to considerable earnings. However, as her wealth has grown, so too have her troubles. Her former residents have been exposed, resulting in persistent disturbances from fans. Unable to endure the hassle, Chang Cici decided to relocate to a luxurious community where security is stringent, alleviating her safety concerns. Before calling to inquire about rental properties, she had mentally prepared herself for the high costs associated with such opulent living. Yet, she did not anticipate the prices would soar to such heights, requiring at least 2 million upfront. This price has left her feeling somewhat hesitant. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Zhao Xiaowei grows anxious. It is a rare opportunity to engage a potential client. It can alleviate one's financial pressure. Zhao Xiaowei doesn't want to let her go. So Zhao Xiaowei took the initiative to ask again. Beauty, how are you? Have you really considered it now? Actually, the price here is quite low. After all, this is a first-grade soup, isn't it? You don't have to worry about any living environment or security issues at all. And the people who come and go are either wealthy or noble. Living here can greatly enhance your social connections. This price is definitely not something you can afford to lose or fall for. Unconsciously, Zhao Xiaowei blurted out his own set of excuses for setting up a stall. I heard Zhao Xiaowei laughing on the phone. Chang Cici couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seriously, she was indeed very hesitant at first. I don't know if I should have a good taste of residential soup. Now Zhao Xiaowei's words have directly dispelled her doubts in her heart. All right, I'll come over tomorrow to see the house. Can you pick me up? Of course not. Serving customers wholeheartedly is my mission. Chapter 10. Why did you turn red? Early in the morning, Zhao Xiaowei hasn't even woken up from his sleep yet. He was awakened by the piercing ringing of his phone. I glanced at my phone. The person who calls now is really overthinking, although I still want to continue sleeping. But considering that I really don't have any money, so he can only answer calls. I made an appointment with Chang Cici to meet at the entrance of the community. Zhao Xiaowei went downstairs. Chang Cici arrived at the entrance of Tangqing Yiping early in the morning. I didn't expect the sun to already expose my buttocks now. My landlord hasn't woken up yet. Indeed, the life of the wealthy is a luxury. It's really fortunate not to have to rush around for a living every day. Just as Chang Cici couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He saw a man wearing street vendor clothes walking towards him. The man's gaze was fixed on himself. This immediately made Chang Cici feel a little flustered in her heart. Have you been recognized by yourself? Chang Cici is too famous. So walking on the road, her fans often recognize her, very enthusiastic to ask for her autograph and to take a photo together. I often think about this kind of thing and feel very troubled inside. After all, live streaming is just a job for her. She really doesn't want to meet her fans except for the live broadcast time. So every time she goes out, she dresses herself up very tightly. Try to make his identity invisible to others. In order not to be recognized by his fan, Chang Cici also turned his gaze aside. Try to avoid the gaze of that fan as much as possible. But her current avoidance has no effect at all. Without hesitation, the fan took a step forward and walked towards her. It's impossible to hide from oneself now. Chang Cici can only smile helplessly. It's better to admit it openly than to avoid it. It's better to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Are you looking for me to sign? Zhao Xiaowei arrived at the agreed-upon location. The only person standing here now is a woman who has wrapped herself tightly, so he can basically determine that the woman is the tenant he is looking for. But I didn't have a chance to say hello when I walked up. The woman suddenly asked herself if she wanted to sign. This left him stunned. It took a while to regain consciousness from that dazed state. Zhao Xiaowei quickly asked with some confusion, "Aren't you planning to rent a house?" After Zhao Xiaowei asked this question, Chang Sisi was also stunned. Looking at Zhao Xiaowei's current outfit, Chang Sisi couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was a big landlord with a house in Tangshingyuping. But on second thought, Chang Sisi quickly found a reasonable explanation for himself. This person must be a subordinate of a landlord. After all, how can a wealthy person like that not have many people to handle things under their control? She smiled awkwardly. Chang Sisi quickly nodded. "I want to rent a house. Did Mr. Zhao ask you to come over?" Zhao Xiaowei is now looking at Chang Sisi with a very strange expression. This woman looks very beautiful. Even her entire face was covered by the wide sunglasses and black mask, but it can still be judged from her figure. This woman's charm is definitely not something that ordinary men can resist. Just such a beautiful woman. He's actually a fool. First, inexplicably, I asked myself if I needed a sign. Now I'm asking if I sent myself here. But at least they're also their own clients. In order to successfully complete this business, Zhao Xiaowei suppressed all the thoughts in his heart. He just explained with a smile, "I am Zhao Xiaowei. If you want to rent a house, you need to sign a contract with me. Let me take you to see the house now." After Zhao Xiaowei directly identified himself, Chang Sisi stood there in a daze. She stared at Zhao Xiaowei with an incredible gaze. It took a while to wake up. "Are you Mr. Zhao?" Faced with the incredible expression on Chang Sisi's face now, Zhao Xiaowei just smiled helplessly. "What? Am I not like that? Or do you think I'm just a scammer?" Chang Sisi quickly shook her head like a wave drum. No, I just didn't expect you to be so young." In fact, the true thoughts in Chang Sisi's heart are, she never expected Zhao Xiaowei to dress so tacky. But even if I have such thoughts in my heart now, Chang Sisi dare not show any signs. Anyway, this is the life of a wealthy person. It has nothing to do with oneself. Without saying anything more to Chang Sisi, Zhao Xiaowei let him follow him into the interior of the community. Along the way, the security guards they encountered were all respectful to them. Chang Sisi naturally knows that the attitude of those security guards is not because of himself. It must be because of the man walking ahead of me. Now, Chang Sisi no longer has any doubts about the identity of that man, being able to own such a large industry at such a young age. And he is also very low-key and polite. I don't know what kind of woman is worthy of this man. I don't know if he can look up to himself. At this moment, Chang Sisi couldn't help but think wildly in his heart. Zhao Xiaowei suddenly turned around and looked at her. Moment Chang Sisi felt as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare before another's gaze. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, leaving Zhao Xiaowei's expression marked by profound confusion. With a bewildered look, he inquired, "What's wrong? Why is your face so red?" In a flurry, Chang Sisi hastily replied, "It's nothing at all. Perhaps it's just the heat. Was it even hot outside?" Zhao Xiaowei turned a glance out the window, but voiced no skepticism regarding her explanation. He casually asked, "What kind of apartment are you looking for?" "I have various types available, from those by the riverside to others a bit further in, regardless of the layout. The standard is that you can move in with just your luggage." Seeing Zhao Xiaowei's lack of skepticism regarding her earlier words, the flush on Chang Sisi's cheeks began to dissipate. She cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at him and said, "I hope the price can be a tad lower. After all, I will be living alone, so the size of the room doesn't really matter." Chapter 11. A Life of Impatience. In accordance with Chang Sisi's current requests, Zhao Xiaowei rented out the innermost small room in the entire building, maintaining the price they had agreed upon the previous day. The lease was for 1 year, totaling 2 million, including the deposit. Once Chang Sisi completed the transfer, Zhao Xiaowei beamed at her, saying, "Thank you. If you encounter any difficulties here, feel free to come find me. I live just upstairs." Chang Sisi, feeling somewhat bashful, looked at Zhao Xiaowei and said, "Mr. Zhao, could you do me a small favor? Whatever you need, just say the word. My motto is to serve my clients." Chang Sisi, however, could scarcely believe Zhao Xiaowei's words, thinking he was merely jesting. After all, a man of his means likely lived a life of ease, relying on rent to lead a comfortable existence, far removed from the notion of serving clients. Though she harbored these thoughts, she refrained from further unnecessary chatter and simply conveyed her request for assistance. "I have many belongings to move up, but I might not be able to manage them all on my own. Could you lend me a hand?" "Of course, no problem." Zhao Xiaowei had done all sorts of labor for a living in the past, so helping her move a few things was a trivial matter. However, he was taken aback by the astonishing weight of Chang Sisi's luggage. Several large suitcases must have weighed over 100 pounds each. Why does a girl have so much stuff? Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Oh, it's just some equipment I use for my live streams." "Live stream? Are you a streamer?" Although Chang Sisi was not particularly fond of meeting her fans, Hearing someone admit they didn't recognize her left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she suppressed that feeling and smiled gently at Zhao Xiaowei. Yes, my main job is streaming. If you're interested, you can come check out my live stream. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaowei shook his head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to help boost your viewership. It's just that I can't watch streams at the moment. Can't watch streams? Chang Cici looked at Zhao Xiaowei in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend his statement. Noticing her confusion, Zhao Xiaowei pulled out his old, clunky phone. Look, this phone can't even connect to the internet, let alone watch a live stream. Chang Cici was engulfed by a peculiar emotion. Zhao Xiaowei appeared to be in his 20s, yet he still used such an antiquated phone. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. Just as she stood there, at a loss for words, a sharp voice pierced through from behind them. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come in here? Don't you realize where this is? Is this a place for you to be? Upon hearing the disdainful tone, Zhao Xiaowei turned to see a heavily made-up middle-aged woman standing behind them, her face twisted in disgust, as if they emitted an unbearable stench. Her attitude was infuriating. Before Zhao Xiaowei could respond, Chang Cici quickly began to apologize. I'm so sorry. We'll move these things right away. Chang Cici's words left Zhao Xiaowei at a loss for how to react. They were merely waiting for the elevator and had obstructed no main thoroughfare. They were in the right, yet here was Chang Cici hastily admitting fault. However, since she had already apologized, Zhao Xiaowei, despite his irritation, felt it inappropriate to say anything further. Yet, the woman, emboldened by her perceived power over them, escalated her vitriol. I can't stand people like you. If you can't afford such an upscale place, don't pretend to be something you're not. Bringing all these bags into the elevator is truly disgusting. Even with Chang Cici's typically mild temperament, she felt anger rising within her at the woman's contempt. Her expression darkened as she stood there, speechless. Just then, Zhao Xiaowei stepped forward, responding sharply. If you've eaten something foul, don't wander around spreading your stench. Be careful, or you might get a beating. The woman, who thought she could bully Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Cici, was taken aback by his retort, which left her momentarily speechless. This woman, Jiang Zuolan, had lived in Tangqing Yiping for quite some time, cultivating a sense of superiority. Hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words ignited her fury, and she glared at him. What did you just say, you country bumpkin? Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart? Don't act like you're something special, just because you can only rent a place to live at your age. Jiang Zuolan was so enraged by Zhao Xiaowei's words that her body trembled uncontrollably. She shouted fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei. You country bumpkin, wait for me. I'll find someone to kill you now. I want to see how capable you are. Don't run away if you have the ability. I'm not running. I'm waiting for you here. Seeing such a small conflict now escalating, Chang Cici's heart began to panic. She quickly reached out and pulled Zhao Xiaowei's sleeve. Mr. Zhao, why don't we just forget about this matter? But before Chang Cici could finish speaking, a somewhat rough man's voice interrupted her directly. His mother. Who dares to bully me? Are you living impatiently? I'm somewhat familiar with the voice that is speaking now. Zhao Xiaowei turned his head and looked over there. Then I saw Wang Jinghua with an arrogant expression walking toward here. Chapter 12, Critical Illness. Wang Jinghua's days have not been easy these days, because of his reasons. Now their entire company's office location has changed. The senior management of the company is very dissatisfied with him, so he is currently under investigation by the company's senior management. Today, while trying to find a way to resolve this matter with the company's senior management, but I received a call from my wife. He said he was bullied by someone at his doorstep. Wang Jinghua, who was worried about having nowhere to vent his anger, immediately rushed back without stopping. To shout out that sentence, he saw Zhao Xiaowei turning his head and looking at him now. Facing Zhao Xiaowei's gaze, Wang Jinghua actually felt a bit flustered in his heart, but now he has more anger in his heart. After all, if it weren't for Zhao Xiaowei, how could it possibly fall into such a field? Staring fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei, Wang Jinghua shouted fiercely, Why are you here? Jiang Zuolan has seen Wang Jinghua coming over now. Hurry up and warmly greet me. He looked at him with a face full of grievances. Husband, someone has bullied me on the head. They're clearly not giving you face. You must make the decision for me. For my own wife. Wang Jinghua's heart is actually very disgusted. But even if I feel immense disgust in my heart, Wang Jinghua can only find other women outside to comfort himself a little. In front of Jiang Zuolan, he dare not show any dissatisfaction at all. After all, the reason why he was able to reach this position today. We rely entirely on the support of Jiang Zuolan's family. If we lose the support of the Jiang Zuolan family, Wang Jinghua is nothing anymore. After comforting Jiang Zuolan, Wang Jinghua turned his gaze to Zhao Xiaowei. He first gave a fierce glance at Chang Cici, standing next to Zhao Xiaowei. I feel very resentful in my heart. Why was that kid able to find such a beautiful woman? But at the same time, I have to face Jiang Sulan, an ugly and chubby yellow-faced woman. This sense of disparity made him even more angry inside. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Now I dare to come to my house. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? I heard what he was saying now. Zhao Xiaowei smiled helplessly. You really see yourself as a scallion, don't you? I have no interest in you at all. This whole building is my property, so it's very reasonable for me to be here, isn't it? Wang Jinghua heard Zhao Xiaowei's words. I was stunned for a moment. He really wants to say that Zhao Xiaowei is bragging now. But when I think about Zhao Xiaowei, he is a super rich person who owns the entire Haiqing building. It's not worth doubting that he can now own a house in Tangqing Yiping's area. But Wang Jinghua remained silent. Jiang Sulan doesn't even believe what Zhao Xiaowei is saying now. She shouted fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei, don't brag there. Do you know where it is? This is Tangqing Yiping. You still own a house here. Do you really think we're stupid? All tenant contracts for this building are currently stored in the system. Faced with Jiang Sulan's current questioning, without hesitation, Zhao Xiaowei directly retrieved their rental contracts from the system. Your rental contract will expire in a week. Hurry up and move out now. I will come to collect the room on time in a week. When Zhao Xiaowei accurately stated their rental date, Jiang Sulan's expression is starting to become stiff now. Without paying any attention to her current expression, Zhao Xiaowei took Chang Sisi up the elevator, until their backs completely disappeared into the elevator. Jiang Sulan then turned her head to look at Wang Jinghua. Jinghua, is he lying? Wang Jinghua really wished he could kill Jiang Sulan. Can her still be fake? What have you been causing me all day? Where else can we move to now? I was also annoyed by Wang Jinghua's attitude. Jiang Sulan also said discontentedly, isn't she just not living here anymore? Haiqing is so big. Can't we find a good place to live? Regarding Jiang Sulan's words, Wang Jinghua is simply too lazy to argue with her. Being able to live here with Tangqing Yiping. They're not interested in the excellent living environment here at all. Make a taste of soup. They can meet many big shots. It has great benefits for improving personal connections. And besides that, just introduce yourself to others and live in Tangqing Yiping. Others will immediately be impressed by their strength. The additional attributes brought by Tangqing Yiping are incomparable to other communities. Wang Jinghua knew that explaining so much to Jiang Sulan had no effect at all. Now he doesn't speak either, just angrily turned around and left. Chang Sisi watched as Zhao Xiaowei was moving things. There are now some strange emotions in my eyes. He was so protective of himself just now. Does it mean something to oneself? If he were to confess his feelings to himself, should I agree to him or not? Chang Sisi is very conflicted in her heart. After all, she and Zhao Xiaowei have only known each other for less than a day. But she really doesn't have any rejection towards Zhao Xiaowei. Just when Chang Sisi felt extremely conflicted in his heart. Zhao Xiaowei, you've already moved all those big boxes into her room. Okay, all of your things have been moved in. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I heard Zhao Xiaowei's words. Chang Sisi finally came to his senses. She had a blush on her face. Thank you. Zhao Xiaowei waved his big hand. What's there to thank or not? It's just a small gesture. What Chang Sisi said was to thank Zhao Xiaowei for helping him stand up and teach Jiang Sulan a lesson. However, Zhao Xiaowei mistakenly believed she was referring to the matter of helping her move items. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. Akin to a conversation across different servers. After exchanging a brief word with Chang Sisi, Zhao Xiaowei returned to his home. His bank account now boasted a sum of 2 million. With this newfound wealth, Zhao Xiaowei promptly reached out to his family. Xiaowei, are you busy with work at the moment? Could you come home for a bit? Hearing his mother's anxious voice on the other end of the line sent a chill of foreboding through Zhao Xiaowei's heart. He hastily inquired, Mom, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Your father's condition is very serious. The hospital has just issued a critical illness notice and recommended we transfer him. I don't know what to do. I was just about to call you. Chapter 13. What if something happens? Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhao Xiaowei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind a blank slate. Initially, his father's condition had seemed stable, which is why Zhao Xiaowei had not been overly anxious. He never anticipated the sudden deterioration of his father's health. Xiaowei, are you listening to me? Where is the compensation money from the demolition? Why don't you take that out to help your father first? We can think of other solutions for your wedding later. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xiaowei's mother spoke in a tone of negotiation, sensing his lack of response. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaowei snapped back to reality. Mom, don't panic. Quickly arrange for Dad's transfer. I'll find the best hospital in Haiqing. No matter what, we must ensure Dad survives. As Zhao Xiaowei confidently made this declaration, his mother's voice began to quaver with emotion. Xiaowei, I'm so sorry to put you in this position. It's our fault for being so inadequate that you have to bear all this. Mom, what are you saying? You and Dad are my parents. It's my filial duty to support you. Now that Zhao Xiaowei had some money, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread at the thought of the demolition funds that Jiang Xiaoyan had taken from his card. What if something went wrong? Preventing his father from receiving timely medical treatment? Zhao Xiaowei feared he would regret it for the rest of his life. As these thoughts consumed him, his resentment toward Jiang Xiaoyan began to fester. He had resolved that he would not let her off easily. She must pay for her actions. After hanging up with his mother, just as Zhao Xiaowei was preparing to seek out the best hospital in Haicheng, he received another phone call. Glancing at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone screen, he furrowed his brows in confusion. Nevertheless, after a moment's thought, he decided to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao from Haicheng Building? A deep voice on the other end inquired directly about Zhao Xiaowei's identity. With a hint of perplexity, Zhao Xiaowei replied, Yes. This is I. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Lu Changfeng, the chairman of Changfeng Group. I'm not sure if you remember me. Zhao Xiaowei certainly remembered the name. Lu Changfeng's company was Wang Jinggua's enterprise. Previously, Zhao Xiaowei had given Li Debeos a strict order to ensure Changfeng Group was expelled from their premises in Haicheng Building. Now that Lu Changfeng was personally calling, it was undoubtedly regarding this matter. With a slight smile, Zhao Xiaowei responded, I remember you. What brings you to call me? Well, it appears there has been some misunderstanding involving one of our employees, but I assure you, those actions were entirely personal and unrelated to our company. Is that so? So you're calling to apologize? Zhao Xiaowei asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Of course, an apology is in order. Regardless, he was our employee, and I must take responsibility for his actions. However, I sincerely hope you want to shift the repercussions of this incident onto our company. Lu Changfeng's intentions had become quite clear. He wished to continue renting space in Haicheng Building for their office. Understanding the underlying motives, Zhao Xiaowei smiled and said, So you wish to continue renting our premises? That might be feasible, provided you fulfill one condition. Upon hearing that there was room for negotiation, Lu Changfeng became noticeably excited. He eagerly asked, Mr. Zhao, please tell me your request. My request is simple. You must terminate Wang Jinghua from your company. I believe this shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it? As Zhao Xiaowei articulated his demand, Lu Changfeng fell silent on the other end of the line. Clearly, this request posed a significant challenge for him. What? Is my request difficult for you? If so, we can forget it. With that, Zhao Xiaowei prepared to hang up the phone. Mr. Zhao, please hold on a moment. This matter cannot be resolved over the phone. Could we possibly meet in person to discuss it? Lu Changfeng had long wished to dismiss Wang Jinghua from the company, but Wang's connections, particularly his father-in-law being a shareholder, made it a delicate issue. Without a valid reason, Lu Changfeng was hesitant to act. This predicament made Zhao Xiaowei's condition particularly challenging for him. I don't have time to meet. We can discuss this later. With that, Zhao Xiaowei ended the call. At this moment, Lu Changfeng was the one seeking his favor. It was unnecessary for Zhao Xiaowei to engage further. As the line disconnected, Lu Changfeng wore a peculiar expression, having not faced such audacity in many years. Rubbing his temples, Lu Changfeng felt a headache coming on. Observing his father's distress, Lu Shuang approached and gently massaged his shoulders. Dad, what is troubling you so much? Regarding his daughter's inquiry, Lu Changfeng smiled faintly, unwilling to burden her with the company's current difficulties. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with it. Lu Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction. Can you please stop treating me like a child? After all, I graduated from Yinjing University with a degree in finance. Perhaps I might be of assistance to you. Lu Changfeng chuckled. He glanced back at Lu Shuang. Assistance? I would consider it a blessing if you merely refrained from causing trouble. I heard you had an incident with your car recently. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Otherwise, I would be quite curious to see how you would handle it. Lu Shuang was taken aback to learn that her mishap had reached Lu Changfeng's ears. She quickly inquired with surprise, Who told you about that? That's none of your concern. Just be mindful of your reputation out there. You must not tarnish the company's image. Do you understand? Lu Shuang pouted in displeasure at Lu Changfeng's admonition. All right. All you do is lecture me. I am not your subordinate. In her thoughts, she couldn't help but recall the man she had injured. Despite having employed all her connections to locate him, why had she found no trace of him thus far? Surely he hadn't come to any harm, had he? Chapter 14. Quite magnanimous. After informing his mother of his intention to transfer his father to another hospital, Zhao Xiaowei promptly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Lu Xinlan was in the midst of packing to move her husband when her phone vibrated with a notification. Glancing at the screen, she was utterly astonished to see a bank alert indicating a transfer of 1 million yuan. Sister, I must say, your son Xiaowei is rather disobedient. isn't he? Even with his father in such a condition, he still hasn't returned, leaving you to manage everything alone. What on earth is he thinking? If my son behaved like that, I would certainly give him a good thrashing. Lu Xinlan's companion, Zhao Xiaowei's aunt, was not there to offer genuine support, but rather to gloat over their misfortune. Although Zhao Xiaowei's family was not wealthy, they had always lived harmoniously, which had bred jealousy in his aunt. Now that Zhao Xiaowei's father was in distress, she seized the opportunity to relish their plight and take jabs at him. When she realized her words had garnered no response from Lu Xinlan, she snatched the phone from her grasp. What on earth are you doing checking your phone at such a time? As she glanced at the screen, the message about the 1 million yuan transfer left her expression frozen in shock. Lu Xinlan, harboring her own disdain for her sister, felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing her astonishment. Xiaowei is actually quite obedient. He is busy at work and couldn't return, so he sent the money. Lu Xinlan's remark snapped Zhao Xiaowei's aunt back to reality. Stammering, she realized her presence was pointless and quickly departed. Once her sister had left, Lu Xinlan called Zhao Xiaowei. Xiaowei, how did you manage to send me such a large sum? She was acutely aware of her son's financial situation. His salary was modest, and he had a girlfriend with a penchant for money. Thus, it was inconceivable for Zhao Xiaowei to have saved such a sum. Lu Xinlan was already content with retrieving the compensation from their property demolition. Upon hearing his mother's inquiry, Zhao Xiaowei laughed. Mom, don't concern yourself with the details. Just take that money and bring Dad to Haicheng. I'll arrange for the best hospital here, and we must ensure Dad doesn't suffer any setbacks. But, enough, Mom. Just do as I say. Zhao Xiaowei concluded the call without elaborating further. He was uncertain how to explain the situation to his mother. Haicheng People's Hospital was renowned internationally, and he was determined to have his father treated there. Upon arriving at the entrance of Haicheng People's Hospital, Zhao Xiaowei unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Jiang Xiaoyan, who had been taken away by Wang Zhenghua previously, had endured a violent beating and imprisonment upon returning home. Today, she finally seized an opportunity to escape and sought treatment at the hospital. As their eyes met, tears welled up in Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaowei. Before she could finish, Zhao Xiaowei raised a hand to silence her. Do not call me. We no longer share any ties. Xiaowei, I was wrong before. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Let's get married and build a good life together. Zhao Xiaoyan's pleas elicited a cold scoff from Zhao Xiaowei. Forgive you? Do you truly think that is possible? He had no desire to engage in further conversation. Turning to leave, Jiang Xiaoyan shamelessly grabbed his arm. Xiaowei, please don't go. I beg you not to leave me. Their commotion attracted the attention of onlookers, who began to murmur among themselves. What happened? That man must have hurt the woman. Yet she still clings to him. What a scoundrel. She is so beautiful. Surely she can find a better man. Why does she insist on hanging on to this one? The crowd, oblivious to the truth, quickly condemned Zhao Xiaowei as a scoundrel. Zhao Xiaowei felt exasperated. There was no need to explain himself, as people were inclined to believe what they wished. Jiang Xiaoyan, when I had nothing, you adorned me with the most egregious betrayal. Now that I have fortune, you come crawling back, hoping I one day abandon you? Do you truly consider me a fool? Go find your lover. With those words, Zhao Xiaowei forcefully pushed Jiang Xiaoyan away. The crowd began to grasp the situation's reality. Ah, so she's a gold digger. She deserves to experience the pain of being abandoned. Brother, you did the right thing. Zhao Xiaowei paid little heed to the spectators' comments. He regarded Jiang Xiaoyan, who sat on the ground feigning tears. Stop pretending before me. I will reclaim the money you took through legal means. Do not ever appear in front of me again. Your presence disgusts me. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, a figure broke through the crowd. Sister, what is going on? What happened? Emerging from the throng was Jiang Xiaoyan's brother, Jiang Feng. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Jiang Xiaoyan promptly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Upon witnessing his sister's distress, Jiang Feng immediately shifted his furious gaze toward Zhao Xiaowei. What have you done to my sister, you scoundrel? Faced with Jiang Feng's furious inquiry, Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of engaging further. He attempted to walk away, but Jiang Feng stepped forward, forcefully grasping his arm. You better not think of leaving. You must provide me with an explanation today. An explanation? Perhaps you should ask your sister what good deed she has done. Jiang Feng was acutely aware of his sister's true nature, prompting him to retort, Zhao Xiaowei, my sister has been with you for so many years. Even if she has made a few mistakes, can't you, as a man, be a bit more magnanimous? Magnanimous? The fact that I haven't destroyed her is already quite generous. Zhao Xiaowei had learned today what it meant that not all families are alike. Jiang Xiaoyan was shameless, and her brother was equally devoid of dignity. Chapter 15. Is it you? The onlookers regarded Jiang Feng and his sister with disdain. However, Jiang Feng paid no heed to their judgment. He continued to hold onto Zhao Xiaowei's clothing with determination. I will make sure to teach you a proper lesson today. If you dare to bully my sister, you will learn that our family is not to be trifled with. Observing Jiang Feng's slender frame, resembling that of a monkey, Zhao Xiaowei dismissed him entirely. If Jiang Feng dared to strike, Zhao Xiaowei would ensure he understood the harsh realities of life. Just as Zhao Xiaowei awaited Jiang Feng's move, a voice pierced through the crowd. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? Lu Changfeng had come to the hospital for a physical examination, only to be taken aback upon witnessing one of his drivers shouting at Zhao Xiaowei and seemingly ready to engage in a confrontation. Alarmed by the unfolding situation, Lu Changfeng swiftly intervened. He had been eager to have a cordial discussion with Zhao Xiaowei, and if his driver truly assaulted Zhao, their company's hopes of returning to the Haiqing building would be dashed. Jiang Feng, release him, Lu Changfeng commanded, and upon hearing his voice, Jiang Feng reluctantly let go of Zhao Xiaowei's clothing. Director Lu, what brings you here? That's irrelevant. What are you doing? Jiang Feng understood that Lu Changfeng despised any actions that could tarnish the company's reputation. Casting a glance at Zhao Xiaowei, he concocted an excuse. Director Lu, my sister was bullied, and I was standing up for her. Pleased with his cleverness, Jiang Feng felt a swell of pride. Convinced that his actions were entirely justifiable and would establish a commendable image in Lu Changfeng's eyes as someone who bravely defended family. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as Lu Changfeng delivered a sharp slap across his face. The resounding crack of the slap echoed through the bustling hospital lobby. Almost instantly, Jiang Feng's face swelled, a testament to the ferocity behind Lu Changfeng's strike. Stunned by this unexpected blow, Jiang Feng covered his face, looking at Lu Changfeng in disbelief. Yet, Lu Changfeng paid no mind to Jiang Feng's shock, swiftly striding over to Zhao Xiaowei. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I have failed to properly manage my staff. If there has been any offense, I beg your forgiveness. Zhao Xiaowei furrowed his brow in confusion. And you are? Mr. Zhao, I am Lu Changfeng, the chairman of Changfeng Group. Upon revealing his identity, Zhao Xiaowei finally grasped the situation, though he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Goodbye. As more and more people began to gather, Zhao Xiaowei, disliking being the center of attention, quickly made his exit. Lu Changfeng followed closely behind. Watching Zhao Xiaowei depart, Jiang Xiaoyun felt a bitter pang in her heart. Despite her efforts to connect with influential figures, it turned out that the ex-boyfriend she had looked down upon was the true heavyweight. Lu Changfeng accompanied Zhao Xiaowei to a quieter area, eagerly inquiring, Mr. Zhao, is there anything I can assist you with? I have a few connections at People's Hospital. Perhaps I can help. Zhao Xiaowei lightly frowned. To dismiss Lu Changfeng, he casually mentioned, I need to find a specialist for my father's surgery. Initially, Zhao Xiaowei assumed that once he made this statement, Lu Changfeng would cease his interruptions. However, Lu Changfeng, seemingly invigorated, thumped his chest with enthusiasm. Is that so? Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, you can count on me for this. Lu Changfeng immediately made a phone call. Before long, an appointment slip was delivered. Mr. Zhao, just have your father come in for a consultation at his convenience. Everything is already arranged. Staring at the appointment slip in his hand, Zhao Xiaowei felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had anticipated that securing an appointment would take considerable time. Yet Lu Changfeng had accomplished it with a mere phone call. Noticing Zhao Xiaowei's stunned expression, Lu Changfeng cheerfully asked, Mr. Zhao, can we find a place to discuss matters privately? Given the substantial favor Lu Changfeng had just done for him, Zhao Xiaowei felt it would be rude to refuse. He nodded in agreement. All right, but let me make it clear. It's not impossible for your Changfeng Group to return to the Haiqing building, but you must remove Wang Jinghua from here. That is my final stipulation. If you disagree, we have nothing more to discuss. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng nodded vigorously. No problem. I assure you that Wang Jinghua will no longer be a presence in your affairs. Very well. If that's the case, you can have your team return to the Haiqing building for operations starting tomorrow. I will inform Li Daba. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xiaowei smiled lightly. Just as he was about to speak again, a youthful girl approached, affectionately linking her arm with Lu Changfeng. Dad, how did your physical examination go? Lu Changfeng chuckled and ruffled Lu Shuang's hair. I haven't had the chance to go for my examination. I ran into a friend. Let me introduce you. Following Lu Changfeng's gaze, Lu Shuang's eyes transformed into an expression of utter peculiarity upon seeing Zhao Xiaowei. In astonishment, she exclaimed, It's you? Observing Lu Shuang's bewildered demeanor, Lu Changfeng grew curious. Do you know each other? Zhao Xiaowei, too, felt a sense of intrigue. He found the girl before him strikingly familiar, yet he could not immediately recall where he had encountered her. Upon Lu Chanfeng voicing his question, Zhao Xiaowei turned his attention back to Lu Shuiying, awaiting her response. Wasn't I involved in an accident before? As Lu Shuiying articulated this, both Lu Chanfeng and Zhao Xiaowei simultaneously exhibited expressions of epiphany. Lu Chanfeng, while taken aback, felt a twinge of trepidation. He had not anticipated that the individual Lu Shuiying had collided with would be Zhao Xiaowei. Thankfully, no harm had been done otherwise. Considering Zhao Xiaowei's stature, the Longfeng group might have found itself in an untenable position, unable to compensate adequately. Chapter 16, A Gift from Others. Zhao Xiaowei finally recalled why he felt such a strong sense of familiarity with Lu Shuiying. It was indeed due to the car accident that had activated the system. He realized he owed Lu Shuiying a debt of gratitude. However, he deemed it inappropriate to express this too overtly. Otherwise, others might perceive him as deranged for thanking someone after being struck. Noticing Zhao Xiaowei's dazed expression, Lu Chanfeng hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for the incident involving my daughter. To express my regret, may I treat you to a meal?" While Lu Chanfeng claimed this was merely an invitation for a meal, it was, in fact, a pretext. He undoubtedly had more substantial reparations in mind for Zhao Xiaowei. Establishing a connection with a young man of such formidable background was advantageous for Lu Chanfeng. Privately, Lu Chanfeng had conducted an investigation into Zhao Xiaowei, but the reports he received left him astounded. They indicated Zhao Xiaowei hailed from an ordinary family, with both parents being typical wage earners. Lu Chanfeng found this conclusion hard to believe. After all, how could someone from such humble beginnings possess the vast enterprise of Haiqing Tower? He was convinced that the information he had uncovered had been meticulously altered. The ability to obfuscate one's true identity so thoroughly only strengthened Lu Chanfeng's conviction that Zhao Xiaowei was a significant figure. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Chanfeng's thoughts were far from the truth. Had he been aware of Lu Chanfeng's perception of him, he would have felt compelled to assert that the details he had uncovered were indeed accurate. Just as Zhao Xiaowei was about to respond to Lu Chanfeng's invitation, his phone rang, interrupting the moment. It was Wang Hao on the line. "Xiaowei, are you free? I'm organizing a class reunion, and I'd love for you to join us." Wang Hao wasted no time in revealing the purpose of his call. The reunion was prompted by their classmates' astonishment upon discovering that Zhao Xiaowei was, in fact, a concealed affluent heir. They were eager to ascertain the truth of his newfound wealth. Initially, the task of organizing the reunion had been assigned to Su Zhong, but due to his limited rapport with Zhao Xiaowei, he feared Zhao Xiaowei might not attend. Thus, the responsibility fell to Wang Hao. Zhao Xiaowei, however, felt little enthusiasm for the gathering. He was primarily focused on making money and had already lost a significant sum by not setting up his stall for 2 days. Nevertheless, since Wang Hao had reached out to him, Zhao Xiaowei felt obliged to oblige. "Please send me the location of the reunion. I will come after I finish my current matters." "Great," Wang Hao replied, his excitement palpable before hanging up. Zhao Xiaowei put away his phone, glanced at Lu Chanfeng, and said apologetically, "I'm afraid I cannot join you for dinner. I have a class reunion to attend." Lu Chanfeng waved his hands dismissively. "No worries, Mr. Zhao. Please attend to your own affairs. We will have ample opportunities to dine together in the future." Zhao Xiaowei smiled politely and made no further delay, turning to leave. Once he had departed, Lu Chanfeng shifted his attention to his daughter. "What are you standing there for? Go after him." Lu Shuiying looked at Lu Chanfeng. Confusion etched on her face. "Dad, what are you talking about? Where should I go? Didn't you hear him say he was going to a class reunion? Hurry and follow him." Lu Shuiying grew increasingly perplexed at her father's insistence. "But I don't even know his classmates. Why would I go? What does it matter if you know them? If you can be with Zhao Xiaowei, our family will prosper." Lu Chanfeng's unabashed declaration immediately illuminated Lu Shuiying's understanding of his intentions. "Dad, what are you saying? I don't even know him. How can you expect me to pursue someone I've never met?" "Enough. As your father, I can see through your thoughts. Do you think you can hide anything from me?" Lu Chanfeng had already perceived that his daughter held a slight affection for Zhao Xiaowei. After all, Lu Shuiying had exhibited a hint of disappointment when Zhao Xiaowei declined to dine with them. Although it was merely a faint attraction, Lu Chanfeng was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. If Lu Shuiying were to form a relationship with Zhao Xiaowei, the Longfeng group would undoubtedly reap significant benefits from his status. Though Lu Shuiying protested against her father's assertions, she ultimately complied and chased after the direction in which Zhao Xiaowei had vanished. Zhao Xiaowei, having just entered his car, was taken aback when Lu Shuiying suddenly appeared in front of his vehicle. Lowering the window, He inquired, "Do you need something?" Zhao Xiaowei was skeptical that Lu Shuang had come to seek balance by allowing him to collide with her. Upon hearing the question posed by Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Shuang felt a touch of shyness as she approached the car. "Could you possibly give me a ride for a short distance? Where are you headed?" "I'm not going anywhere in particular. I just wish to enjoy a leisurely drive." Although Lu Shuang had not articulated a specific destination, Zhao Xiaowei pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Then hop in." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's invitation, Lu Shuang quickly opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. "Is this really a Lamborghini? How could you possibly afford such a luxurious vehicle?" Zhao Xiaowei cast her a peculiar glance upon her remarks. After a moment's thought, he casually replied, "I didn't buy it. It was a gift from someone else." Initially, Lu Shuang had merely intended to engage Zhao Xiaowei in conversation, but she was taken aback by his unexpected response, her expression transforming into one of profound astonishment. Chapter 17. I am just a street vendor. Struggling to regain her composure from her state of shock, Lu Shuang swallowed hard and asked Zhao Xiaowei, "So, it was a gift from someone? What's the matter?" Zhao Xiaowei did not perceive anything amiss in what he had just said. After all, it was a gift from a system, so referring to it as a gift from someone else was not problematic. He certainly could not divulge the existence of the system. It was his greatest secret. Even his closest companions would never learn of it, let alone Lu Shuang, whom he had only met a few times. Observing the nonchalant demeanor on Zhao Xiaowei's face regarding such matters left Lu Shuang at a loss for words. She had always considered her family relatively affluent, but in comparing herself to Zhao Xiaowei, she realized the vast disparities that existed among individuals. While others casually gifted luxury sports cars worth tens of millions, she had to plead with Lu Chongfeng for quite some time just to acquire a Mercedes. The world was indeed rife with inequality. Finally regaining her composure, Lu Shuang gently shook her head. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find this car extraordinarily luxurious." Zhao Xiaowei simply smiled lightly at her comment without elaborating further. Starting the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator and departed from the hospital, heading toward the address provided by Wang Hao. In no time, they arrived at the gathering location. Zhao Xiaowei turned a glance at Lu Shuang, who remained seated in the car. "I'm about to attend a class reunion. Would you care to join me?" Zhao Xiaowei had merely spoken casually, but to his surprise, Lu Shuang's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Of course, if you don't mind. I would love to accompany you to the reunion." What more could Zhao Xiaowei say? He certainly could not express any disdain for Lu Shuang, as doing so would undoubtedly hurt her pride. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, as Zhao Xiaowei stepped inside, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Wang Hao promptly stood up to greet Zhao Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, you've finally arrived. Come, take a seat next to me." However, before Zhao Xiaowei could follow Wang Hao, another strikingly beautiful woman stood up and directly pulled him aside. "Why make it so complicated? Just let Xiaowei sit next to me. There's a spot right here. And I wouldn't want to get up to let anyone in, would I?" The woman speaking was Yao Jiadong, the class beauty renowned for her stunning looks. During their time in school, Zhao Xiaowei and Yao Jiadong had little interaction. Over their 4 years as classmates, their conversations barely exceeded 100 words. Thus, Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback by her newfound enthusiasm. He understood that Yao Jiadong's eagerness stemmed from having heard about his residence in Tangxing. With a resigned smile, he realized he had no interest in Yao Jiadong. Just as he was about to decline her advances, a delicate hand unexpectedly linked with his other arm. "Xiaowei, who is she? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Lu Shuang had merely stepped out to freshen up, but was taken aback upon entering the private room to find another woman vying for Zhao Xiaowei's attention. No longer able to hold back, Lu Shuang instinctively wrapped her arm around Zhao Xiaowei's, casting a challenging gaze at Yao Jiadong. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, as classmates turned their attention toward the unfolding drama, their expressions a mix of surprise, schadenfreude, and jealousy. The surprises Zhao Xiaowei brought were simply overwhelming for many of his peers, leaving them in disbelief. Zhao Xiaowei cast a helpless glance at Lu Shuang, his eyes clearly questioning her intentions at that moment. Yet, faced with his scrutinizing gaze, Lu Shuang showed no signs of retreat. With a cheerful demeanor, she addressed the other classmates in the room. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Shuang, Xiaowei's girlfriend. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Once Lu Shuang made her declaration, the previously silent classmates erupted into conversation. "How fortunate Xiaowei is to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. When you two plan to get married?" In light of the classmates' remarks, Yao Jiadong's expression turned awkward. Yet she recognized that she could not possibly compete with Lu Shuang. After all, Lu Shuang not only possessed remarkable beauty, but also exuded an unparalleled elegance befitting a refined lady. As Yao Jiadong stepped aside, Wang Hao hurried closer to Zhao Xiaowei, lowering his voice to inquire, "What is going on? Have you resolved things with Jiang Xiaoyan?" In response to Wang Hao's eager question, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled lightly. "Let's not discuss that. We should focus on enjoying the meal." The spotlight of this reunion was undoubtedly on Zhao Xiaowei, with classmates, regardless of their past relationship with him, now displaying an almost sycophantic attitude toward him. This situation once again made Zhao Xiaowei acutely aware of the fickleness of human relationships. It is worth noting that when he was financially constrained in the past, his old classmates exhibited little patience to engage in conversation with him. After several rounds of drinks, someone inquired about Zhao Xiaowei's current occupation. "By the way, Xiaowei, what are you doing these days?" Upon uttering this question, all eyes in the room swiftly turned to Zhao Xiaowei. Curiosity radiated from everyone as they eagerly sought to discern the nature of his work. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Zhao Xiaowei offered a gentle smile. "I don't have much going on. I mainly run a street stall." Once these words left his lips, the expressions of those present morphed into one of utter disbelief. A street stall? Since when could one sustain a lavish lifestyle from such a venture? Surely, there must be limits to deceit. No one seemed inclined to believe Zhao Xiaowei's assertions. Chapter 18. Indeed, a street vendor. Please don't look at me like that. I am genuinely a street vendor. Zhao Xiaowei was not fabricating tales. In response to their skeptical glances, he reiterated his claim with earnestness. Yet, nobody took his words seriously. They all presumed he was merely attempting to conceal his true identity with a clumsy excuse. Regardless, no one pressed further. It was inconsequential to them whether Zhao Xiaowei spoke the truth or not. The gathering concluded in an atmosphere steeped in absurdity. Initially, Zhao Xiaowei intended to return home, but just as he departed the venue, Wang Hao hurriedly pursued him. "Xiaowei, do you have a moment?" While speaking, Wang Hao cast a discreet glance at Lu Shuaying, who was accompanying Zhao Xiaowei. It was evident that what he was about to say was not meant for her ears. Lu Shuaying, perceptive to the situation, promptly declared, "I'll wait for you by the car," and walked away. Once Lu Shuaying had left, Zhao Xiaowei, puzzled, turned to Wang Hao and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a rush to find me? How did things resolve with Jiang Xiaoyan? She has called me several times over the past few days." Wang Hao exclaimed, "She has been sobbing on the phone, refusing to divulge anything, only asking me to plead on your behalf." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyan's name, Zhao Xiaowei's expression soured with impatience. He bluntly replied, "Forget her." He was reluctant to discuss these matters and felt a wave of nausea at the mere mention of her name. Observing Zhao Xiaowei's demeanor, Wang Hao realized their relationship was far more complicated than it appeared. All right, no need to get worked up. I won't mention her again. However, I do need your assistance with something." Zhao Xiaowei inquired, "What is it?" "I'm planning to get married, but my girlfriend's family suddenly demanded an additional 100,000 as a bride price. You know my salary is hardly substantial. Coming up with that amount feels impossible." Wang Hao confessed, his words trailing off as he struggled to continue. His intention was unmistakably clear. He was hinting at borrowing money from Zhao Xiaowei, but found it difficult to articulate. Upon grasping his implication, Zhao Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Just send your bank account details to my phone. I have some funds available. 50,000 should suffice, right?" Wang Hao was taken aback by Zhao Xiaowei's unexpected generosity. He quickly shook his head. "That is far too much. I only need 10,000. It's nothing. Take it and use it. Weddings can be quite an expense." Zhao Xiaowei reassured him. He was not short on funds, although he had less than $1 million at the moment. Securing the rental agreement with Changfeng Group would soon grant him substantial liquidity. Thus, this amount was inconsequential to him. However, for Wang Hao it was a lifeline. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks. "Xiaowei, I can't thank you enough. Rest assured, I will repay you promptly." Zhao Xiaowei merely smiled lightly, nodded slightly, and departed without further ado. Zhao Xiaowei's transformation left Wang Hao perplexed. He could not fathom how the once frugal Zhao Xiaowei had come to be affluent. Nonetheless, since Zhao Xiaowei was unwilling to divulge details, Wang Hao deemed it unnecessary to inquire further. Upon returning to his car, Zhao Xiaowei was surprised to find Lu Shuaying still waiting beside it. He furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why are you still here? Why shouldn't I be here?" "You have to take me home," Lu Shuaying replied. Zhao Xiaowei sighed in resignation. "I have to work. I don't have time to take you home." He assumed that his statement would prompt her to leave. However, to his astonishment, Lu Shuaying's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Then I'll go with you to work. Don't worry. I promise I won't disturb you." "Of course." Lu Shuang found it hard to believe that Zhao Xiaowei's actual job involved running a street stall. She was filled with curiosity about his work, and this was the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth. Zhao Xiaowei, reluctant to have her accompany him, found himself unable to shake her off as she insisted on staying close. Ultimately, he sighed again. All right, you can come along. Upon receiving Zhao Xiaowei's consent, Lu Shuang beamed triumphantly. Initially, she had envisioned Zhao Xiaowei engaging in prestigious work. Yet, to her astonishment, he drove to the night market. After parking the car, Zhao Xiaowei stepped out. What are you doing at the night market? Didn't you say you were going to work? I am here to work. Ignoring Lu Shuang's astonished gaze, Zhao Xiaowei pulled out the cloth he typically used for his stall and laid it on the ground. Street vendor system is now operational. Today's merchandise is as follows. Toy jewelry, toy watches, toys. Observing Zhao Xiaowei as he meticulously laid out an array of trinkets on the cloth, Lu Shuang's expression became utterly rigid. Previously, she had assumed that Zhao Xiaowei's claims of being a street vendor were mere jest. However, it was now painfully clear that he had spoken the truth. The deftness with which Zhao Xiaowei arranged his merchandise suggested that this was not his first endeavor. Under Lu Shuang's gaze, fraught with complexity, Zhao Xiaowei began to call out enthusiastically. Come take a look. The finest little stall in the world is now open for business. There is nothing that flies, swims, or runs here. But what we have, you won't find elsewhere. Sir, your daughter is so lovely. She just needs a little hairpin. And madam, are you sure you wouldn't want to get your son a Rolex? With a Rolex, you won't have to worry about exams. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Once you pass this village, you won't find this shop again. Chapter 19, a favor to ask of you. Zhao Xiaowei's spirited calling quickly drew the attention of many passersby, who found the young man amusing and began to gather around his humble stall, selecting from the inexpensive curiosities. Zhao Xiaowei, with warmth and familiarity, introduced his wares to the curious customers, while Lu Shuang stood behind him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This guy, pulling up in a Lamborghini to sell trinkets. He must be utterly bored. Yes, indeed, he must be bored out of his mind to engage in such antics. Host sold a toy watch, earning a Rolex. Host sold a toy ring, earning a 3-carat diamond ring. Host sold. The items Zhao Xiaowei sold increased in number, and the system's reward notifications continued unabated. Before long, he had sold every last item from his stall for the day, contentedly folding up the cloth. Turning to Lu Shuang, who still stood there in a daze, he exclaimed, "Let us go. My work here is complete." At his call, Lu Shuang finally snapped out of her stupor and hurried forward. Why do you enjoy being a street vendor so much? Is it because your daily life is too dull? No, I've told you, this is my main job. I lack other skills, so I must rely on selling trinkets to make a living. Lu Shuang wished she could peer into Zhao Xiaowei's mind to fathom his thoughts. Driving a Lamborghini and owning the Haiqing building, yet claiming he can only survive by selling toys? Is he trying to fool children? No, even children wouldn't believe his nonsense. If you don't want to tell me what you really do, that's fine. I don't want to know anyway. With that, Lu Shuang pouted, turning her gaze elsewhere, no longer wishing to engage with Zhao Xiaowei. Seeing her demeanor, Zhao Xiaowei could only shrug in resignation. In this day and age, does anyone even believe in honesty anymore? Regardless of Lu Shuang's skepticism, he remained indifferent. After all, he had nothing pressing to do. Selling a few trinkets merely yielded some jewelry, which held no value for him at the moment. After escorting Lu Shuang home, just as she was about to exit the car, Zhao Xiaowei suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment." Lu Shuang, with a tumultuous heart, paused and turned, puzzled. "What is it?" "Thank you for helping me out today. I'd like to give you a small gift as a token of my gratitude," Zhao Xiaowei said, pulling out an exquisite little box and presenting it to her. Instinctively, she accepted the box he handed her. "What is this? Open it and see for yourself." Receiving no clear answer, Lu Shuang opened the box on the spot, and her expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment upon seeing the diamond ring inside. With her discerning eye, she could not possibly overlook the ring's immense value. According to the current market, this diamond ring was worth at least several million. The fact that Zhao Xiaowei casually gifted it to her felt surreal. Her first instinct was to return the ring. No, this is far too valuable for me to accept. You keep it. Don't worry, it's not anything special." With that, Zhao Xiaowei paid no heed to her reaction and swiftly drove away. Lu Shuang stood frozen, watching his car vanish from sight, her emotions a whirlwind of confusion. How could she decipher the enigma that was Zhao Xiaowei? He so casually gifted her a diamond ring worth millions, yet was selling trinkets worth a mere few dollars. Standing at her doorstep, Lu Chanfeng emerged and gently patted Lu Shuang's shoulder. Xiaoying, what are you doing standing here? He has already gone. At his touch, Lu Shuaing snapped back to reality, turning to glance at her father. She smiled, though her expression held a hint of bitterness. Noticing her countenance, Lu Chongfeng inquired with curiosity, have you gleaned anything from your time with Zhao Xiaowei? Do you know what he does? Just a street vendor. What? I told you he is merely a street vendor. That joke isn't funny at all. Lu Shuaing observed her father's incredulous expression and chose not to elaborate further. At least her father's bewildered look brought her some measure of comfort. Upon returning to Tang Chengyipin, Zhao Xiaowei was about to ascend the stairs when he unexpectedly encountered Chang Cici downstairs. Mr. Zhao, what a coincidence. Have you just returned? Zhao Xiaowei smiled at her warm greeting. Indeed, just got back. What do you have in your hands? Initially, he asked out of casual curiosity, but to his surprise, Chang Cici's face flushed a bright red. She cautiously concealed the black bag she held behind her back. This seemingly trivial gesture immediately revealed to Zhao Xiaowei the nature of its contents. It was likely that Chang Cici had begun her menstrual cycle. Upon realizing what was happening, Zhao Xiaowei found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator arrived just in time, and he hurriedly stepped inside, with Chang Cici following suit. Once both were inside the cramped elevator, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward. As Zhao Xiaowei focused on the numbers displayed on the elevator panel, Chang Cici unexpectedly broke the silence. Mr. Zhao, I have a request to make of you. Zhao Xiaowei shifted his gaze to her. What is it? Well, I have a friend who is also a streamer, and her content primarily showcases luxurious properties. She heard that I know you, so she asked me to inquire if she could feature the houses you have for a live stream. Chapter 20, A New Discovery. The properties at Chengyipin no longer require advertising. They have become synonymous with opulence in the hearts of countless individuals. Consequently, it is exceedingly rare for streamers specializing in luxury homes to showcase Chengyipin. Yet, this particular location is precisely what the audience craves. Thus, the resources in Chang Cici's hands are coveted by many streamers. After hearing her proposition, Zhao Xiaowei fell into deep contemplation. It was not that he was opposed to allowing others to live stream his properties. Rather, he was deliberating whether he should seize this opportunity to advertise, thereby renting out all the houses he possessed. Only by leasing these properties could he realize their value. However, Chang Cici was not a mind reader. She had no inkling of Zhao Xiaowei's thoughts. Noticing his silence, she instinctively assumed he was not inclined to permit the live stream. Quickly, she added, Mr. Zhao, if you're reluctant to let others showcase your properties, it's no problem. Just consider it as if I never asked. Zhao Xiaowei snapped back to reality and shook his head. That's not what I meant. So does that mean you agree? A radiant expression of joy illuminated Chang Cici's face. Zhao Xiaowei nodded. Allowing your friend to live stream my properties is perfectly fine, but I would like her to include a brief advertisement, letting more people know that there are houses available for rent. Great. I can assure my friend of that. The chance to live stream from Chengyipin is a dream come true for many. A mere advertisement is hardly a burden. Chang Cici need not consult anyone else and readily accepted Zhao Xiaowei's request. Ding! The elevator arrived at the floor where Chang Cici resided. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Xiaowei, she eagerly alighted. Upon returning to her dwelling, she excitedly grabbed her phone to call her friend. Xiaoxi, I've taken care of the favor you asked of me. They said that as long as you mentioned during the live stream that there are houses for rent, it's all good. Luo Mingxi initially held no hope regarding this matter. Being in the industry, she understood just how rare an opportunity to live stream from Chengyipin truly was. Therefore, she was taken aback when Chang Cici provided a definitive response. This revelation filled Luo Mingxi with excitement, though she still harbored a hint of skepticism. Really? You're not joking with me, are you? Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Chang Cici's unwavering tone finally eased Luo Mingxi's anxious heart. Once reassured of the authenticity of the situation, Luo Mingxi grinned and began to tease. How on earth did you manage to pull this off? Come clean. Do you have some secret relationship with the landlord? Chang Cici felt her cheeks flush at Luo Mingxi's words and retorted. Stop being ridiculous. Nothing ever happened between us. Her explanation only muddied the waters further. Luo Mingxi, laughing heartily on the other end of the line, was well aware of her friend's character. Chang Cici decided not to elaborate further and simply hung up. After the call, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Truth be told, it was impossible for her to claim that she held no feelings for Zhao Xiaowei. After all, a man of his stature was undeniably attractive to any woman. Yet, Chang Cici understood that aspiring to reach Zhao Xiaowei was akin to chasing a mirage. Dismissing such thoughts, she washed up and drifted into a complex slumber. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei found himself unable to sleep. The items he sold that day held little value in comparison. After calculating the worth of the luxury jewelry and watches, he realized they amounted to a mere 20 to 30 million. While such a figure might seem substantial to an average person, it paled in comparison to the 2 buildings he had previously acquired from the system. Opening the system, Zhao Xiaowei resolved to explore any undiscovered features. After a brief perusal, he stumbled upon an overlooked corner, a panel for experience point accumulation. Currently, his experience points were rather low, just over 30. However, the upper limit was over 2,000 points. Zhao Xiaowei was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of experience points, so he quickly inquired of the system. What exactly are these experience points? How can I accumulate them? The host accumulates 1 experience point for each item sold. Once the experience points are fully accumulated, the system will automatically upgrade. What are the benefits of an upgrade? An upgraded system will offer a wider array of products. Zhao Xiaowei had intended to further probe the system about the potential products he might receive, but he was met with silence, indicating he had ventured into a restricted area of inquiry. Clearly, to uncover the advantages of a system upgrade, he would have to explore further. Yet he could only rely on himself to gradually explore. Since the system did not provide any further answers, Zhao Xiaowei had no choice but to abandon his probing inquiries. As per their agreement, early the next morning, Luo Mingxi arrived at Tangcheng Yiping with great anticipation. Upon entering, she felt akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Despite having seen numerous luxurious residences, the disparity between other places and the renowned Tangcheng Yiping was indeed stark. Under the guidance of Chang Sisi, they proceeded to Zhao Xiaowei's abode. President Zhao, this is the friend I mentioned yesterday. Her name is Luo Mingxi, Chang Sisi announced as she knocked on Zhao Xiaowei's door. Zhao Xiaowei, still groggy from sleep, glanced at Luo Mingxi and nodded with a smile. Hello, please come in and make yourselves comfortable. I will tidy up and attend to you shortly. After inviting them in, he retreated to the bathroom. With only the 2 of them remaining in the living room, Luo Mingxi turned to Chang Sisi, her excitement palpable. Sisi, are you really not going to make a move? He is the quality gentleman I have longed for. If you don't act, I certainly will. Chapter 21, a good idea. Faced with Luo Mingxi's enthusiasm, Chang Sisi merely shrugged. If you want to make a move, then go ahead. I won't stop you. And remember, I've said there's nothing between us. Tread carefully with your words, or I might just tear your mouth apart. Luo Mingxi paid no heed to Chang Sisi's warning, instead sporting a mischievous grin. Oh, our fairy Sisi, what's gotten into you? Since when did you become so bashful? Seeing that Luo Mingxi was unperturbed by her, Chang Sisi playfully mimicked the act of tearing at Luo Mingxi's mouth. Soon enough, they were engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Coughing awkwardly, Zhao Xiaowei emerged from the bathroom to find the 2 women engrossed in their playful antics, oblivious to their surroundings. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he cleared his throat. Their attire, already quite revealing, seemed to accentuate their figures even more in the midst of their frolic. Zhao Xiaowei found himself at a loss as to where to avert his gaze. Although he cherished the lively scene, he feared losing control over his emotions. To maintain his composure, he reluctantly coughed again. Only upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's cough did Chang Sisi and Luo Mingxi remember they were in someone else's home. They quickly ceased their playful antics and sat upright, though their disheveled hair and clothing hinted at their recent merriment. Luo Mingxi, is it? What type of property are you looking to see today? Zhao Xiaowei inquired. You could just call me Xiaoxi. Here is the schedule for today's live stream. Please let me know if you see any issues, she replied, presenting him with a document. Zhao Xiaowei, utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of live streaming, glanced at the paper before handing it back to her. No problem. Just choose whichever property you wish to showcase. He retrieved a hefty bunch of keys from a cabinet behind him and laid them before Luo Mingxi. Staring at the impressive array of keys, Luo Mingxi was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when Chang Sisi had mentioned that the entire building belonged to Zhao Xiaowei, she had been skeptical, believing he merely owned a few units. Now, she realized Chang Sisi had spoken the truth, and her own naivety had been exposed. With a hint of awe, she cautiously asked Zhao Xiaowei, which unit here is the best? The best is undoubtedly the penthouse. It's a sprawling flat of over 2,000 square feet, complete with a large swimming pool. Zhao Xiaowei explained, having gradually familiarized himself with the property since moving in. However, given his modest living requirements, he found the idea of renting such a vast space excessive, especially as he lived alone. Consequently, the penthouse remained unoccupied due to its exorbitant rental price. Unaware of these details, Luo Mingxi was astonished by Zhao Xiaowei's description of the penthouse. It baffled her that he opted for a standard residence when he had access to something so extravagant. Of course, standard was relative to Tang Changping. Compared to other properties, Zhao Xiaowei's home was indeed quite impressive. Nevertheless, Luo Mingxi did not ponder too deeply on this. In her eyes, Zhao Xiaowei was a wealthy yet remarkably unpretentious man, deepening her admiration for him. Then I shall use this unit for my live stream, she declared. All right, I will take you upstairs now. Before ascending, Luo Mingxi activated her live stream. Hello, dear viewers. Can you guess where I am today? That's right. It's the highly anticipated Tang Changping, and today I'm bringing you a tour of the most luxurious unit here. Though we may not be able to afford such a place, we can still enjoy the view for free. As Luo Mingxi's live stream unfolded, the audience's comments flooded in. This is incredible. We can actually see a property in Tang Changping. Xiaoxi's connections are truly remarkable. Please introduce me to some wealthy ladies. I heard that the entire building in Block 1 was sold recently. Is the buyer a friend of Xiaoxi's? Luo Mingxi cast a curious glance at Zhao Xiaowei. Realizing through the comments that he had recently purchased the entire building, he was indeed very discreet. With a smile, she chose not to comment further and continued to introduce the property they were touring. Meanwhile, as Luo Mingxi conducted her live stream, Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Sisi stood outside engaged in conversation. This live streaming business must be quite lucrative, huh? Zhao Xiaowei remarked. Chang Sisi, taken aback by his question, struggled to find the right words. In terms of earnings, there was simply no comparison between them and Zhao Xiaowei. Had it not been for the sincere expression on his face, she might have suspected he was mocking her with such a question. With a soft sigh, she finally spoke up. In truth, if we were to delve deeper, our industry indeed boasts a far more lucrative potential than many others. However, the risks we shoulder are equally substantial. A moment's carelessness could expose us to dire consequences. To put it plainly, live streaming is not unlike high-stakes gambling. Victory begets profit, while defeat leads to total loss. Furthermore, this industry is notorious for its penchant to celebrate successes while neglecting failures. Successful ventures garner widespread recognition, whereas failures often go unnoticed, scarcely earning a glance. Zhao Xiaowei has recently begun to regard Chang Sisi with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that she would be so entrenched in this world, yet capable of extricating herself to analyze the industry's pros and cons with such clarity. However, upon contemplating live streaming, an ingenious idea struck Zhao Xiaowei. The arduous task of selling goods at a street stall to accumulate a mere 2,000 experience points would seem an insurmountable challenge, taking an eternity. Yet, if he could leverage live streaming as a sales platform, the process would undoubtedly accelerate. It was entirely plausible that he could meet the system's experience point requirements in a single day. With this realization, Zhao Xiaowei's gaze ignited with fervor. Suddenly, his expression transformed into one of fervent excitement, causing Chang Sisi to instinctively retreat a step. The intensity of his gaze was utterly disconcerting, reminiscent of a famished wolf that has finally spotted its prey. Chapter 22. A rejection, what do you intend to do? Chang Sisi inquired jauteously. To be frank, a flicker of anticipation lingered in her heart. After all, what young woman wouldn't wish to be pinned against a wall by a handsome and affluent man? She had even begun to fantasize about the poses she might adopt to captivate Zhao Xiaowei. If she appeared overly forward, he might perceive her as lacking in decorum. Conversely, if she were too resolute in her refusal, she risked extinguishing his interest altogether, truly a case of losing more than she gained. Just as she wrestled with her conflicting emotions, Zhao Xiaowei broke the silence. What is the current state of live streaming sales? Chang Sisi was taken aback. She had never envisioned that he would pose such a question. Staring at him with incredulity, she stood rooted to the spot. Live streaming sales? What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be pinning me against the wall? He was likely just being coy, deliberately diverting the conversation. The mindset of the wealthy is often so simple. Chang Sisi found herself convinced of this notion. If he wished to maintain an air of reserve, she too should adopt a more demure demeanor. Nodding gently, she finally responded to Zhao Xiaowei's inquiry. I have never engaged in live streaming sales myself, but I have observed that some streamers have indeed ventured into this realm, and I've heard that the results can be quite remarkable. I recently learned of a streamer who sold nearly $1 billion in a single session. As Chang Sisi uttered these words, Zhao Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Selling $1 billion in one live stream made it seem entirely feasible for him to sell 1,000 or 2,000 items through this medium. Observing Zhao Xiaowei lapse into silence, Chang Sisi's heart began to race with unease. It appeared that he was genuinely interested in sales, devoid of ulterior motives to approach her through this topic. This realization left her thoughts in a peculiar state of disarray. With great effort, she emerged from her daze and quickly asked Zhao Xiaowei, "You don't actually intend to sell goods through live streaming, do you?" Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. Upon receiving this response, a semblance of relief washed over Chang Cici's face. It seemed he truly had no desire to pursue live streaming sales. His interest lay in her instead, prompting such a discussion. Yet before she could fully settle her thoughts, Zhao Xiaowei's next statement rendered her utterly stiff with surprise. "I lack any experience in live streaming, so I was hoping you might assist me in selling some goods through a live stream. That would be an excellent option." What was he saying? How could a normal man think along such lines? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to draw closer to her and embark on a passionate romance? Why was he solely focused on having her assist him in selling goods? Just as Chang Cici found herself lost in a daze, unsure of how to respond, Luo Mingxi approached them, her expression brimming with excitement. "This live stream was an incredible success. I gained at least 100,000 followers. Thank you so much." Initially, Luo Mingxi had not noticed the awkward atmosphere between the two, but upon finishing her sentence, she quickly sensed that something was amiss. Realizing the tension, Luo Mingxi's face broke into an awkward smile as she cautiously asked Chang Cici, "What is going on? Are you two performing a silent play for me?" Of course. Chang Cici could not answer Luo Mingxi's question, so Zhao Xiaowei stepped in to clarify. "I was hoping to enlist your help. If you both have the time, could you assist me by live streaming some product sales?" Initially, Luo Mingxi had assumed there would be a significant request, but upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's proposition, she nodded emphatically without hesitation. "Of course, I can help you with that for free." With such a forthright response, Zhao Xiaowei's smile blossomed into brilliance. He expressed his gratitude to Luo Mingxi without reservation. In truth, Zhao Xiaowei was well aware of Chang Cici's burgeoning interest in him. However, following his experience with Jiang Xiaoyan, he had developed a certain trepidation towards women. Should another Jiang Xiaoyan emerge, he was uncertain whether he could withstand it. Moreover, his primary focus was to secure the funds necessary for his father's treatment, leaving little room for contemplation of romantic matters. Thus, even though he recognized Chang Cici's intentions, he could only feign ignorance. Luo Mingxi, oblivious to these undercurrents, waved her hand dismissively at Zhao Xiaowei's expressions of gratitude. "Zhao, do we really need to discuss such formalities? You have been an immense help to me this time, so it is only right that I exhaust every possible means to assist you in return. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed. Now, let me know when you are free, and I shall bring forth the items I need to sell, so we can devise a sales strategy. How about tomorrow? It just so happens that I have no other engagements, so may I come see you then? Very well. After finalizing such matters with Luo Mingxi, Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly summoned the elevator and descended. Once Zhao Xiaowei departed, Chang Cici gazed at Luo Mingxi with a hint of melancholy. "Why do you have to meddle so much? Are you so eager to go out of your way for him?" Luo Mingxi was momentarily taken aback. She turned back, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity as she inquired, "What transpired between you two? Did you just have a quarrel?" Chang Cici cast a glance in the direction where Zhao Xiaowei had vanished, her tone somewhat subdued as she spoke. "I'm not sure if it can be labeled a quarrel, but I expressed my feelings to him, only to be met with rejection." Although Zhao Xiaowei never uttered a single word of refusal, Chang Cici was not naive. From Zhao Xiaowei's demeanor towards her, she could clearly sense that he had declined her overtures of goodwill. Chapter 23, My Husband. Chang Cici could be considered an extraordinary beauty, and the men around her were invariably kind and attentive. Yet, it was her first earnest expression of affection toward a man, and it was met with a heartless dismissal. Thus, she now found herself in a state of deep despondency. Observing Chang Cici's gloomy demeanor, Luo Mingxi offered a faint smile. "Weren't you just saying that you had absolutely no interest in him? What has prompted this sudden urge to confess your feelings?" In response to Luo Mingxi's query, Chang Cici shook her head. "I cannot explain why. It's just an inexplicable feeling. Have you ever experienced an overwhelming infatuation for a man that you simply could not suppress?" Luo Mingxi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. However, after a prolonged silence, she candidly replied, "I have never experienced the sensation you describe, but I hope to one day feel what you're feeling. In any case, what do you plan to do now? If you feel too shy to confess directly, I could lend you a hand." Though Luo Mingxi jested that if Chang Cici truly had no interest in Zhao Xiaowei, she would take matters into her own hands, such words were merely playful banter between friends. After all, they would never truly allow a man to come between them. even if he were an exceptional catch. Chang Cece dismissed Luo Mingxi's suggestion, asserting that matters should unfold naturally. Now that he is aware of my feelings, persistently pursuing him would yield no positive outcome. Chang Cece understood that merely conveying her intentions to Zhao Xiaowei was sufficient. If he truly harbored any interest in her, he would undoubtedly make it known. Should Zhao Xiaowei show no interest, Chang Cece would not hold it against him, for she recognized that feelings cannot be forced. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei returned home, striving to expel Chang Cece's earlier demeanor from his thoughts. He began contemplating how to effectively sell the system's products through live streaming. After all, the items provided by the system appear to be rather unimpressive trinkets. Previously, he had managed to persuade indifferent parents to part with their money for such toys with his silver tongue. However, attempting to sell these items through live streaming would prove to be a far more challenging endeavor, as the items were too inexpensive to attract the viewer's interest. Just as Zhao Xiaowei was grappling with these thoughts, he inadvertently caught sight of the luxurious watches and jewelry he had carelessly placed on the liquor cabinet the previous day. In an instant, an idea took shape in his mind. Simply selling the toys would undoubtedly be a daunting task. But if he were to use these exquisite watches and jewelry as a gimmick, mixing in some of the trinkets for sale, the prospects would surely improve. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaowei was about to reach out to Luo Mingxi to discuss the viability of his idea when his phone rang, interrupting him. The caller was his mother. Upon answering, Zhao Xiaowei quickly inquired, "Mom, how is the transfer to the new hospital going? Is Dad all right?" Hearing this question, Lu Xinlan's tone on the other end was fraught with urgency. "Xiaowei, we are currently at the hospital entrance, but we've even stopped by some individuals who say we cannot be admitted." Faced with this situation, Zhao Xiaowei immediately responded, "Mom, why did you come without letting me know? Wait for me at the hospital entrance. I'll be there right away." Without further ado, Zhao Xiaowei hastily drove to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found the ambulance that had brought his father was surrounded by a throng of people, the air thick with commotion. Zhao Xiaowei was at a loss for what was transpiring, but had no time to ponder as he pushed through the crowd. "Mom, what is happening? What's going on?" Upon seeing her son, Lu Xinlan could no longer contain her tears. "Xiaowei, why does our family have to endure such misfortune? We had already completed the admission paperwork. Yet now they claim there are no available beds and demand we return from whence we came." Lu Xinlan's emotions had completely unraveled. After days of struggling to keep her husband alive, she had finally glimpsed hope, only to be thwarted at the hospital's gates. If they were to return now, her husband would undoubtedly not survive. Overwhelmed by despair, Lu Xinlan felt as though she could no longer bear it. Enough, enough. There is no time for tears. We must gather our things and leave this place." Just as Zhao Xiaowei sought to comfort his mother, a middle-aged woman with a sharp face approached them, her expression dripping with disdain. Observing Zhao Xiaowei and his family was akin to gazing upon individuals afflicted with an intensely contagious ailment. Even while speaking, he could not help but cover his mouth and nose, adopting a demeanor suggestive of someone intent on thwarting the spread of a virus. Zhao Xiaowei had previously noted the presence of a middle-aged woman, acutely aware that she was not a virtuous character. However, given that his mother was weeping inconsolably, he chose to prioritize comforting her over confronting the woman's identity. To his dismay, the middle-aged woman boldly approached and unleashed a torrent of loathsome remarks. Naturally, Zhao Xiaowei could not permit such intimidation to go unchecked. With a disdainful snort, he directed a fierce glare at the woman, whose sharp features and malicious expression were unmistakable. "Who are you to demand our departure? What makes you think you possess any authority?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the woman erupted into laughter, as though she had just heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Yet, in an instant, her laughter ceased, and she retorted, "Curious about my qualifications? My husband is the director of this hospital. Am I qualified enough now?" Chapter 24. You are not worth the trouble. Zhu Mei held a deep disdain for this group of country bumpkins. There was only one available slot at the hospital, and somehow, these rural folk had managed to usurp a coveted position meant for an expert. Now, a relative from Zhu Mei's hometown required medical attention, and she was resolute in expelling Zhao Xiaowei's family to reserve this slot for her relative. The condition of Zhao Xiaowei's father was of no concern to her. After all, what significance did the demise of a mere country bumpkin hold? Upon hearing Zhu Mei's contemptuous words, Zhao Xiaowei's pent-up fury could no longer be contained. He fixed her with a fierce glare, his eyes ablaze with anger. "So your husband is the director of this hospital? If that is the case, he may soon find himself relieved of that position. You filthy country bumpkin, who do you think you are? Get out now." Zhu Mei, of course, could not entertain the notion that Zhao Xiaowei possessed the capability to effect such a change. She assumed he was merely attempting to intimidate her, spouting threats he could not possibly fulfill. Just then, a cool voice emerged from the crowd. "Mrs. Zhu, you certainly possess a grandiose sense of self-importance. I doubt even Director Pan would dare make such a statement publicly." Initially, Zhu Mei believed this voice belonged to someone advocating for justice, and she turned with fury, ready to unleash her wrath on the speaker, eager to assert her dominance. However, upon seeing Lu Shuang step forth from the throng, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The acerbic demeanor she had worn moments before vanished, replaced by a disarmingly warm smile. "Ah, you, what a pleasant surprise. Why did you not let me know you were coming to the hospital? I would have sent someone to greet you personally." Lu Shuang was a major client of their hospital. Annually, not only did her family undergo physical examinations there, but the employees of the construction site under her company also frequented the hospital for their checkups. The fees they contributed for these examinations amounted to tens of millions each year. Furthermore, Changfeng Group collaborated with the hospital on numerous fronts, including the transportation of medical equipment and the importation of pharmaceuticals from abroad, all facilitated through Changfeng's channels. Zhu Mei was acutely aware of this, which is why her demeanor was now exceptionally deferential. She dared not utter a harsh word in Lu Shuang's presence. Yet, despite Zhu Mei's cordiality, Lu Shuang exhibited no intention of acknowledging her. Instead, she approached Zhao Xiaowei directly, her tone gentle as she addressed him. "Mr. Zhao, what seems to be the issue? It appears that the slot you secured for me has been usurped by her." Zhao Xiaowei cast a brief glance at Zhu Mei as he spoke. Initially, Zhu Mei had assumed Lu Shuang's presence was merely coincidental, and her willingness to speak out stemmed from a misguided sense of justice. However, after witnessing the straightforward exchange between Lu Shuang and Zhao Xiaowei, Zhu Mei realized the situation was far more intricate than she had presumed. It was evident that they knew one another, and Lu Shuang's demeanor toward Zhao Xiaowei was tinged with a hint of respect. This revelation sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Zhu Mei. If that were the case, she had committed a grave error in judgment. Unable to think clearly, she cautiously inquired about Zhao Xiaowei's identity. "Shuang, who is this gentleman? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Lu Shuang responded with a wry smile, fixing her gaze on Zhu Mei. "Mr. Zhao, you don't recognize him? I believe Director Pan may soon find it untenable to continue in his position." If anyone else had uttered such words, Zhu Mei would have dismissed them outright. After all, she believed her husband was quite formidable and would not be easily displaced over trivial matters. However, when such a statement emanated from Lu Shuang, it bore a different weight, for her status granted her insights far beyond those of an ordinary person. With Lu Shuang convinced that Zhu Mei's husband could not possibly contend with Zhao Xiaowei, the veracity of this assertion became almost indisputable. Feeling the pressure mounting, Zhu Mei plastered a radiant smile on her face as she regarded Zhao Xiaowei. "Young man, I acknowledge that my previous actions were indeed misguided. I sincerely hope you won't hold it against me. I will promptly arrange for an expert to attend to your needs. And this lady must be your mother, correct? Rest assured, I happen to possess a lovely necklace that would be perfect for her. I will retrieve it shortly as a token of my apology." Zhu Mei's rapid transformation in demeanor was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Xinlan, for a moment, found herself utterly unable to comprehend the situation. She stood there, staring blankly at Zhu Mei, entirely at a loss regarding the intentions that lay hidden beneath Zhu Mei's enigmatic demeanor. However, Zhao Xiaowei exhibited no signs of confusion. He merely cast a cursory glance at Zhu Mei and asserted, "Our affairs are no longer your concern. Focus solely on your own responsibilities. We shall proceed according to our established protocols." Zhao Xiaowei resolutely dismissed Zhu Mei's well-meaning overtures, as the individuals who had accompanied him carried his father's hospital bed towards the hospital building. This time, Zhu Mei did not dare to intervene. She could only remain rooted in place, helplessly observing as Zhao Xiaowei ushered his father into the hospital. Faced with this predicament, Zhu Mei hastily grasped Lu Shuang, who was intent on entering the hospital alongside her. "Shuang, you must inform me of the true nature of this situation. Who on earth is that person?" she implored. "Let me put it this way. He is someone our family cannot afford to offend." In Chapter 25, she felt the need to instruct Lu Shuang. Zhu Mei's expression turned increasingly rigid, a power that even the Changfeng Group could not contend with. The thought of such formidable strength left her incredulous. It was astonishing that she had previously dared to create such difficulties for someone of that caliber. The mere consideration of her actions ignited a wave of regret within her. Yet, regardless of how deep her remorse ran, the events had already unfolded. All she could do now was devise every possible means to rectify her past missteps. Zhu Mei wasted no time. She promptly directed her subordinates to procure a plethora of exquisite gifts. Returning home, she retrieved several beautiful necklaces and rings. After meticulously packaging these items, she made her way to the hospital room, burdened with bags of offerings. Zhao Xiaowei's father had already been placed in the high-risk ward. Upon Zhu Mei's entrance, all eyes in the room turned towards her. Among the crowd, she recognized her husband, Pan Shifeng, also present. The realization struck her that her earlier actions had been exposed. The thought of her husband's potential ire sent her expression plummeting into one of dismay. Although she acknowledged the gravity of her misdeeds, Zhu Mei understood that lingering here in silence served no purpose. She quickly spoke up, "Mr. Zhao, I have brought you some small gifts, hoping they will please you, and I wish for your father's swift recovery." However, as soon as she uttered these words, Zhao Xiaowei remained silent, offering no response. Instead, Pan Shifeng, the hospital director, rushed forward and delivered a stinging slap across Zhu Mei's face. The sharp crack of the slap resonated throughout the room, clear to all present. Pan Shifeng showed no mercy. Zhu Mei's face instantly swelled from the impact. She cupped her face, staring at him in disbelief. "You foolish woman, whose incompetence outweighs her successes. Everyone in our hospital is a patient of ours. What reckless actions have you taken?" He admonished. "If you dare to repeat such foolishness, beware. I'll not hesitate to put you in your place." Confronted with her husband's fierce demeanor, Zhu Mei could only lower her head, clutching her face, too stunned to utter a word. Pan Shifeng, who typically refrained from striking Zhu Mei, resorted to violence this time because he recognized the formidable power of Zhao Xiaowei. He understood that without resorting to extreme measures, this situation might not easily resolve itself. Pan Shifeng was anxiously waiting for Zhao Xiaowei to intervene and prevent him from further harming Zhu Mei. Yet, Zhao Xiaowei remained still, seated by his father's bedside, holding the old man's hand, not uttering a word. The silence in the room was palpable, as others, too, refrained from speaking. Truth be told, many were eager to witness this turn of events. In the past, Zhu Mei and her husband had wielded their influence over everyone in the hospital, bullying them mercilessly. However, due to their overwhelming power, no one had dared to voice their grievances. Now, witnessing their downfall, few were inclined to come to their aid. Understanding that the current situation was untenable, Pan Shifeng steeled himself and raised his hand again, delivering 2 more resounding slaps to Zhu Mei's face. Stunned by the abruptness of this assault, Zhu Mei grasped the implication of her husband's actions. Initially, she had understood that enduring a slap was part of a ploy to mitigate the situation, but she never anticipated it escalating to this extent. After enduring 2 more slaps, her patience snapped, and she shouted, "Pan Shifeng, are you addicted to hitting me? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Pan Shifeng's heart was heavy with unspoken frustrations. He knew his wife would not cower before him, but what other course of action remained? The situation had spiraled out of control, and he sought to resolve it at the least possible cost. "Zhu Mei, are you unaware of the chaos you created? Consider yourself fortunate that I have only struck you lightly. It is a mercy that I have not done worse." He retorted, "Come on, if you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, cease your empty threats. You think I won't have provoked? If you dare, then do it. If you don't kill me today, you're no man at all." Pan Shifeng's teeth gritted in frustration. He repeatedly raised his hand, preparing to strike Zhu Mei, yet each time, he hesitated. Zhao Xiaowei could no longer tolerate the couple's dismal performance. Their quarrel was of no consequence to him, but he would not allow such disturbances to disrupt the tranquility of the hospital ward. With a gentle cough, he drew the attention of all present, redirecting their gazes towards him. Faced with the gazes of others upon him, Zhao Xiaowei spoke softly, "If you intend to engage in a brawl, kindly do so outside and do not disturb my father's rest." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Pan Shifeng quickly responded with a submissive tone, "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. We shall take our leave at once." Just as Pan Shifeng and his entourage reached the door, Zhao Xiaowei unexpectedly spoke again, "Take everything you brought with you." Pan Shifeng was taken aback, realizing that Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of accepting their gifts. A peculiar expression began to form on his face. He hastily replied, "Mr. Zhao, this is merely a small token of our goodwill. I implore you not to take it to heart. Please accept these items." In response to Pan Shifeng's insistent pleasantries, Zhao Xiaowei remained impassive. With a frosty tone, he continued, "Did you not hear me clearly when I asked you to take these items away? Do you require me to repeat myself?" Chapter 26. I shall return shortly. Zhao Xiaowei's demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Pan Shifeng. He forced a smile and swiftly gathered all the items that Zhu Mei had brought. Once everyone had vacated the hospital room, Lu Shuang spoke up. It would have been preferable had you called me before bringing Uncle here. This situation could have been avoided. Zhao Xiaowei, unwilling to delve further into the matter, offered a faint smile and expressed a brief word of gratitude to Lu Shuang. She waved her hand dismissively. What is there for us to thank each other for? Without further conversation with Zhao Xiaowei, she redirected her attention to Lu Xinlan. It must be said, Lu Shuang was an exceptionally charming young lady. Under her comforting presence, Lu Xinlan's spirits lifted considerably. Not wishing to linger in the hospital room any longer, Lu Shuang had her own matters to attend to, so she rose to take her leave. Before departing, she pulled Zhao Xiaowei out of the room. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Lu Shuang retrieved a ring from her pocket. This ring is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Observing the lavish ring that Lu Shuang extended towards him, Zhao Xiaowei made no effort to accept it. It's merely an ordinary piece of jewelry. You may keep it. His nonchalant demeanor left Lu Shuang momentarily speechless. A diamond ring worth millions was dismissed as inconsequential by him. The world of the affluent is one I do not comprehend. After gazing at Zhao Xiaowei for a moment, Lu Shuang suddenly inquired, does this count as your token of affection for me? Originally, Lu Shuang had assumed that such a statement would evoke embarrassment in Zhao Xiaowei, prompting him to reclaim the ring. However, to her astonishment, her words bore no effect. If you choose to regard it as such, then so it is. With that, Zhao Xiaowei departed without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Shuang felt a ripple of emotions within her. Although her father wished to facilitate a match between her and Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Shuang herself did not feel any spark of attraction towards him. She found him rather enigmatic. Despite his immense wealth, he still chose to sell goods on the street. What could possibly be his thoughts? Glancing at the ring in her hand, Lu Shuang ultimately decided to keep it for the time being. She resolved to take things one step at a time. If a relationship with Zhao Xiaowei were to blossom, she was not entirely averse to the idea. Lu Shuang was acutely aware that her status left her with little power to choose her own romantic destiny. Rather than marry someone she neither loved nor liked, it would be preferable to be with someone she did not entirely oppose. Upon returning to the hospital room, Lu Xinlan promptly seized Zhao Xiaowei and began to inquire, Xiaowei, what on earth is going on? Who is Lu Shuang to you? She is merely a friend. Zhao Xiaowei replied. You must not deceive me, dear. I've been around the block. Lu Xinlan was unaware that Zhao Xiaowei had completely severed ties with Jiang Xiaoyan. Although she was not particularly fond of Jiang Xiaoyan, believing that their relationship was never founded on love, she did not wish for her son to earn a reputation as a philanderer. Thus, Lu Xinlan felt compelled to admonish Zhao Xiaowei. You are already involved with Jiang Xiaoyan. You have reached the stage of discussing marriage. You must maintain propriety in your interactions. Hearing his mother's words, Zhao Xiaowei's expression grew complex. Not receiving a response from him, Lu Xinlan pressed on. What is that expression supposed to convey? Did you hear what I just said? I have broken up with Jiang Xiaoyan. You have. Lu Xinlan was taken aback. Quickly pursuing the matter, what happened? Mother, please refrain from asking too many questions. It's merely a relationship issue. How can I not inquire? You have been together for many years. There must be some emotional foundation. It is not as simple as just ending it. Zhao Xiaowei did not wish to elaborate on the matters concerning Jiang Xiaoyan. Faced with his mother's relentless questioning, he could only offer vague replies. I do not wish to discuss it further. There is no room for reconciliation. Lu Xinlan felt a pang of sympathy for her son. In the past, Zhao Xiaowei had gone to great lengths for Jiang Xiaoyan, engaging in numerous grand gestures that had drawn criticism from many. A man who would go to such extremes for a woman was difficult for others to comprehend. Nonetheless, Lu Xinlan was unconcerned about public opinion. All that mattered to her was her son's happiness. Having sacrificed so much for Jiang Xiaoyan, the fact that they had ultimately parted ways left Lu Xinlan deeply worried about Zhao Xiaowei's ability to cope. Xiaowei, if something is troubling you, you must confide in me. If it pertains to your father's condition, we can forego treatment. Lu Xinlan understood that if Zhao Xiaowei's father were to learn that his illness had delayed his son's marriage prospects, he would likely make a similar choice. Upon hearing Lu Xinlan's words, Zhao Xiaowei felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Initially, the affair between him and Jiang Xiaoyan stirred considerable public uproar. His parents bore an immense amount of criticism on his behalf, a burden Zhao Xiaowei had never contemplated before. In retrospect, he felt an overwhelming urge to give himself a couple of slaps. Coming back to his senses, he quickly exclaimed, Mom, what are you saying? Even if I have to sell everything I own, I will definitely cure Dad's illness. Rest assured, I'm fine. Having stated this, Lu Xinlan could only let out a soft sigh, nodding at Zhao Xiaowei without uttering another word. After spending a night at the hospital with his father, Zhao Xiaowei felt a sense of relief once the doctors confirmed that his father's condition had stabilized, and they were merely awaiting the experts to devise a surgical plan. Initially, Zhao Xiaowei intended to remain at the hospital for the next couple of days. However, he received a call from Luo Mingxi that morning. "Mr. Zhao, aren't you home?" It was then that Zhao Xiaowei remembered his agreement with Luo Mingxi and quickly replied, "I'm at the hospital right now. Please wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Chapter 27. Buying Toys and Giving Jewelry. After a brief wait at Chang Cici's residence, Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly made his way to the designated location. Upon his arrival, Luo Mingxi inquired, "You mentioned being at the hospital. Is something wrong?" Although Chang Cici remained silent, her expression conveyed genuine concern. In response to Luo Mingxi's question, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled lightly. "It's nothing serious. My father is just hospitalized." Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he swiftly shifted the topic and began discussing the arrangements for their live broadcast. In truth, there are no specific protocols for live streaming. It simply involves showcasing the items you intend to sell to the audience. "We just need to generate a few purchase links during the stream," he asserted. The priority was to finalize the location for their live broadcast. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Why not host a live stream at my place? There's ample space at home, so it should work perfectly." Since the plan involved selling products via live streaming, Zhao Xiaowei wouldn't need to set up a stall outside. He could simply display the items he had previously taken to the street market, set himself up in front of his makeshift stall, and the system would instantly activate its market mode. Today's merchandise: toy cruise ships, toy cargo ships, toy airplanes, toy trucks. The items presented by the system today were quite impressive, unlike the previous assortment of worthless trinkets. As Zhao Xiaowei meticulously arranged various small toys on the cloth, both Luo Mingxi and Chang Cici were left dumbfounded. Their worldview was profoundly challenged. They had heard of many hobbies. Some enjoyed raising cats or dogs. Others tended to gardens or went fishing and hunting. However, they had never encountered someone with a penchant for setting up street stalls. Indeed, they could hardly believe that such a pursuit belonged to someone like Zhao Xiaowei, a wealthy individual who surely could not amass fortune through such trivial means. It must simply be a hobby. Unfazed by the astonished expressions of Luo Mingxi and Chang Cici, Zhao Xiaowei continued to neatly arrange the goods provided by the system. Finally, he turned to Luo Mingxi and declared, "All right, we can begin now." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingxi snapped back to reality. Rather than initiating the live stream, she appeared hesitant, her lips trembling as if she wished to express something. Noticing her uncertainty, Zhao Xiaowei curiously asked, "What's the matter? Is there still an issue?" Since he had taken the initiative to inquire, Luo Mingxi felt compelled to clarify. She pointed at the neatly arranged small toys and said, "There's no other problem, but the items you've displayed might not appeal to the audience. After all, those watching the live stream aren't children. How could they possibly be interested in purchasing these toys?" Upon realizing this, Zhao Xiaowei suddenly smacked his forehead, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. "How could I have almost forgotten? We need to sell more than just these small toys. We also have these." As he spoke, he pulled out the jewelry and luxury watches he had casually placed nearby, piling them onto the cloth alongside the toys. This action caused both Luo Mingxi and Chang Cici's hearts to race. What on earth was going through his mind? Their discerning eyes could easily see that the jewelry and watches were far more valuable than the pile of toys. Yet, Zhao Xiaowei treated the toys with utmost care, as if they were precious treasures, while the jewelry and watches seemed to him mere trifles. As they struggled to process the situation, Zhao Xiaowei broke the silence. "If I sell these items, it shouldn't come across as too shabby, right?" No, but the value of those items is truly staggering. I'm concerned that while many will be drawn to watch, few will actually be willing to make a purchase. That's not an issue. I can lower the prices of the jewelry. Anyone who buys my toys will have the opportunity to purchase the jewelry and watches at a significantly reduced price. While others typically sell expensive items and offer small gifts, Zhao Xiaowei had flipped the script. He was using the inexpensive toys as a threshold to acquire the valuable jewelry. Although he did not specify the discount prices for the jewelry and watches, it was evident that even the discounted prices would far exceed the worth of the toys, possibly allowing one to purchase all the toys with the savings. Finally breaking free from their dazed state, Luo Mingxi swallowed hard. "Mr. Zhao, did you perhaps misspeak? Shouldn't we be stipulating that the purchase of the jewelry and watches grants access to those small toys?" "I did not misspeak," Zhao Xiaowei affirmed confidently, shaking his head. "What I meant is that purchasing the toys serves as a gateway. Only those who place an order for the toys can acquire the jewelry and watches at a discounted price. After Zhao Xiaowei firmly reiterated his stance, Luo Mingxi was once again left in a state of shock. Observing her standing there, lost in thought, Zhao Xiaowei regarded her with curiosity. Is it possible that these items no longer attract sufficient traffic? Should I contemplate alternative methods? As he spoke, Zhao Xiaowei began to survey his surroundings, seeking anything within his abode that could be sold. Luo Mingxi snapped back to reality and vigorously shook her head as if it were a tambourine. No, that's not what I meant. These items are already sufficient to draw in traffic. However, before she could finish her thought, Zhao Xiaowei interrupted her with a sweeping gesture. As long as these items can attract enough traffic, that's all that matters. You should seize the moment and start the live stream. It was impossible for Luo Mingxi to decipher Zhao Xiaowei's thoughts. Yet, she felt it unwise to pry further, as the items for sale belonged to him, and he could sell them as he pleased, irrespective of others' opinions. With a resigned sigh, Luo Mingxi opened her phone and initiated the live stream. Chapter 28. Try again tomorrow. Once Luo Mingxi began the live stream, a torrent of viewers flooded into her online space. What is happening today? Why is Xiao starting the live stream so early? What luxury abode is she planning to showcase today? Though I cannot afford a mansion, I can certainly appreciate one. The world's #1 street stall? What on earth is this? Is Xiao transitioning to a shopping live stream? As she observed the relentless barrage of comments, Luo Mingxi felt a pang of anxiety. To be honest, she had no idea how to address those inquiries, especially since she herself was perplexed by the situation. Ignoring the comments, she quickly fell back into her familiar live streaming routine, briefly introducing the day's agenda before presenting Zhao Xiaowei. Dear friends, this is today's stall owner, Mr. Zhao Xiaowei. Zhao, would you care to say a few words? Upon realizing the camera was aimed at him, Zhao Xiaowei displayed no signs of trepidation, treating it as a typical day of selling on the street. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. The world's premier street stall is now officially open for online business. I bring you an array of benefits. Previously, exquisite jewelry and watches worth 10 to 20 million can now be yours for merely a few million. Indeed, you heard correctly. For just a few million, you can acquire items valued at 10 to 20 million. One viewer inquired, is there a catch with these items? Zhao Xiaowei confidently assured, I guarantee with my integrity that all these items are authentic. Feel free to verify. I will take full responsibility if any issues arise. Another viewer asked, how can we purchase such precious items at such a favorable price? You've come to the right person. Simply place an order for a small toy in the live stream, and you'll qualify to purchase these luxurious jewelry and watches. Supplies are limited, so act fast. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. Zhao Xiaowei's rapid-fire delivery ignited a lively atmosphere in the live stream. Comments flooded in, haha, where did Xiao find this guy? He's hilarious. I love him. Buy a toy and get jewelry? Hold on, it's not free. You still need to spend millions. Do you have that kind of money? The tactics for selling in live streams are getting more intricate. I can't keep up. Zhao Xiaowei's exuberant words effectively enlivened the ambience of the live stream. Yet despite the lively chatter, actual purchases remained elusive. After 2 arduous hours, Zhao Xiaowei was disheartened to find that not a single item had sold. He had initially believed that selling through live streaming would effortlessly clear his inventory, but the reality was far from his expectations. He pondered if it would be more productive to sell on the street, where at least the boisterous atmosphere could entice buyers. Though disappointment weighed heavily on him, Zhao Xiaowei concealed his feelings and continued to promote his wares. Unfortunately, the outcome after 2 hours was utterly unexpected. He had not sold a single item. However, his charming rhetoric had attracted a significant number of followers to Luo Mingxi's channel. Observing Zhao Xiaowei's evident disappointment, Luo Mingxi felt compelled to console him. Don't feel disheartened. After all, this is our first attempt at live stream selling, and considering the high price of the items, there are not many who can afford such luxury. This is not solely your fault. Luo Mingxi assumed Zhao Xiaowei was upset with his performance, but in truth, he was indifferent to the presentation. All he desired was to sell his items. The crux of the matter was that no one was purchasing. Did he truly have to rely on street vending to fulfill the system's requirements? Zhao Xiaowei had little inclination to engage with Luo Mingxi further. Just as she was about to offer more words of encouragement, Chang Sisi suddenly exclaimed, Everyone come quickly. Someone has placed an order. Upon hearing Chang Sisi shout, they quickly gathered around. Through the system's backend, they clearly saw that the previously 0 sales had now registered a transaction. A customer had purchased a toy and subsequently ordered a Vacheron Constantine commemorative watch worth over 2 million, which retailed for over 5 million in the market. Zhao Xiaowei had significantly slashed the price to facilitate bundled sales. As the sales figures changed, Zhao Xiaowei had not yet processed the information when the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Host has successfully sold one toy. Congratulations, host. You have received the luxury cruise ship Diamond Queen. The notification enlightened Zhao Xiaowei that selling through live streaming was indeed a viable method, albeit with disappointingly low sales. After 2 exhausting hours, only one toy had sold. At this rate, he wondered when he would manage to sell the remaining items provided by the system. How can one swiftly accumulate the necessary experience? While Zhao Xiaowei was lost in thought, Luo Mingxi had already begun to speak. Did you see? We have successfully sold our first item. This indicates that your unique style of live streaming has found its audience. Zhao Xiaowei, with a wry smile, was at a loss for words in response to Luo Mingxi. After reducing the price significantly, selling just one item felt almost futile. He might as well have set up a stall on the street. Observing Zhao Xiaowei's silence and his expression of resignation, Luo Mingxi suggested, "How about we give it another try tomorrow? Perhaps with today's sale, we will have established a reputation, allowing us to sell even more tomorrow." Although Luo Mingxi could hardly comprehend Zhao Xiaowei's passion, she remained enthusiastic about offering him suggestions, knowing that she would rely on him for many future endeavors. Chapter 29. Let us get started. Qika Hui's family is engaged in the steel business. With the soaring prices of steel over the past 2 years, their wealth has increased substantially. As a privileged heir, Qika Hui's daily life is rather monotonous, primarily consisting of racing with friends and socializing with young women. Today, with nothing to do, he casually browsed live streams online, searching for appealing female hosts to charm. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a humorous streamer who was live-selling goods at a street stall, piquing his interest. He clicked and take a look, and unexpectedly, this seemingly trivial action revealed something extraordinary. He discovered that a highly coveted Vacheron Constantin commemorative watch, which he had long desired, was available in this live stream. This particular watch was virtually impossible to find on the market, having been produced in a mere limited edition of 499 pieces. Those fortunate enough to possess one had meticulously safeguarded it. It was unthinkable that any would be put up for sale. Originally priced at $3 million. The watch had skyrocketed in value to over $20 million due to its rarity. However, in the live stream, it was being offered for just over $2 million. Initially, Qika Hui suspected it might be a counterfeit, but after scrutinizing the video and images, he quickly discerned that it was indeed authentic. Unable to contain his excitement, he promptly placed an order. As for the streamer's stipulation regarding a small toy cruise ship, it was of no concern to Qika Hui. He harbored no fears of receiving a fake, as the high value of the item meant that if it were counterfeit, he could pursue legal action against the streamer, ensuring they would regret their deceit. Additionally, thanks to his family's connections, he was confident in his ability to make her regret her actions. After an entire day of anticipation, Qika Hui finally received the watch, which had been air-shipped to him. Upon unboxing, he inspected the watch with delight, finding no apparent flaws. Nevertheless, he sought out a specialist in rare watches for a thorough appraisal, ultimately confirming that it was indeed genuine. Overjoyed, Qika Hui planned to seize more opportunities from the streamer's live broadcasts. Early the next day, Qika Hui eagerly positioned himself in the live stream before it commenced. Although the host had yet to begin, there was already a substantial audience gathered, passionately discussing the events of the previous day. Do you think those items sold at the street stall are real? It's unlikely. It's just a gimmick. Regardless, I can't afford anything. So I'm just here for the entertainment. The viewers in the live room expressed skepticism about the authenticity of Zhao Xiaowei's merchandise, merely there to witness the spectacle. Unable to restrain himself amidst the barrage of comments, Qika Hui proclaimed, "I bought a watch yesterday, and I can assure you that everything this host sells is genuine." His comment was met with suspicion. Isn't he just a shill paid by the host? Someone remarked. Initially, Qika Hui had merely intended to share the truth, but he found himself misunderstood as a hired promoter. Frustrated, he retorted, "I am Qika Hui. Do you think I would lie? If you choose not to buy, that is your loss, but don't blame me for not revealing the truth." Qika Hui? Who is that? Oh, isn't he the son of Qi Jun, the steel magnate? While not many knew Qika Hui personally, the name Qi Jun was familiar to many. Suddenly, the live stream became incredibly lively, with viewers engaging with Qika Hui. Generously, he shared the details of his recent watch purchase, causing the atmosphere to buzz with excitement. More and more people flocked to the live stream upon hearing the news. Although Zhao Xiaowei had arranged with Luo Mingxi to conduct another live stream, he had grown disillusioned with the whole endeavor. After all, after streaming for so long, only one product had sold. It was evident that this path was not easily traversed. Yet, having promised Luo Mingxi to continue, He had no choice but to honor their agreement despite his reluctance. Upon entering the live stream, Luo Mingxi was taken aback. How could there be such a large audience before they had even begun? Having streamed for so long, she had never encountered such a peculiar scenario. Seeing Luo Mingxi standing there, dumbfounded with her phone in hand, Zhao Xiaowei inquired, "What's the matter?" Coming to her senses, Luo Mingxi quickly replied, "We haven't even started yet, and there are already millions of viewers. It seems the person who ordered yesterday has informed everyone that what he purchased is authentic." Zhao Xiaowei, unfamiliar with the implications of this revelation, merely shrugged, "Of course the items I sell are genuine. Do you really think I would attempt to fool them with fakes? Even if I wanted to, I don't have any counterfeits to sell. After all, the offerings provided by the system are indeed quite reliable." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's remarks, Luo Mingxi raised her head and noticed him. "I do not mean to imply that you are selling counterfeit goods," she retorted. "Then what do you mean?" Luo Mingxi pondered for a moment before responding. "I can assure you that as soon as your merchandise goes live today, it will be sold out in an instant." However, Zhao Xiaowei was not particularly convinced by Luo Mingxi's assertion. After all, it had taken him an entire day merely to sell a single product yesterday. Could a miracle truly occur today? Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaowei chose to remain silent on the matter. Regardless, if the items did not sell, this would be the only live stream for the day. He began to urge Luo Mingxi, "All right, enough talk. Let's commence the live stream. I have other matters to attend to shortly." Chapter 30, Personal Preferences. Luo Mingxi activated the live stream. Yet before she could utter her opening remarks, the barrage of comments in the chat began to urge her incessantly. "Xiaoxi, stop rambling and show us what you have today. I can't afford those extravagant jewelry pieces, but I can certainly buy those little toys." With a sense of urgency, she glanced at Zhao Xiaowei and quickly posted all the links. To her surprise, even before she had begun promoting, the system's transaction notifications started to flood in. Host sold 1 toy car, earned 1 Ferrari. Host sold 1 toy cargo ship, earned a transport vessel. Host sold. In less than half an hour, Zhao Xiaowei had already sold all 200+ toys provided by the system. He didn't even check the system notifications, his face beaming with joy. His previously minuscule experience points had skyrocketed to nearly 300. At this rate, he would fulfill the system's upgrade requirements in less than 10 days. Zhao Xiaowei began to anticipate what the system would require him to sell next upon completing the upgrade task. Seeing that all the items on display had been sold, Luo Mingxi quietly inquired of Zhao Xiaowei, "Do you wish to continue selling?" Zhao Xiaowei, coming back to reality, indeed wanted to sell more items, but the system had not provided him with any additional stock. Thus, the day's stall was effectively concluded. He gently shook his head at Luo Mingxi, indicating that there was no need to sell further. Understanding his response, Luo Mingxi addressed the audience, thanking them, and then promptly ended the live stream. Once the live stream was concluded, Luo Mingxi could not help but exclaim, "How is it that you enjoy selling at a stall? Where on earth did you acquire those trinkets?" At this point, she was no longer shocked. After 2 days of live streaming, she had come to the conclusion that Zhao Xiaowei could not possibly be making a profit from his stall. Given his methods, each sale would result in a significant loss. In this regard, Zhao Xiaowei resembled a prodigal benefactor. When faced with Luo Mingxi's question, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly. He did not answer but instead smiled at her, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. Just tell me where you would like to go." Aware that Zhao Xiaowei was reluctant to respond to her inquiry, Luo Mingxi wisely refrained from pressing the issue. After all, maintaining a good relationship with him was of paramount importance, given the valuable resources he possessed that could facilitate her future endeavors. Turning her attention to Chang Cici, Luo Mingxi asked, "Cici, where would you like to eat?" Chang Cici felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, it was Zhao Xiaowei who had initially approached her for the live stream. It appeared that Luo Mingxi had seized the opportunity from her. However, she merely felt a slight discomfort and did not express her feelings. Ultimately, it was her own failure to seize the opportunity. With a complex emotional state, Chang Cici was taken aback when Luo Mingxi handed the decision over to her. She found herself momentarily speechless, forgetting to respond to Luo Mingxi's question. After a brief pause, noticing that Chang Cici was still lost in thought, Luo Mingxi prompted, "If I recall correctly, you mentioned wanting to have seafood? How about we indulge in a seafood feast today? I know of a splendid seafood restaurant, though I must mention it is a tad pricey." The last remark was directed at Zhao Xiaowei, as he was the one treating. They certainly did not wish to exploit his generosity. Despite Zhao Xiaowei's wealth, that money belonged to him, and they could not force him to spend excessively. However, Zhao Xiaowei was unconcerned about such matters. With a wave of his hand, he replied, Let us go. You lead the way, and order whatever you desire. Upon descending the stairs, Chang Cixi suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhao Xiaowei. If I'm not mistaken, you drive a Lamborghini, right? How are the three of us going to fit? Zhao Xiaowei chuckled at Chang Cixi's question. He retrieved the key to a Rolls-Royce from his pocket, waving it slightly. Who told you I only have one car? The Lamborghini is merely the one I drive most frequently. During the live stream, Zhao Xiaowei had sold so many items, including over 10 toy cars, resulting in his possession of more than a dozen luxury vehicles. Observing the car keys in Zhao Xiaowei's hand, Chang Cixi was left speechless. Indeed, the life of the affluent was both understated and lavish. In the underground garage, an array of luxury cars for various brands was parked in a row, ressembling à grand auto exhibition. Unbelievably, this underground parking garage is filled with such an impressive array of luxury cars. Indeed, Tangcheng Yipin is truly a haven for the affluent. Observing the row of gleaming automobiles, Luo Mingxi couldn't help but express her astonishment. Upon hearing her exclamation, Zhao Xiaowei turned his gaze toward her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Although Zhao Xiaowei remained silent, Luo Mingxi perceptively sensed something. She quickly looked at him with an incredulous expression and cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by that? Are all these cars really yours?" As she posed this question, a flicker of disbelief lingered in her heart. After all, the combined worth of these vehicles exceeded 200 million. If they truly belonged to Zhao Xiaowei alone, it would be utterly astonishing, wouldn't it? However, Zhao Xiaowei seemed to regard her inquiry as mundane, casually nodding. I have a penchant for collecting luxury cars, so I couldn't resist acquiring these beautiful vehicles. Chapter 31. How could he be in the restricted zone? Zhao Xiaowei would never claim that these cars were gifts from others. One car could be plausible, but to receive so many would be utterly implausible. Thus, he could only assert that he enjoyed collecting luxury cars, insisting that all of them were purchased by him. This explanation seemed reasonably credible to him. However, both Chang Cixi and Luo Mingxi found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming shock. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is vast. For them, owning even a single luxury car would signify a remarkable achievement in life. Yet here was someone who merely regarded collecting luxury cars as a hobby. No, it may not even be a hobby. His true passion lay in setting up street stalls. Ignoring the dazed expressions of Luo Mingxi and Chang Cixi, Zhao Xiaowei casually approached and unlocked the car. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get in. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Only after Zhao Xiaowei called out to them did they awaken from their stupor, climbing into the vehicle with mixed emotions. This marked Luo Mingxi and Chang Cixi's first experience riding in a Rolls-Royce, and they couldn't help but admire the luxurious interior. Chang Cixi glanced at Zhao Xiaowei as he drove and suddenly thought of a phrase. You look incredibly cool driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand. However, she refrained from voicing this thought. After a moment's contemplation, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Zhao Xiaowei, with your wealth, why don't you hire a driver? Why must having wealth necessarily entail hiring a driver? I've observed that many affluent individuals employ drivers for their vehicles. Chang Cixi was puzzled by the underlying logic. She had simply noticed that wealthy people typically engage drivers, prompting her question to Zhao Xiaowei. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Xiaowei glanced at Chang Cixi and, with a cheerful demeanor, offered an excuse. I'm not accustomed to entrusting my safety to others. His reasoning was quite sound. After all, having a driver could create a vulnerability. If someone intended him harm, bribing the driver could easily place Zhao Xiaowei in peril. Chang Cixi decided not to pursue the matter further. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a renowned seafood restaurant, which was bustling with patrons during peak dining hours. The parking lot brimming with vehicles. What, there are no parking spaces? Chang Cixi remarked, noticing numerous cars queued for spots, leading to her growing frustration. Zhao Xiaowei, however, did not respond. He merely smiled and directed the car toward a separate VIP lane. Chang Cixi had long wished to dine at this restaurant, but its immense popularity had thwarted her attempts to secure a table. Despite her previous failures, she was well informed about the establishment, known as Shi Chengmi Jing, a culinary gem in High City where a meal could easily exceed 50 to 60,000. For the three of them, including drinks, they were likely to spend over 100,000. Due to such exorbitant prices, the restaurant had implemented a membership system for VIP patrons who could enjoy premium services, including access to exclusive parking. However, to qualify for VIP status, one had to pay an annual fee exceeding $1 million and ensure a yearly spending of no less than $5 million, a stringent requirement that deterred many from pursuing such membership. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaowei drive into the VIP lane, Chang Cixi quickly interjected, "Don't go in there. That's south the VIP lane. Only members can enter. Zhao Xiaowei merely glanced at her, remaining silent as he effortlessly parked the car in the designated area. Soon, a staff member approached with enthusiasm. Mr. Zhao, greetings. I am your personal concierge. Please, allow me to escort you. As the staff member arrived, Chang Cici's expression transformed into one of disbelief. It dawned on her that Zhao Xiaowei was indeed affiliated with this esteemed restaurant. Spending millions annually at a single establishment was not within the reach of ordinary affluent individuals. This realization deepened her understanding of Zhao Xiaowei as capabilities. However, he refrained from elaborating on the matter. In truth, Shi Chengmi Jing was one of his enterprises. He had acquired it after selling a set of toy products during a live stream. After gaining insight into the restaurant's operations through the system, Zhao Xiaowei was genuinely astonished. Nevertheless, given its current profitable status, he had no intention of making any alterations. Watching the opulent Rolls-Royce glide into the VIP lane under the guidance of the staff, Zhao Xiaowei felt a sense of satisfaction. The attention of everyone in the parking lot was focused on this side. The lives of the wealthy are indeed monotonous. When will I be able to enter that exclusive passage? Stop dreaming. Let us patiently wait here for a parking spot. Those who dine at the West City Secret are all affluent individuals. However, compared to those who can access the VIP passage, they hardly merit a glance. Under the attentive service provided, parking arrangements are entirely managed by Zhao Xiaowei himself. All he needs to do is escort Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi to the private elevator after alighting from the car. Currently, it is peak dining time. There are, in fact, no available tables in the restaurant. Yet, as a privileged VIP and the true mastermind behind the establishment, Zhao Xiaowei naturally enjoys certain privileges. The restaurant is reserved a few empty private rooms specifically for VIP clients like him. Guided by the staff, Zhao Xiaowei, along with Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi, enter the restaurant. Meanwhile, those who were waiting for a table observed them entering without any hindrance, which immediately sparked feelings of discontent. A young man with dyed yellow hair stood up and shouted at the staff, "Didn't you say there were no available seats? Why are they allowed to go in?" With this outburst, other patrons waiting for a table also began to voice their dissatisfaction. Is this how your restaurant operates? You claim that the customer is king, but is there truly a hierarchy among customers? Zhao Xiaowei heard the commotion, but it was of no concern to him. After all, the staff would handle the situation. He simply walked into the restaurant without pausing. In response to the ruckus, the staff maintained a smile as they explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, that individual is one of our VIP clients. To become a VIP, one must pay an annual fee of 1 million and guarantee a minimum annual expenditure of 5 million in our establishment. Would anyone like me to assist you in obtaining VIP services?" The staff spoke in hushed tones, yet this demeanor rendered the disgruntled customers too intimidated to continue their complaints. After all, how could they afford such an extravagant VIP status? Under the guidance of the staff, Zhao Xiaowei proceeded to his exclusive private room. Once seated, he handed the menu to Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi. "Feel free to order whatever you desire. There is no need to worry about saving money." Although Zhao Xiaowei insisted they need not be frugal, Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi were still taken aback by the exorbitant prices listed on the menu. The dishes, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, were worlds apart from those in ordinary restaurants. However, the ingredients available here were indeed unattainable elsewhere, justifying the high prices. This is a primary reason why West City Secret remains a bustling establishment despite its steep costs. Wealthy patrons have grown weary of the commonplace and naturally seek something extraordinary. Chang Cici cautiously selected 2 dishes before passing the menu to Luo Mingxi. The latter, being bolder, knew that Zhao Xiaowei would not mind the expense since he had brought them here. Consequently, Luo Mingxi chose 2 particularly distinctive dishes from the menu. Their meal would amount to over 90,000 plus a 5% service fee. A single meal costing nearly 100,000 was something Chang Cici had never dared to contemplate before. Yet Zhao Xiaowei was unfazed, simply handing the menu to the staff. As they awaited their orders, Zhao Xiaowei intended to engage them in conversation, especially since the recent live stream had revealed a method to accomplish system tasks through broadcasting. Naturally, he wished to continue this endeavor. However, before he could speak, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a burly man barged in, accompanied by others. "Stop wasting my time with useless chatter. I am also a VIP of your restaurant, and I demand this private room," the man bellowed as he stormed in, berating the staff. Although the staff initially attempted to usher him out, they were quickly pushed aside by the man as companions. Faced with this situation, Zhao Xiaowei furrowed his brow slightly. What was happening? He's away, relying on his status as the nephew of the West City Secret's manager. had secured a VIP spot through connections. He had intended to flaunt his wealth with friends, but upon arrival, he was informed that the private rooms were fully booked and asked to wait. Feeling humiliated, Xiaowei promptly led his friends into any available room, only to be captivated by the sight of two stunning women within. It was only upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's inquiry that he snapped back to reality, shifting his lewd gaze from the women to Zhao Xiaowei. Without hesitation, he declared, "Listen here, kid, I'm giving you a chance. Let my friends have a good time with these two beauties, and you can pocket this cash." As he spoke, Xiaowei nonchalantly tossed a thick wad of cash onto the table. Zhao Xiaowei raised an eyebrow at the sight of the hefty sum. The staff, recognizing the escalating tension, stepped forward to explain, "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize, but this gentleman." However, before the staff could elaborate, Zhao Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively, signaling for silence. At that moment, he was not interested in the details of the situation. He merely wished to expel this unsavory character from their presence. No need for further discussion. Summon security to remove them. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's command, Xiaowei erupted into laughter, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Remove me? Do you even know who I am? The person in charge here is my uncle. I'll relish watching any security guard that dares to lay a hand on me." Xiaowei boasted, reveling in his connections. At present, his face bore an expression of sheer arrogance, and he felt an overwhelming exhilaration. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, he reigned supreme in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Upon hearing such words, Zhao Xiaowei let out a cold scoff. "You claim that He Xing is your uncle?" Xiaowei was taken aback, not anticipating that Zhao Xiaowei would audaciously utter his uncle's name. For a moment, he was stunned, but then his pride swelled even more. "Of course. Now you're frightened, aren't you? If you're scared, then scram. Don't force me to take action against you. Oh, and don't forget to leave these two lovely ladies to keep my brothers entertained." Zhao Xiaowei, undeterred, felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Xiaowei. He merely glanced at the waiter. "Please fetch He Xing for me." Xiaowei was utterly unprepared for Zhao Xiaowei's blatant disregard for his presence, which only served to amplify his fury. His gaze bore into Zhao Xiaowei like a predator. "Damn it, I'll show you how impatient you've become today. When I've knocked your teeth out, let us see if you still dare to dismiss me." Xiaowei paid no heed to Zhao Xiaowei. He believed it was impossible for his uncle to take action against him for causing a scene. Thus, he resolved to charge forward, intending to teach Zhao Xiaowei a harsh lesson alongside his rowdy friends. Chapter 33. Let us eat. Xiaowei, stop this at once. Just as Xiaowei was about to rush forward, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. He immediately recognized it as that of his uncle. He Xing reluctantly. He halted his advance, replacing his expression with one of ingratiation. "Uncle, why bother yourself over such a trivial matter? I could handle it myself." Observing Xiaowei's demeanor, He Xing felt a pang of bitterness. His elder brother had perished in a blaze while rescuing him, and in gratitude, He Xing had taken extra care of his brother's only offspring. Unfortunately, his indulgence had fostered Xiaowei's brazen and overbearing character. Had Xiaowei provoked someone else, He Xing might have found a way to downplay the incident. Yet today, by some stroke of misfortune, Xiaowei had managed to offend Zhao Xiaowei. He Xing understood that resolving this matter would not be a simple task. Taking a deep breath, He Xing unhesitatingly delivered a sharp slap across Xiaowei's face. Caught in a moment of joy, Xiaowei was blindsided by the sudden severity of his uncle's strike. In disbelief, he clutched his face. The fiery sting a stark reminder that this was no dream. Having never been struck before, Xiaowei stood dumbfounded, especially as it was his uncle, who had always showered him with affection, that had done so. However, facing Xiaowei's resentful glare, He Xing paid it no mind. He hastened to Zhao Xiaowei, repeatedly apologizing. "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I have been lax in my discipline of this nephew. Please forgive any offense." In response to He Xing's contrition, Zhao Xiaowei merely huffed. "Is it merely a matter of poor discipline? If I am not mistaken, today's incident is far beyond that. I assent it." Although Xiaowei boasts an admirable uncle, he lacks the finances to afford the VIP services of the West City Secret Realm. Clearly, he has secured this VIP status through underhanded connections. This suggests far more than mere negligence on He Xing's part. It hints at an abuse of power. Should this escalate, I could very well define He Xing's actions as criminal and report them to the appropriate authorities. He Xing comprehended the gravity of Zhao Xiaowei's words, and his expression shifted to one of acute anxiety. Not daring to exhibit any negligence, he quickly reiterated his apologies. "Mr. Zhao, I was remiss. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. I assure you that all issues will be addressed. Yet, Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of entertaining He Xing's assurances. He simply cast a cursory glance at He Xing, lightly shaking his head. No need for your investigation. I will engage professionals to look into this matter. For now, you should simply await further news. While Zhao Xiaowei had acquired this restaurant as a reward from the system, it did not mean he would turn a blind eye to its affairs. Given the evident criminal conduct that had emerged, he was determined to act with swift and decisive measures. He Xing opened his mouth to say something, but upon meeting Zhao Xiaowei's fierce gaze, he ultimately suppressed his words. Casting a glance back at his nephew, He Xing felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Yet, no matter how much rage boiled within him, he recognized that resolving this matter would not be straightforward. He could only yank He Xing roughly. What are you still doing here? Haven't you embarrassed me enough? Get out of my sight. He Xing had initially intended to maintain a facade of bravado in front of his companions, but the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. All he could do was glare fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei before hastening to follow He Xing out. Once they had departed, Zhao Xiaowei turned to the waiter, who was still standing at the doorway in a daze. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve the food. The waiter snapped out of his stupor, nodding vigorously before swiftly exiting the private room. At that moment, Chang Cixi and Luo Mingxi had not yet recovered from the earlier events. Initially, they had merely perceived Zhao Xiaowei as a VIP customer. However, given the unfolding circumstances, it was clear that his identity was far more complex. Unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Mingxi, her face aglow with astonishment, inquired, "Is the West City Secret Realm also your establishment?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Xiaowei offered a modest smile. "It is merely a small restaurant. It hardly amounts to anything significant." Zhao Xiaowei now speaks with an air of remarkable nonchalance. It is not that he intends to feign indifference. Rather, in his eyes, this industry holds little significance. Zhao Xiaowei possesses an entire building, Tang Chung Yiping, along with a grand Haiqing mansion. Furthermore, he owns an impressive collection of luxury cars and several yachts. In comparison to these vast assets, the West City Secret Realm restaurant truly pales in significance. However, Luo Mingxi and Chang Cixi hold a markedly different perspective. They gaze at Zhao Xiaowei in utter astonishment, marveling at a man who seems to possess everything the world has to offer. While Luo Mingxi and Chang Cixi are momentarily lost in thought, the waiter has already begun serving the dishes. Zhao Xiaowei urges them to partake in the meal. "Come on, hurry and eat. If we don't, these dishes will get cold and lose their flavor." With his words, the two women snap out of their daze. Although Chang Cixi has longed to sample the culinary delights of this restaurant, now, confronted with a bountiful spread before them, she finds herself utterly indifferent. The shock brought on by Zhao Xiaowei is simply too profound, and it may take her some time to recover from this state of astonishment. Nonetheless, Zhao Xiaowei pays no heed to her thoughts. During the meal, he expresses his desire to continue his live streaming endeavors. Chapter 34. No good things. Are you really planning to continue live streaming and selling goods? Luo Mingxi gazes at Zhao Xiaowei with incredulity. After returning home, she has meticulously researched the items he sells, only to discover that they are a complete loss. Luo Mingxi had initially assumed that Zhao Xiaowei merely enjoyed the thrill of street vending, relishing the sensation of selling goods. She believed that once he savored the taste of success, he would lose interest in such pursuits. However, upon hearing his intention to persist with his live streaming, she cannot help but feel perplexed. You cannot possibly indulge your hobby to such an extent when it results in a loss, can you? After incurring such significant losses, why would you continue? Isn't that the epitome of spendthrift? Consequently, Luo Mingxi finds it impossible to comprehend Zhao Xiaowei's current mindset. Zhao Xiaowei offers no explanations, simply smiling and nodding as he replies, "Yes, I intend to continue live streaming and street vending. What's the problem with that? But you are incurring losses. If you continue down this path, won't your losses only deepen? What is the significance of your actions?" Luo Mingxi views Zhao Xiaowei's behavior through a conventional business lens, making it unsurprising that she cannot grasp his intentions. After considering her words, Zhao Xiaowei decides against elaborating further. He merely chuckles softly and states, "I simply enjoy the experience of street vending. While I may be at a loss, surely this does not contravene any regulations?" Luo Mingxi quickly shakes her head. Of course, this is not against the rules, but she had intended to say more. Yet Zhao Xiaowei interrupts her, raising his hand to halt her words. "As long as what I am doing is not in violation of any regulations, that is sufficient. If you feel uncomfortable assisting me with the live streaming, I can certainly offer you a salary." Just tell me what amount you have in mind. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's proposal, Luo Mingxi opens her mouth but ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. Even if he is foolishly generous, it does not concern her. Moreover, there are indeed others who invest generously to boost the popularity of their live streams. Thus, Luo Mingxi nods gently. Let us set aside the salary for now. If you're truly interested in this endeavor, you might as well start your own live stream. Start my own live stream? Zhao Xiaowei contemplates this suggestion and poses a crucial question. If I were to start my own live stream, would I lack sufficient viewership? The success of his current live stream primarily stems from the already high viewership in Luo Mingxi's channel. It is this opportunity that has enabled him to sell his goods. Zhao Xiaowei worries that if he were to stream alone, he might not attract enough viewers to fulfill the system's requirements. If his numbers remain stagnant, he would be better off paying popular streamers to promote his products. Upon hearing his concerns, Luo Mingxi chuckles. You need not worry about viewership. I will certainly find ways to draw attention to your live stream. Additionally, Cici will also lend her support. 1TU Cici, initially reluctant to contribute her opinion. Chang Cici feels compelled to respond when Luo Mingxi unexpectedly brings her into the conversation. She offers an awkward smile, but soon nods in agreement. Of course, I can help advertise your stream in my channel. With both Luo Mingxi and Chang Cici now firmly in agreement, Zhao Xiaowei falls into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he nods decisively. All right, I shall start my own live stream to avoid inconveniencing you both. After finishing their meal, Zhao Xiaowei's decision to open his own live stream channel is solidified. Following the meal, he initially plans to escort Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi home. However, upon arriving at the parking lot, he is unexpectedly confronted by a group of people blocking his path. Recognizing them, Zhao Xiaowei furrows his brow. The two older individuals are Jiang Xiaoyan's parents, accompanied by several relatives. What do you want? Zhao Xiaowei inquires, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Jiang Xiaoyan's mother, Jiang Lan, sharply retorts Zhao Xiaowei. Are you even a man? My daughter has been with you for so long, and now you say you want to break up? Do you not feel even a twinge of conscience? As Jiang Lan speaks, the others chime in, condemning Zhao Xiaowei. You are utterly despicable. Xiaoyan has sacrificed so much for you. How could you treat her this way? Indeed, Zhao Xiaowei, if you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not expect to live a peaceful life. Confronted with the incessant doubts from Jiang Lan and her companions, Zhao Xiaowei gently furrowed his brow. From the tones of their voices, he discerned that they seemingly did not believe that Jiang Xiaoyan had erred. Instead, they ascribed the entirety of the blame squarely upon him. It appeared that Jiang Xiaoyan had not divulged all the events to her family, resulting in the current predicament. Zhao Xiaowei, however, remained unperturbed. He merely bided his time until the clamor from Jiang Lan and the others subsided before he spoke up. What have I done? Pray tell, enlighten me. Are you not aware of your own actions? My daughter has devoted herself wholeheartedly to you, and you repay her with infidelity? The parking lot was crowded with passers-by who, upon witnessing the commotion, paused to observe. When Jiang Lan uttered her words, the onlookers regarded Zhao Xiaowei with contempt. It was surprising. This man, appearing so refined, was engaged in such sordid behavior behind closed doors. I maintain that no man is trustworthy. Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Chapter 35. The wealthy are no exception. Hearing the murmurs from the surrounding crowd, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly. Without hesitation, he raised his voice. Infidelity? Jiang Xiaoyan is quite adept at distorting the truth. She absconded with our family's relocation funds and then entangled herself with her clients. When I confronted her, she had the audacity to threaten me with her lover. After our breakup, she still dared to tarnish my reputation, truly believing I would not retaliate. As Zhao Xiaowei spoke, he struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within him. In recent times, he had been preoccupied with other matters and had not contemplated reclaiming the money Jiang Xiaoyan had illicitly taken. Yet, she had the gall to turn the tables and cast all the filth upon him, even sending her relatives to confront him. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. Zhao Xiaowei would not tolerate such behavior. Jiang Lan was taken aback by the revelations Zhao Xiaowei unveiled. The crowd around them shifted their opinions. Is this how the story unfolds? Who is it that claimed no man is good? Did you hear that? This matter has nothing to do with him. How can you assert that this has no connection to him? Did you witness it? The spectators were on the brink of conflict. Jiang Lan's feelings towards the crowd's antics were of little concern to her. She swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Do you think your words are absolutes? Your claims lack evidence. What ground do you have to assert that Xiaoyan wronged you? Indeed, you are nothing but a scoundrel, clearly having strayed, yet attempting to frame our Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaowei, Do not overstep your bounds. Beware, we might just ruin you. Zhao Xiaowei sneered at their unreasonable defiance. Do you seek proof? Since you have cast aside all semblance of shame today, I shall not spare you any decorum. With that, he produced his phone, playing a video that depicted the intimate moments between Zhang Xiaoyun and Wang Zhenghua. The footage clearly showcased Wang Zhenghua's hands inappropriately wandering around Zhang Xiaoyun's waist, with her showing no resistance, instead responding with laughter. The video culminated with Zhao Xiaowei calling out Zhang Xiaoyun's name, and as she turned, her face a mask of terror, the clip concluded. The explosive content rendered the audience speechless, faced with such undeniable evidence. Anyone still claiming Zhang Xiaoyun's innocence would be speaking with eyes wide shut. I find myself beginning to sympathize with that fellow. Brother, do not weep. Such a wretched woman deserves to be cast aside. You did the right thing. The crowd erupted in applause for Zhao Xiaowei, transforming him into a hero in their eyes. The palpable disdain for deceitful women was evident in the supportive shouts echoing around him. Jiang Lan's expression soured to an extreme. She had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. The clapping resonated in her ears like 1,000 daggers, piercing her heart. Zhao Xiaowei had always struck her as a straightforward individual, yet it seemed that had merely been a facade. Overcome with indignation, Jiang Lan could not contain her vitriol. Zhao Xiaowei, I never imagined you could be so treacherous, resorting to secretly filming. How could you stoop so low? Are you even human? Her outburst left the crowd in stunned silence. They recognized that while shameless individuals existed in abundance, someone as brazen as Jiang Lan was a rarity. Her daughter had indeed erred, yet she now sought to deflect blame onto Zhao Xiaowei for his actions. A passerby, now incensed, retorted, "The apple does not fall far from the tree. I now understand why your daughter strayed." With that, others joined in, vocally condemning Jiang Lan. A family so devoid of shame is indeed a rarity. How could someone so shameless exist in this world? Quick, capture her on video. Let more people witness her disgraceful demeanor. Jiang Lan had become the target of public scorn, akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Zhao Xiaowei need not lift a finger. The crowd's vitriol was sufficient to bring her to the brink of despair. In light of the circumstances, Jiang Lan recognized that no resolution would arise from this confrontation. If she lingered too long, the collective ire of the crowd would engulf her entirely. With a fierce glare directed at Zhao Xiaowei, she spat, "Zhao Xiaowei, wait for it. Do not assume our family is easy to bully. This matter is far from over." With that, Jiang Lan hastily gathered her companions and retreated, leaving the scene in disgrace. As she departed, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. It was as if they had just emerged victorious from a battle. At that moment, Chang Sisi and Luo Mingxi approached. "Mr. Zhao," they said, for they were not particularly well-versed in Zhao Xiaowei's past. They had always presumed that someone of Zhao Xiaowei's stature would be devoid of troubles. To their astonishment, they discovered that even he could be subjected to betrayal. Thus, both women found themselves at a loss for words, fearing that any misstep might displease him. Catching a glimpse of Chang Sisi and Luo Mingxi, Zhao Xiaowei broke into a smile. "Allow me to escort you home." Noticing Zhao Xiaowei's evident reluctance to discuss the matter further, Luo Mingxi and Chang Sisi nodded in agreement and obediently followed him into the car. As they saw Zhao Xiaowei ushering Luo Mingxi and Chang Sisi into a luxurious Rolls-Royce, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, someone finally regained their composure and sighed. "Here I was championing their cause, only to realize I have been the fool all along. My friend, if even the affluent can fall victim to infidelity, does that not offer you a sense of balance?" Laughter followed, as if to affirm this newfound perspective. Chapter 36. The live broadcast begins. Zhao Xiaowei paid no heed to the jest directed at him. After all, he bore no fault in the matter. If Zhang Xiaoyun had not sought to assert her presence before him, it was likely he would have forgotten her for quite some time. By then, he might have been indifferent to such incidents, as time has a way of dulling unpleasant emotions. However, given Zhang Xiaoyun's recent antics, Zhao Xiaowei was determined not to let her off easily. He sought out a distinguished legal team, resolved to reclaim the funds Zhang Xiaoyun had unjustly seized. Even if she had resorted to underhanded tactics to divert the money, Zhao Xiaowei was adamant that she would face consequences for her actions. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyun remained oblivious to Zhao Xiaowei's intentions. She was at home, weeping and enduring a tirade from Jiang Lan. "How could you be so disappointing? You had such a wealthy suitor, and now you've let him slip away. What misfortune befell me to bear such a useless child?" Jiang Xiaoyun's father, Jiang Bummings, observed Jiang Lan's harsh reprimands and, feeling pity for his daughter, interjected, "Enough. You should temper your words. If blame is to be cast, it must fall upon Zhao Xiaowei for his cunning. Who would have guessed he possessed such wealth? Silence. Look at the mess you've made. Zianglan Zito. Her authority unchallenged in their home. After delivering a scathing rebuke to the family, her fury began to wane. Gazing at the tear-stained face of Zhao Xiaoyan, she declared, "Crying will not resolve anything. I assure you, this matter will not end here. What do we do now?" Zhao Xiaoyan asked, bewildered by Jiang Lan's words. "Tomorrow, you shall confront him and demand a breakup fee. If he dares refuse, make a scene. Is that truly feasible? Why not? Are you afraid he might harm you? Your brother's wedding will require at least 2 million. You must secure that money, no matter the cost." Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at her brother, Jiang Feng, who was engrossed in a video game, and nodded resolutely. "Mother, rest assured, even if he threatens my life, I shall ensure I receive that money." Zhao Xiaowei presented all the necessary documentation to his lawyers, receiving their assured confirmation that the funds could indeed be reclaimed. The legal team he had acquired was among the most esteemed in the nation, and he had invested over 3 million merely in legal fees. Having sold numerous items through live streaming, Zhao Xiaowei's bank account now boasted tens of millions. Although the lawyers were perplexed by Zhao Xiaowei's willingness to spend millions to retrieve a mere 80,000, they refrained from questioning him, knowing he had already compensated them handsomely. With the legal battle against Jiang Xiaoyan entrusted to his lawyers, Zhao Xiaowei dedicated himself to preparing for his live broadcast. He established a streaming account and conducted a trial broadcast, only to find the audience dismally sparse, primarily populated by system-assigned bots. It became evident to Zhao Xiaowei that to garner sufficient viewership, he would need the assistance of Luo Mingxi and Chang Sisi to attract an audience. Chika Hui had previously struck gold in the streaming realm, managing to procure 3 exquisite items, albeit at a slow pace compared to others. The remarkable quality of these items, coupled with their affordable prices, promised him a profit of several million should he choose to resell them. Now, he regretted revealing such information to his fellow streamers, realizing that impulsiveness could lead to one's downfall. Determined to act swiftly today, he positioned himself early in Luo Mingxi's live stream. However, upon her broadcast commencement, he discovered it was not a marketplace display. Zhao Xiaowei was absent from the stream. He immediately sent a barrage of messages inquiring, "Host, what is happening? Where is the vendor? Is there no marketplace today? If so, I might just leave." Luo Mingxi, observing the flood of inquiries regarding Zhao Xiaowei, wore a resigned smile. She had initially believed Zhao Xiaowei would draw significant traffic to her stream, but it appeared that the attention was solely directed towards him. Without Zhao Xiaowei, her viewer count would inevitably plummet back to previous levels. Despite her disappointment, she endeavored to explain, "Everyone, please remain calm. The vendor has launched his own streaming channel. If you wish to make a purchase, simply click the link on my screen to be redirected to Mr. Zhao's live stream." Once she clarified the situation, as anticipated, her viewer count began to dwindle swiftly, indicating that most had migrated to Zhao Xiaowei's stream. Zhao Xiaowei gazed at his once desolate live stream room, now inundated with a multitude of viewers. The barrage of comments flowed incessantly across the screen, and he realized that Luo Mingxi's promotional efforts had indeed borne fruit. "What treasures are you selling today, streamer? The familiar formula, the familiar taste. I simply adore this format. Though I may not comprehend it, I am profoundly astonished." The lively atmosphere in the live stream compelled Zhao Xiaowei to smile in delight. He activated the system's stall mode. Stall mode activated. Today's merchandise. Currently, Zhao Xiaowei was merely at the first level of the stall system. Thus, the items presented each day were rather similar, predominantly consisting of inexpensive trinkets. However, Zhao Xiaowei was not particularly concerned about these items. After all, it was the system's rewards that truly catered to the needs of the viewers in his live stream. After meticulously arranging all the items for the day, Zhao Xiaowei began to call out to his audience. The majority of viewers were unlikely to afford his more expensive merchandise, but the various ways in which he advertised them provided entertainment for those watching the live stream, ensuring that many still tuned in to witness his stall setup. Chapter 37. Compensation. Zhao Xiao Livestream Company. Backstage Data Monitoring Department. Tang, he was just an ordinary data monitoring personnel. He was conducting his routine inspection of the data within the live streams when suddenly, an anomalous fluctuation captured his attention. Initially, he assumed it was merely another large streamer generating excitement, thus attracting a surge of users to the live stream. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Tang generally held little interest in such data fluctuations. However, with a lack of pressing matters at hand, he idly decided to check out the live stream. Upon comprehending the content within, his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. This live stream belonged to a newly registered user, and yet it was drawing such significant traffic, which continued to grow. Recognizing the uniqueness of this user, Tang Yi promptly reported the situation. Soon, the higher-ups at Dosha Company arrived to investigate. After assessing the live stream, Mo Yongjun, who oversaw the company's operations, spoke up. Quickly contact this streamer. We must ascertain how he has captivated such a large audience. If possible, we need to expedite a contract with him. We cannot allow another company to snatch him away. Having been in the livestream industry for several years, Mo Yongjun was a seasoned veteran, keenly aware that this newcomer, Zhao Xiaowei, was of considerable potential. Securing this streamer could lead to the emergence of a new internet sensation for their company. As the discoverer of this data anomaly, Tang Yi naturally received this crucial task. Elated at the prospect, he understood that successfully signing the streamer could yield rewards beyond his wildest imaginings. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaowei, his livestream had sparked such a commotion. With the system constantly notifying him of successful transactions, his enthusiasm surged. In less than an hour of streaming, he had sold out all the merchandise provided by the system for the day. Observing the now barren display cloth of his stall, Zhao Xiaowei cheerfully addressed the camera. Thank you, esteemed viewers, for your support. That concludes today's live stream. Tomorrow, at the same time, I shall present even better items. Let us not miss each other. Is the streamer leaving already? Please, say a few more words to us. Streamer, I love you. I want to bear your children. Don't go. I still wish to purchase your items. Despite the fervent enthusiasm of the audience, Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of continuing to sell. He simply smiled gently, bid farewell, and ended the live stream. Immediately after concluding the broadcast, Zhao Xiaowei noticed a significant notification in his private messages. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he opened the message to discover it was an official communication from Dosha Company. Greetings, streamer. We have observed that your live stream possesses a distinctive style. We would like to discuss a potential contract with you and assure you of abundant resources. If you're interested, please contact us. The message concluded with a phone number. Zhao Xiaowei harbored little interest in the realm of live streaming. His primary objective in creating an account had been to sell the system's goods. Glancing at the message, he chuckled softly and dismissed it without replying. Tang Yi had anticipated that upon sending the message from the official account, Zhao Xiaowei would promptly reach out. After all, streamers generally aspired to sign contracts with companies to gain access to greater resources. However, after waiting an entire day without receiving any response, Tang Yi became increasingly anxious. Could it be that the streamer had already signed with another company? This seemed implausible, as they had no means of contacting him. How could others possibly reach him? Pondering the situation, Tang Yi found himself perplexed. Even after work hours, he did not rush to leave the company as he usually would. The prospect of signing Zhao Xiaowei excited him, for it promised substantial earnings. Thus, he began to pursue various leads to uncover Zhao Xiaowei's personal contact information. Oblivious to the frantic search for him, Zhao Xiaowei concluded his live stream and proceeded to the hospital. Due to previous events, the hospital had been particularly attentive to his father's condition. Now, the expert treatment plan had been laid out, with Pan Shifeng personally discussing the matter with Zhao Xiaowei. While Zhao Xiaowei was not well-versed in medical matters, he understood that Pan Shifeng would not dare to engage in any dubious activities regarding this issue. He nodded in acknowledgement to Pan Shifeng. It was conveyed that they could proceed with their current treatment plan. Once the specific treatment regimen was established, Zhao Xiaowei returned to the ward. Initially, he intended to suggest that his mother take a rest. However, upon entering the room, he was taken aback to find an unexpected person waiting inside. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, Zhao Xiaowei immediately furrowed his brow. What are you doing here? Haven't you had enough fun? Hearing his words, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was etched with a pleading expression. Xiaowei, I sincerely acknowledge my mistakes from before. Please, I beg you, do not hold it against me any longer. Let's reconcile. I know you still love me in your heart. I promise I will never repeat my past mistakes. Zhao Xiaowei coldly scoffed. I have made myself abundantly clear. There is no possibility between us anymore. The sight of you repulses me. Now leave at once, or I shall summon security. Jiang Xiaoyan had come to demand money from Zhao Xiaowei. Realizing her words evoked no sympathy from him, she abandoned her pretense. Xiaowei, you truly have a heart of stone. All those years of my youth, now wasted. You may wish to break up, but you must compensate me with a sum of money as a severance fee for all the time I devoted to you. Chapter 38, Leaving First. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyan's demand, Zhao Xiaowei could not help but laugh. You expect me to pay you a severance fee? You must be delusional. If you do not agree to break up today, I assure you, you will regret it. Having already severed ties with Zhao Xiaowei and understanding that reconciliation was no longer an option, Zhang Xiaoyan decided to lay all her cards on the table. She directly stated that without a severance fee, she would not leave. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaowei narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Zhang Xiaoyun with suspicion. Oh, so you intend to resort to violence against me? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyun nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, she pulled a gleaming dagger from her pocket and brandished it, shouting, "If you don't give me money today, I will fight you to the death." Zhang Xiaoyun's demeanor transformed into one of fierce determination, as if she truly intended to take Zhao Xiaowei down with her. Lu Xinlan had never anticipated such a reaction from Zhang Xiaoyun. She rushed forward. "Xiaoyun, let's talk this through calmly. Please do not act rashly. It will benefit neither of us. What more is there to say? Your son has driven me to a dead end." Lu Xinlan had initially intended to disarm Zhang Xiaoyun, but as she approached, Zhang Xiaoyun, in a fit of madness, lunged at Lu Xinlan with the dagger. Zhao Xiaowei reacted swiftly, pulling Lu Xinlan aside just in time. Had he not been quick enough, Lu Xinlan would have surely faced dire consequences. In disbelief at Zhang Xiaoyun's willingness to resort to such extremes, Zhao Xiaowei's gaze turned icy as he glared at her. "Zhang Xiaoyun, you are courting death." Yet, consumed by madness, Zhang Xiaoyun paid no heed to his words. "I am indeed courting death. Come at me if you dare." Desperate to secure the money from Zhao Xiaowei, she was beyond caring for her own safety. Even if it meant her demise, she was resolute in obtaining what she sought. Glancing at his father lying in the hospital bed, Zhao Xiaowei realized he could not abandon the situation. He contemplated briefly and then addressed Zhang Xiaoyun. "Calm down. You want money, don't you? I can give it to you." Recognizing that a rational negotiation was impossible, he aimed to stabilize her emotions first, planning to devise a solution once she had calmed down. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Zhang Xiaoyun's expression began to soften. "You really can give me money?" "Of course. Just provide me with your account number. How much do you want? I could transfer it to you right now. Use the same account number as before, transfer 1 million, and we will consider our dealings completely settled." Zhao Xiaowei nodded, retrieving his phone and promptly transferring 1 million to the well-known account number. He turned the screen to Zhang Xiaoyun. "The money has now been transferred to your account. Verify it." A peculiar sensation washed over Zhao Xiaowei. Previously, he willingly sent money to this account, believing it would secure his happiness. Yet now, he was doing so merely to ensure his father's safety. Once Zhang Xiaoyun confirmed the funds had arrived, she nodded. "We shall have no further relations from now on." With that, she turned on her heel and left the ward without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Xiaowei understood that this matter would not conclude so easily. Even if he chose to ignore it, Zhang Xiaoyun had tasted the sweetness of her demands and would undoubtedly seek other means to extract money from him in the future. He knew her too well. Her eyes were only ever on money, a trait that seemingly ran in her family. Therefore, Zhao Xiaowei could not simply let this go. Just as he prepared to call the authorities, Lu Xinlan gently spoke up. "Xiaowei, what on earth happened? How did your relationship with Xiaoyun devolve to this extent?" Gazing at Lu Xinlan, Zhao Xiaowei managed a helpless smile. "Mom, this situation is incredibly complex. I cannot find the words to explain it to you. You've witnessed the recent events. There is no chance of reconciliation between us, so please do not concern yourself with it any further." Lu Xinlan's heart was heavy with bitterness. Yet she understood that since Zhao Xiaowei wished for her to refrain from involvement, any further inquiries would be futile. Thus, she could only nod softly and sit beside her husband, placing all her hopes in the hospital's care, hoping that the doctors here will not let him down. Zhao Xiaowei earnestly wishes for successful treatment of his father's illness. After calming his mother, he stepped out of the hospital room. The actions of Zhang Xiaoyun have already crossed into the realm of extortion, and the hospital's surveillance system is remarkably comprehensive. Furthermore, as Zhao Xiaowei transferred the funds to Zhang Xiaoyun, he decided to report the matter to the police. With irrefutable evidence at hand, it is certain that Zhang Xiaoyun will face arrest. After making the call, Zhao Xiaowei glanced back at the location of the hospital room. If Zhang Xiaoyun could easily infiltrate the ward, then it would pose no challenge for others as well. At present, Zhao Xiaowei must devise a strategy to bolster the security measures around the ward. Should such an incident occur again, he would be at a complete loss, not even knowing how to weep. With his current financial standing, arranging for bodyguards to stand watch in the ward poses no difficulty. He also notified Pan Qifeng to enhance the vigilance over his father's care. Pan Qifeng, having come to regard Zhao Xiaowei's words with utmost seriousness, had no intention of refusing this request. With these arrangements in place, night had already fallen. Zhao Xiaowei had initially intended to ensure his mother could rest well. But under the current circumstances, Lu Xinlan was adamant about not leaving. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaowei had no choice but to depart first. Chapter 39. A Helping Hand. Just after exiting the hospital, Zhao Xiaowei received a call from an unfamiliar number. Glancing at the unknown digits, he assumed it was merely a nuisance and promptly hung up. However, the persistent caller dialed again. After several attempts, Zhao Xiaowei eventually chose to answer. He had finally managed to acquire Zhao Xiaowei's phone number after numerous failed attempts. As soon as the call connected, he hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zhao. This is Yi from Dosha Live. I previously sent you a message. I wonder if you have had a chance to see it? Upon hearing Yi's words, Zhao Xiaowei immediately recalled the notification he had dismissed earlier. He refrained from responding directly and instead retorted, "What do you want from me?" "Well, our company finds your streaming style exceptionally innovative, and we would like to propose a contract. May I inquire if you have any interest in this matter?" After this proposition, Zhao Xiaowei shook his head in negation. "I have no interest in becoming a professional streamer, so there is no need for you to pursue this further." With that, he intended to hang up once more. To his surprise, Yi quickly interjected, "Mr. Zhao, could you please share why you are reluctant to become a professional streamer? Is there something you are hesitant about?" He was not easily swayed by Zhao Xiaowei's words. If you truly wish to avoid being a professional streamer, why create a streaming account at all? Is it merely for amusement? Having been in this industry for so long, he had never encountered anyone who streamed solely for fun. Thus, he dismissed Zhao Xiaowei's claims entirely. He speculated that the primary reason Zhao Xiaowei was unwilling to sign with them was likely because he had already engaged in discussions with another company. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. In the realm of live streaming, Dosha was undoubtedly a leading platform. To achieve remarkable success in this industry, one would ultimately need to secure a contract with them. "What business is it of yours that I started streaming? I simply find it enjoyable. Is that not sufficient?" Zhao Xiaowei, already in a foul mood, found his tone becoming increasingly curt due to Yi's incessant pestering. Taken aback by Zhao Xiaowei's harsh retort, Yi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. It took him a while to shake off his stupor and respond. "Mr. Zhao, please do not misunderstand my intentions. I harbor no ill will towards you. You must be well aware of the stature of our Dosha platform, right? Signing with us guarantees far more security than agreements with other platforms. Additionally, post-contract, we can offer you substantial traffic support, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for you." Zhao Xiaowei chuckled lightly, still lacking any interest in the proposal. "I have already stated that I will not be signing with your platform. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall terminate this call." He was utterly unprepared for Zhao Xiaowei's resolute stance. For a moment, he stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond to Zhao Xiaowei's words. With no immediate reply forthcoming, Zhao Xiaowei decided to end the conversation decisively. The sound of the dial tone pulled Yi back to reality. Initially, he had believed that merely calling would lead Zhao Xiaowei to eagerly agree to a contract. This unexpected outcome caught him completely off guard. He felt a surge of anger rising within him. What a facade! Do you merely seek to obtain more money? After cursing under his breath, he forced himself to calm down before dialing Zhao Xiaowei's number again. "We apologize, but the number you have dialed is unavailable." When he tried again, the automated message informed him that Zhao Xiaowei's phone had been turned off. Stunned, Yi could no longer contain his frustration and began to curse vehemently. However, glancing at the darkening sky, he realized that no amount of rage would change the situation. With a resigned sigh, he decided to leave work and head home, postponing all matters until the following day. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaowei had not even exited his car when he noticed Lu Shuang approaching from a nearby vehicle, looking at him with a cheerful smile. He had never anticipated that Lu Shuang would appear here at this moment. Zhao Xiaowei's expression suddenly morphed into one of profound confusion. He turned to Lu Shuang and inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need to attend to at this late hour?" Lu Shuang did not reside in the vicinity of Chang'eping, so her presence here undoubtedly signified she was seeking him. In response to Zhao Xiaowei's question, Lu Shuang offered a gentle smile, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, she gazed at him and asked, "I wonder if you might have some time to spare? Would you accompany me for a stroll?" It was apparent that Lu Shuang was not in the best of spirits. The smile on her face bore a hint of melancholy. Given her request, Zhao Xiaowei felt it would be inappropriate to decline outright. He nodded slightly, affirming, "As it happens, I have no pressing matters at the moment, so I shall accompany you for a drive." After ushering Lu Shuang into the car, Zhao Xiaowei drove out of the parking lot, and the two meandered through the city, enveloped in a silence that neither dared to break. Unable to endure the stillness any longer, Zhao Xiaowei was the first to shatter the quietude. Have you encountered some trouble? If there's something bothering you, please share. Perhaps I can assist in resolving it. Zhao Xiaowei held no aversion towards Lu Shuang. In fact, she had aided him on several occasions. Should she truly be facing difficulties, he would be more than willing to extend his help. Chapter 40. My boyfriend disapproves of my drinking. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Lu Shuang pulled her gaze from the scenery outside and looked at him with eager anticipation. Really? Are you genuinely willing to help me? The moment she posed this question, a sense of foreboding gripped Zhao Xiaowei's heart. It was evident that Lu Shuang had been waiting for him to utter such words. Yet, having already spoken, retracting his offer would be quite unreasonable. Therefore, Zhao Xiaowei reluctantly nodded. Of course, if I can be of assistance, I shall not shy away. Then be my boyfriend. Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. With great effort, he managed to stabilize the vehicle, narrowly avoiding an accident. He pulled over to the side of the road and took a couple of deep breaths to steady his racing heart. Once he had calmed his emotions, he turned to Lu Shuang, staring at her with incredulity. What did you just say? I said for you to be my boyfriend. Lu Shuang repeated her words verbatim, confirming to Zhao Xiaowei that his hearing was indeed functioning properly. Why had girls become so audacious? Such direct confessions were unprecedented. With a slight chuckle, Zhao Xiaowei responded, well, it's not that I'm unwilling to be your boyfriend, but isn't this a bit sudden? Our understanding of one another is still rather superficial. Deep down, Zhao Xiaowei was a rather conservative individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured such a lengthy romantic pursuit with Jiang Xiaoyan. Although their relationship ultimately ended in tragedy, he still approached matters of the heart with utmost caution. Seeing Zhao Xiaowei's nervous demeanor, Lu Shuang couldn't help but giggle. Why are you so tense? Is it so embarrassing for you to have me as your girlfriend? After all, I'm not unappealing, am I? Lu Shuang was more than just decent looking. She was a rare beauty, admired by many as a goddess. Glancing at her, Zhao Xiaowei quickly shook his head. It's not that having you as my girlfriend would be embarrassing. I just believe that matters of the heart should be treated with care. Noticing that Zhao Xiaowei had taken on a lecturing tone, Lu Shuang waved her hand dismissively, interrupting him. All right, I was just joking. I'm not asking you to genuinely be my boyfriend. I merely need you to play along with me in a little charade, much like we did at your class reunion. Lu Shuang's words left Zhao Xiaowei looking somewhat perplexed. He struggled to grasp why she wanted him to partake in such a ruse. Finally snapping out of his daze, he asked, why do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Who are you trying to fool? Rolling her eyes dramatically, Lu Shuang replied. What do you mean? Who am I trying to fool? It's simply that I'm not ready for marriage yet, and I dread the gossip that might ensue. So I need you to play the role of a temporary boyfriend. If you find this too daunting, then forget it. After contemplating Lu Shuang's proposal, Zhao Xiaowei eventually nodded. No problem, I can help you with this, but you must provide me with some form of compensation for my performance. Lu Shuang, well aware that Zhao Xiaowei was jesting about payment, waved her hand generously. I assure you, your appearance fee will be nothing less than that of a superstar. Once they reached an agreement, Lu Shuang provided Zhao Xiaowei with an address. Now, drive us to the Black Cat Bar. What are we doing at a bar this late? He queried. Now that you're my boyfriend, you will follow my lead and not ask so many questions. Lu Shuang had swiftly gotten into character, prompting Zhao Xiaowei to refrain from further inquiries. He nodded in acquiescence and drove towards the Black Cat Bar. The Black Cat Bar was a renowned establishment in Haicheng, often frequented by restless youth seeking an outlet for their energy. Lu Shuang appeared quite familiar with the bar, effortlessly guiding Zhao Xiaowei inside and up to a private room on the second floor. The deafening heavy metal music was jarring to Zhao Xiaowei, who was unaccustomed to such an atmosphere, and he raised his voice to communicate with Lu Shuang. What exactly are we doing here? You don't expect me to join you for drinks, do you? Zhao Xiaowei's question went unanswered as Lu Shuang confidently pushed open the door to the private room. As the door of the private room was pushed open, the people sitting in the private room now all turned their gaze towards this direction. There are more than 10 men and women sitting in the private room. It is obvious that they have already consumed a lot of alcohol. There's a very strong smell of alcohol inside. The men and women who were twisting their bodies to the rhythm of the music saw Lu Shuang coming over. Everyone began to greet Lu Shuang one after another. Xiaoying, why did you just come over now? Have we been waiting for you here for a long time? Do you want to have a drink? Today is our Mr. Chen's treat. Chun Gongzi, the goddess you have been longing for, has arrived. Aren't you planning to go over and toast now? Under the commotion of the crowd, a man about the same age as Lu Shuang stood up. Smiling, he picked up a glass of wine and held it up to Lu Shuang. Xiaoying, thank you very much for coming to my birthday party. If you want something to drink today, feel free to order it. All expenses are counted towards my account. Those people didn't notice Zhao Xiaowei walking in with Lu Shuang at all. In their view, Zhao Xiaowei should be the waiter of this bar or the bodyguard brought by Lu Shuang. No one would think that Zhao Xiaowei is a guest who came to attend this party. I heard what Mr. Chen said. Lu Shuang chuckled softly. Excuse me? My boyfriend doesn't like me drinking, so let's just forget about drinking. Happy birthday to you. Chapter 41, Self-Deprecation. When Lu Shuang was speaking, she also naturally reached out and took Zhao Xiaowei's arm. Such an action immediately caught the attention of everyone present. For a moment, the atmosphere inside this private room began to become incredibly strange. Even the deafening music outside couldn't alleviate the tense atmosphere in the slightest. Chen Luo's face is also very ugly now. His pursuit of Lu Shuang is well known in their circle. It is precisely because of this reason. So there are very few others who dare to pursue Lu Shuang. Chen Luo once believed that his pursuit of Lu Shuang was a foregone conclusion. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yaojin emerged halfway through. Look at Zhao Xiaowei. Chen Luo's voice turned cold as he asked, Who are you? In Haicheng, Chen Luo's family can definitely be considered a very powerful big family. Even when Lu Shuang faced Chen Luo, I dare not behave too excessively. So Chen Luo's personality has always been very arrogant and domineering. Now he is even less likely to be polite to this unfamiliar guy, Zhao Xiaowei. After hearing Chen Luo's question about himself, Zhao Xiaowei laughed. You have no right to know who I am. Zhao Xiaowei is not foolish. He has basically figured out what's going on now. Lu Shuang said that she wanted to pretend to be her boyfriend to silence others. But in reality, he should have been used as a shield. Let him deal with Chen Luo, although I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. But since I have already promised to help Lu Shuang, Zhao Xiaowei naturally wants to be a good person until the end. Now his impolite words directly made Chen Luo's face even uglier. Chen Luo snorted coldly. Stare at Zhao Xiaowei. I don't care what your identity is, but now I'll make it clear to you. Hurry up and leave Xiaoying, otherwise I will definitely make it impossible for you to survive in Haicheng. Chen Luo said these words without any concealment. After all, in his opinion, Lu Shuang is his woman. As long as anyone dares to stand up and compete with Lu Shuang, so he won't show any politeness. Lu Shuang is also very uncomfortable in her heart now. But even so, she actually doesn't have any great solutions. After all, Chen Luo's identity is there. Lu Shuang's family's company still relies on Chen Luo to complete many business tasks. If I really want to tear my skin with him, it has a significant impact on their company. It is even possible that their company may not be able to continue operating. After Chen Luo said these words, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Can you tell me why I can't survive here now? I'm waiting for your performance. Chen Luo didn't expect Zhao Xiaowei's attitude to be so bad now. That's it. Chen Luo is ready to showcase his strength to everyone. Gently wave towards the door. The two bodyguards he arranged at the entrance of this private room immediately walked in. Throw him out, with Chen Luo's current words. The bodyguard at the door immediately turned his gaze to Zhao Xiaowei. He walked over eagerly, intending to attack Zhao Xiaowei. But just as those two bodyguards were about to approach him, Zhao Xiaowei's words immediately made Chen Luo stop his two bodyguards. You better think it over today. If I remember correctly, your Chen family should be facing a shortage of cargo ships now, right? Although I don't know Chen Luo, but Zhao Xiaowei, the Chen family behind Chen Luo, has still heard of it. The Chen family is a very famous shipping king in China. Basically, the domestic shipping business is in the hands of their family. It is precisely for this reason. Zhao Xiaowei said these words directly with a try-and-see attitude. If there is some discrepancy between Chen Luo's identity and my own speculation, Zhao Xiaowei will only think of other ways. But the fact proves that his guess is not wrong. Chen Luo is indeed a member of the Chen family, the shipping magnate. After hearing these words, Chen Luoji immediately stopped his two bodyguards. It's because their family is currently facing a very difficult situation internally. Not long ago, a mysterious person acquired a large number of nearly 10 cargo ships in their family. Plus, there's been a significant decline in their family's business. So the Chen family is now struggling to make ends meet. However, their family has never publicly disclosed these matters. Very few people know these things. Now Zhao Xiaowei has directly spoken out about the difficulties in their family. Chen Luo naturally felt very surprised. He looked at Zhao Xiaowei in disbelief. It took a long time to regain consciousness. Then he cautiously spoke to Zhao Xiaowei and asked, Who are you really? I just made it very clear to you. You don't even know who I am. Zhao Xiaowei said those words again. Chen Luo wished he could kill Zhao Xiaowei immediately, but he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Now, he was staring intently at Zhao Xiaowei. Do not be overly arrogant. Our family is not to be trifled with. If you truly wish to engage in a confrontation, I assure you, the outcome will not be favorable for you. Casting a glance at Chen Luo, Zhao Xiaowei noted that his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. He merely smiled lightly and continued to address him. Let me issue you a warning. Lu Shuang is my girlfriend. Should you harbor any improper intentions towards her, I guarantee you will come to regret your actions. Upon uttering this, Zhao Xiaowei's gaze swept across the rest of the room like a blade. The others were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Under the weight of Zhao Xiaowei's piercing stare, they felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The sheer terror that gripped them compelled them to avert their eyes, unwilling to engage in any direct confrontation with him. After surveying the room and noticing that no one dared to speak, Zhao Xiaowei let out a cold snort before decisively taking Lu Shuang by the hand and leaving the private room. Chen Luo's bodyguards dared not intervene, for they were astute enough to recognize that their employer was reluctant to provoke Zhao Xiaowei. Only a fool would consider challenging him. Chapter 42. Revocation of Live Streaming Qualifications. As they exited the bar, Lu Shuang turned to Zhao Xiaowei and said, "Thank you for your help." In response to her expression of gratitude, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled lightly. "No need for thanks, but should such a situation arise again, do not deceive me. You can speak to me directly about anything." His intentions were unmistakably clear. He was warning Lu Shuang not to mislead him again. The thought of being deceived unsettled Zhao Xiaowei deeply. Understanding the essence of his words, Lu Shuang felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a smile. Yet, she nodded in agreement, attempting to explain, "The power of Chen Luo's family is overwhelming. If I were to offend him, I fear the repercussions would be unbearable for us. So you drag me into this predicament as a scapegoat?" Zhao Xiaowei narrowed his eyes at her. The smile that once graced his face now vanished. The chill emanating from his gaze sent a shiver down Lu Shuang's spine. In that moment, she realized that this man was not like the sycophants surrounding her. He did not hold her in high regard. Hastily, Lu Shuang continued to apologize. "I'm truly sorry. I promise such a thing will never happen again. Can you forgive me this time?" Zhao Xiaowei offered no substantial response to her repeated apologies. He simply regarded her with a meaningful glance before turning on his heel and departing without looking back. A profound sense of loss enveloped Lu Shuang. Previously, Lu Changfeng had encouraged her to cultivate a relationship with Zhao Xiaowei, even suggesting that she pursue him. She had always treated this as a jest, for with her lineage and beauty, she believed herself deserving of him, despite his impressive status. Yet at this moment, she understood that she had overestimated her worth in his eyes. He had never regarded her as significant. Meanwhile, within the private room, Chen Luo stood fuming. His countenance a stormy shade of fury, as if he were ready to kill. His silence rendered the atmosphere palpably uncomfortable, and no one dared to utter a word. Finally, after an extended silence, a provocatively dressed woman cautiously approached him. "Young Master Chen, about this matter." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Luo seized her hair violently, ignoring her shrieks. The onlookers regarded the scene with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, yet none dared to speak up. "Find out everything about that guy. Whoever can provide me with his details will be generously rewarded." With Chen Luo's ultimatum, the others in the room sprang to life. Eager to comply, men and women alike stood and hurried out of the private room. Once left alone, Chen Luo moved to the window, observing the throngs of people swaying to the deafening music below. "Damn it, how dare he treat me with such disrespect? Regardless of who he is, I will make him regret it." Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaowei, Chen Luo was plotting revenge against him. Zhao Xiaowei, however, dismissed Chen Luo entirely, perceiving him as nothing more than a foolish jester. Should Chen Luo dare to cross any lines, Zhao Xiaowei would ensure he met an untimely end. After a night of rest, Zhao Xiaowei awoke and began organizing the wealth he had amassed through the system. His personal fortune had already surpassed 500 billion. At this rate, he would soon ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. To be honest, Zhao Xiaowei had grown somewhat desensitized to such vast sums of money. He finally understood why some affluent individuals often remarked that money was merely a string of numbers in a bank account. No matter how much he spent, it was impossible to exhaust such wealth, rendering it little more than digits on a screen. At this moment, Zhao Xiaowei's singular focus was to fulfill the system's upgrade requirements. He yearned to discover the new surprises that awaited him post-upgrade. Just as he pondered this, the ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. Glancing at the number displayed, he recognized it as a call from Tang E of the Dousha live streaming company. Lacking any interest in the call, he chose to ignore it and proceeded to set up his streaming equipment. However, before he could finish preparing, the doorbell rang, drawing his attention. Who could possibly be visiting this early? Feeling a sense of curiosity, he approached the door and opened it. Chang Cece stood at the doorway, her face awash with urgency. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaowei, she could scarcely contain herself and immediately inquired, "Why can't I reach you on your phone? Do you have any idea that you've landed yourself in serious trouble?" Zhao Xiaowei, perplexed by Chang Cece's anxious demeanor, responded with confusion. "What trouble have I caused? What exactly is happening? Did someone from Dosha Company contact you about signing a contract?" In response to this inquiry, Zhao Xiaowei showed no inclination to conceal anything, affirmatively nodding his head. "Indeed, they called to express their desire to sign a contract with me. Is there an issue with that? And how did you respond to them?" Chang Cece said, "I have no intention of signing with them at the moment, so I made my stance quite clear." Zhao Xiaowei articulated his position with a calm demeanor, as if the matter held no significant weight. However, upon hearing his reply, Chang Cece slapped her thigh in realization. "That's exactly it. Just now, someone from Dosha Company contacted me to complain about your terrible attitude and insisted that I come to discuss this with you. If you don't reach out to them promptly, you risk losing your eligibility to live stream on their platform." Chapter 43. You don't understand. As a streamer, Chang Cece was acutely aware of what it meant to lose the right to broadcast on Dosha. The platform was the titan of the live streaming industry. Without the ability to broadcast there, any prospects of thriving in the live streaming realm would be nearly impossible. Many streamers feared being blacklisted by Dosha, as such an occurrence would spell the end of their hopes to rise through the ranks via this medium. It was this knowledge that propelled Chang Cece to urgently seek out Zhao Xiaowei, fearing that he might fall victim to Dosha's ban. Upon hearing Chang Cece's words, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but chuckle. He replied nonchalantly, "Do they really think they can blacklist me? I doubt they possess the capability. What makes you think they lack such power? You ought to take this matter seriously. It would be best for you to engage in a constructive dialogue with them now." Observing Chang Cece's increasingly anxious expression, Zhao Xiaowei let out a gentle sigh. "Do you really believe I need to rely on live streaming for my livelihood?" As soon as Zhao Xiaowei uttered these words, Chang Cece's expression froze. She suddenly realized that Zhao Xiaowei was the owner of the entire Tang Chung Yipin building. Regardless of any other ventures he might have, just the value of that building alone was enough to place Zhao Xiaowei's worth in the billions. He certainly had no need to earn a living through live streaming. Initially, Chang Cece had not considered these factors, but had merely projected her own perspective onto Zhao Xiaowei, which led to her frantic state. His statement abruptly pulled her back to reality. Indeed, in this world, the joys and sorrows of individuals often do not resonate with one another. While she had hurried over in a state of anxiety, he might simply perceive her as being overly dramatic. For a moment, Chang Cece found herself at a loss for words, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a lengthy pause, she abruptly stood up from the sofa, intending to leave. However, in her fluster, she failed to notice that a cable from Zhao Xiaowei's live streaming equipment extended to her feet. With unsteady footing, she stumbled forward. Zhao Xiaowei, positioned directly in her path, instinctively reached out to catch her. The force of their collision sent them both sprawling to the floor, with Chang Cece landing atop Zhao Xiaowei. Gazing into his face, mere inches away, she felt an overwhelming wave of panic. Zhao Xiaowei could distinctly sense the softness of Chang Cece's body through their clothing, as a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. Although he relished the moment, he worried that if this state persisted, he might act on impulses beyond his control. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "So, how long do you plan to stay on top of me?" Upon hearing his words, Chang Cece's face turned crimson, and she hastily attempted to push herself up and off Zhao Xiaowei. However, in her previous fall, she may have twisted her ankle, and in her haste to rise, she didn't notice. With a sudden movement, she cried out in pain and collapsed back onto Zhao Xiaowei. The proximity between them only intensified. Just as Chang Cece was about to offer an explanation, an astonished voice rang from the doorway. "What are you two doing?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they saw Luo Mingxi standing at the entrance, her eyes wide with shock. It turned out that Chang Cece had forgotten to close the door when she entered, and Luo Mingxi, noticing it ajar, had walked in only to stumble upon this embarrassing scene. Realizing the absurdity of her question, she quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "I didn't see anything. You two carry on." As she spoke, Luo Mingxi covered her eyes and retreated from the room, politely closing the door behind her. Chang Cece's face was as red as a ripe tomato. "Xiaoxi," she stammered, wanting to explain, but Luo Mingxi had already closed the door and left. As for Zhao Xiaowei, he felt no concern regarding whether Luo Mingxi misunderstood their relationship. With some difficulty, He shifted his position and said, "Could you please get off me? At this rate, I fear I might be crushed." "Crushed? What do you mean?" Chang Cece paused, momentarily bewildered by Zhao Xiaowei's words. Yet, upon feeling something hard pressing against her thigh, she quickly grasped the implication of his statement. Now her face was burning with embarrassment. Struggling against the pain in her ankle, she attempted to rise, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she remained firmly in place. Zhao Xiaowei has now come to understand why Chang Cece is unable to rise to her feet. He extends his hand to support her arm, steadying her form so she can stand up from the ground. Once upright, Zhao Xiaowei gazes at Chang Cece and inquires, "How are you? Are you all right?" Chang Cece, her cheeks flushed, nods affirmatively. "I'm fine, but you should hurry and open the door for Xiaoxi." Although he harbors some concern for her, Zhao Xiaowei decides to heed her words and strides over to open the door. Outside stands Luo Mingxi, who, upon seeing the door swing open, immediately questions, "Finished so soon?" Despite Zhao Xiaowei's generally thick skin, he can't help but feel a slight blush creeping onto his face at her remark. However, he quickly dismisses his embarrassment and attempts to explain, "It's not what you think. This is..." Before he can complete his sentence, Luo Mingxi waves her hand dismissively. All right, I understand. We're all adults here. What do you know?" Zhao Xiaowei internally scoffs, yet he ultimately refrains from voicing his thoughts. After all, no matter how much he tries to explain, the truth of the matter is something Luo Mingxi is unlikely to easily accept. She will only trust what her own eyes have witnessed. Chapter 44. Packing up and departing. Once Luo Mingxi enters, she regards Chang Cece with an odd smile. "Didn't you say you weren't interested in him anymore? How come now you?" Before she can finish her sentence, Chang Cece, disregarding the pain in her ankle, raises her hand to chase after Luo Mingxi. "If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I'll beat you up." Initially, Luo Mingxi intended to tease Chang Cece a bit more, but upon witnessing her pained expression, she decides to cease her playful banter. All right. Let us not make a fuss. Just stay put and behave." Seeing them stop their playful antics, Zhao Xiaowei finally turns to Luo Mingxi and inquires about her purpose for visiting. "By the way, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's question, Luo Mingxi refocuses her attention on him. "The people from Dosha Company called me. They said if you don't negotiate with them, it will jeopardize your ability to continue streaming." As Luo Mingxi articulates this, Zhao Xiaowei's expression sharpens with intensity. Originally, he had no desire to engage with Dosha Company. He merely wished to quietly complete his streaming tasks. Yet, Dosha's representatives have resorted to various threats against him, which he finds intolerable. After pondering briefly, he resolves to confront them after today's stream. Should Dosha Company persist in their obstinacy, Zhao Xiaowei will ensure they understand the true power of money. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Xiaowei tells Luo Mingxi, "Don't concern yourself too much with this for now. I'll handle it after my stream today." Initially, Luo Mingxi wishes to persuade him to avoid any significant conflict with Dosha as representatives. However, seeing Zhao Xiaowei's evident disinterest in further discussion, she decides to remain silent. After completing all his streaming preparations, Zhao Xiaowei logs into his streaming account, only to be met with a notification indicating an anomaly with his account, preventing him from streaming normally. Upon receiving such a notification, Zhao Xiaowei's brow furrows deeply. He understands that this predicament is undoubtedly the doing of Dosha Company. Frankly, he had never anticipated they would stoop so low as to engage in such underhanded tactics. For a moment, he stands there, stunned. After a brief interval, noticing that Zhao Xiaowei has not begun streaming as usual, but is instead staring blankly at his phone, Luo Mingxi senses that something is amiss. She approaches him, asking, "What's wrong?" As she leans over to glance at his phone screen, her expression shifts to one of bewilderment. She realizes that Dosha Company has likely banned his streaming account. After a brief pause, Luo Mingxi quietly suggests, "Zhao, perhaps we should call them now? Or you could stream using my account." In response to her proposed solutions, Zhao Xiaowei gently shakes his head. "No, I'm heading straight to Dosha Company's headquarters." Zhao Xiaowei's swift decision takes Luo Mingxi by surprise, and she stands there momentarily, unable to respond. Only after he strides toward the door does she snap back to reality and hurriedly follows him. "I'll go with you." At this point, Zhao Xiaowei has no objections to her accompanying him. He merely glances back at her and nods, allowing her to trail behind him. The headquarters of Dosha Company is located in Haicheng, and Zhao Xiaowei arrives swiftly. Tang Yi, having attempted to contact Zhao Xiaowei through various means without success, becomes increasingly frustrated. After all, Dosha Company has always held a dominant position in their interactions with streamers. Previously, streamers had shown him nothing but reverence. When had it ever occurred that he found himself humbly seeking a streamer-esque contract, only to encounter such obstacles? With this in mind, Tang Yi unhesitatingly decides to ban Zhao Xiaowei as a streaming account, convinced that once he does so, Zhao Xiaowei will no longer maintain his defiant attitude. While Tang Yi smugly awaits Zhao Xiaowei's response, he suddenly receives a call from the front desk. Tang Yi, someone is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's face registers confusion. Who is it? He says his name is Zhao Xiaowei. Once you hear him out, you'll understand what this is all about. Surprised by the front desk's announcement, Tang Yi hadn't anticipated that Zhao Xiaowei would proactively seek him out. However, given that he has taken the initiative to approach me now, Tang Yi will not indulge in any unnecessary verbosity. After hanging up the phone, he cheerfully made his way to the front desk. Upon encountering Zhao Xiaowei, Tang Yi wore an expression of unrestrained arrogance. Looking at Zhao Xiaowei, he remarked, I thought you had no intention of contacting me. What brings you here now? Are we to discuss the contract? Tang Yi had meticulously analyzed Zhao Xiaowei's streaming data. After thoroughly reviewing all the statistics, he concluded that Zhao Xiaowei was rather unimpressive, merely benefiting from the endorsements of prominent streamers, CC and Luo Mingxi, which accounted for the impressive numbers on his first day. Thus, Tang Yi perceived Zhao Xiaowei as someone who placed significant importance on live streaming. He believed that Zhao Xiaowei's failure to reach out was likely an attempt to project a strong stance, aiming to secure a more lucrative contract from the company. Self-assured in his understanding of the situation, Tang Yi naturally adopted an air of superiority during his negotiation with Zhao Xiaowei. Observing Tang Yi's brazen demeanor, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled. You needn't concern yourself with working here any longer, nor should you entertain the notion of finding another job in Haicheng. Pack your things and leave at once. Upon hearing these words from Zhao Xiaowei, Tang Yi's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Zhao Xiaowei would dare to utter such a statement. Struggling to emerge from his stupor, Tang Yi regarded Zhao Xiaowei with a look of incredulity. Who do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself such an important figure? I assure you, today, I will ensure you can no longer survive in the live streaming industry. I will ban each and every one of your accounts. Tang Yi spat out these words with fierce determination, adopting a challenging stance as he faced Zhao Xiaowei. Yet, Zhao Xiaowei did not offer any rebuttal to Tang Yi's threats. His primary reason for seeking out Tang Yi was to ascertain the character of the individual responsible for banning his livestream. Luo Mingxi, on the other hand, was taken aback by Zhao Xiaowei's audacity. Initially stunned by his words, she had only just regained her composure and was about to apologize to Tang Yi and offer explanations when a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind them. President Zhao, my sincerest apologies. I did not anticipate your swift arrival. I was caught up in a meeting, which delayed me slightly. As the voice carried through the air, all eyes turned towards its source. Approaching was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Tang Yi, working at Dosha Company, recognized this man as Su Changyuan, the true authority of the company. Upon seeing Su Changyuan, Tang Yi immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, greeting him with deference. However, Su Changyuan paid him no mind. Swiftly approaching Zhao Xiaowei regarded Su Changyuan with a slight smile. It's quite all right, as long as you manage the company effectively. There is no need for you to come out to greet me. President Zhao, as the largest shareholder of the company, it is indeed necessary for me to welcome you. I have arranged a feast for you. Shall we dine while I brief you on the recent operational status of the company? Tang Yi, observing Su Changyuan's demeanor toward Zhao Xiaowei, instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. The respect shown by the company as president indicated that Zhao Xiaowei was no ordinary individual. When Su Changyuan mentioned reporting on the company's recent performance, Tang Yi's apprehensions deepened. It became clear to him that Zhao Xiaowei was someone he could not afford to offend. In that moment, he wished he could slap himself in regret for his earlier arrogance. Realizing the gravity of his previous attitude toward Zhao Xiaowei, Tang Yi understood that he was utterly doomed. His only path to redemption lay in seeking Zhao Xiaowei's forgiveness. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yi cautiously approached Zhao Xiaowei. President Zhao about earlier, but Zhao Xiaowei seemed not to hear him, casting a fleeting glance in Tang Yi's direction before directing his gaze toward Su Changyuan. You are aware of what I discussed with you previously, correct? There is no need for a meal. Just ensure that my live stream is restored to normalcy. If you dare to ban my stream again, do not expect me to be courteous. Su Changyuan, not daring to exhibit any negligence, nodded fervently. Of course, President Zhao. Rest assured, I will have your live stream reinstated immediately. With Su Changyuan's affirmative response, Zhao Xiaowei nodded slightly, offering no further delay as he swiftly departed with Luo Mingxi. Watching Zhao Xiaowei leave with utmost respect, Su Changyuan exhaled deeply. Prior to Zhao Xiaowei's arrival, he had received a call detailing the situation he faced. The meeting he had just attended was to discuss this very matter. Zhao Xiaowei had not specified how to resolve it, leaving Su Changyuan aware that further developments were likely, yet he had no solid plan, opting instead to take it one step at a time. Mr. Su, but before he could finish, Su Changyuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Tang Yi's face, the sharp crack echoing throughout the room. Tang Yi's face instantly swelled. Su Changyuan glared at him with a fierce intensity. You wretched fool, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? You nearly brought me to ruin. Under Su Changyuan's furious reprimand, Tang Yi dared not utter a word of protest, only bowing his head and staring at the floor. Su Changyuan unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Tang Yi before finally stating, You are no longer employed by our company, and I do not wish to see you in Haiqing again. Otherwise, I assure you that the consequences will be dire. After discarding that remark, Su Changyuan finally led his companions away from the scene. Zhao Xiaowei, however, was entirely indifferent to how Su Changyuan dealt with Tang Yi. His sole desire was to rush back and complete the live broadcast for the day. As he drove in silence, Luo Mingxi could no longer contain her curiosity. She cautiously inquired of Zhao Xiaowei, What on earth is going on? Is Dosha Company also yours? Luo Mingxi had become somewhat desensitized to such revelations, given the myriad surprises Zhao Xiaowei had already presented her with. If she couldn't withstand the shocks of unexpected situations, she feared she might very well succumb to a heart ailment. Upon hearing Luo Mingxi's question, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly. He turned his head slightly to glance at her, and casually explained, I noticed the burgeoning potential of the live streaming industry some time ago, so I invested a little money. I never anticipated that the industry's growth would surpass my expectations. While Zhao Xiaowei delivered this information with an air of nonchalance, Luo Mingxi felt a profound sense of helplessness. The mere fact that he had casually invested a small sum to become a major shareholder in Dosha Company was staggering. If he had invested significantly more, the disparity between people would not merely be a gap, but an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 46. I am his girlfriend. Upon returning home, Chang Cece was still at Zhao Xiaowei's residence, awaiting their arrival. Seeing them return so swiftly, she expressed her astonishment. How could you be back so soon? Has everything been resolved? In response to Chang Cece's query, Zhao Xiaowei merely smiled softly, stating that all matters had been settled before promptly commencing the live broadcast. Watching Zhao Xiaowei engage in his live stream, Chang Cece cast a puzzled glance at Luo Mingxi. How did you manage to resolve everything so quickly? Having the live streaming room shut down is a serious issue. According to what I previously understood, rectifying such a situation typically requires significant time and effort. Yet you resolved it in just over 2 hours. This is simply unbelievable. Faced with Chang Cece's question, Luo Mingxi sighed helplessly. After a moment of contemplation, she recounted all the events they had encountered. When Chang Cece learned of the circumstances that transpired, her expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. After a lengthy pause, she finally regained her composure, struggling to swallow her disbelief. He has shares in Dosha Company? This is simply too incredible. What other secrets does he hold? Luo Mingxi was unable to provide a definitive answer to Chang Cece's inquiry. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Zhao Xiaowei, who was still engrossed in his live broadcast. I cannot ascertain the extent of his secrets, but I am certain that being with him holds great promise for you. Chang Cece's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? I truly have no relationship with him. Upon hearing Chang Cece's denial, Luo Mingxi was unconvinced. You can't seriously believe I haven't noticed anything. This morning, you were so exuberant that you even twisted your ankle. You really had quite an adventure. Chang Cece's face grew even redder. I told you, that was merely an accident. Why can't you trust me? I only believe what I see, Luo Mingxi retorted. Acknowledging that no matter how much she explained, Luo Mingxi would not be swayed. Chang Cece could only sigh in resignation. She glanced at Luo Mingxi before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Thanks to Zhao Xiaowei's prior fame, the products featured in his live stream were quickly snatched up. He was also aware that if he only sold high-end products, many would still find them unaffordable. Consequently, he had lowered the prices on several items, ensuring that anyone watching his stream could afford to purchase from his offerings. This strategy resulted in a rapid turnover of merchandise, and he quickly fulfilled the tasks assigned by the system for the day. Amidst a flurry of comments urging him not to conclude the stream, Zhao Xiaowei decisively ended the broadcast. Upon reviewing his experience points within the system, he noted that he was on the brink of surpassing 1,000. At this rate, he anticipated leveling up in just a few days, eagerly awaiting the surprises that would accompany the upgrade. After concluding his live broadcast, Chang Cici asked him, Zhao, you are already quite wealthy. Why do you still work so hard at live streaming every day? Zhao Xiaowei snapped back to reality, briefly glancing at Chang Cici before explaining. If I were to do nothing but lounge at home all day, wouldn't that be dreadfully dull? Keeping myself occupied with endeavors makes life far less monotonous. Chang Cici was at a loss for words in response to Zhao Xiaowei's answer. She streamed to make a living. Although she had gained some notoriety, a profound sense of insecurity lingered within her. After all, live streaming was not a sustainable career, and any minor misstep could jeopardize her livelihood. The competition in this industry was fierce, and countless envious eyes were set upon her position. If given the opportunity, those who coveted her success would spare no effort in attempting to usurp her place. Chang Cici had long sought a means of transitioning to a different path. Yet thus far, she had not even the faintest clue on how to proceed. Her arduous efforts in live streaming were perceived by others as little more than a pastime to pass the time. Chang Cici's emotions were now a whirlwind of complexity. However, Zhao Xiaowei remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. With a cheerful smile, he addressed her. Well then, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, you should head home. I need to visit the hospital, as my father is scheduled for surgery today. During such a time, Zhao Xiaowei could not afford to be away from the hospital. Chang Cici and Luo Mingxi had no further business, so they assisted Chang Cici back to her own home. Then the two of them went downstairs. I didn't expect to just come downstairs. Zhao Xiaowei saw that Lu Shuang had already arrived at an unknown time. I am currently standing downstairs. Seeing Zhao Xiaowei and Luo Mingxi appear together, the expression on Lu Shuang's face immediately began to become incredibly strange. It took her a long time to recover from that dazed state. Then he quickly started questioning Zhao Xiaowei in a questioning tone. Who is she? Lu Shuang's way of speaking sounds very much like Zhao Xiaowei's real girlfriend. This makes Luo Mingxi feel extremely nervous in his heart now. She quickly spoke up to explain. Well, don't misunderstand, but halfway through, Luo Mingxi noticed that something was amiss. Shouldn't Zhao Xiaowei be with Chang Cici? In theory, Chang Cici is Zhao Xiaowei's girlfriend. Who is this woman who suddenly appeared? Thinking of this, Luo Mingxi turned his head with an incredibly complex gaze towards Zhao Xiaowei. This scumbag. He actually steps on two boats now. Luo Mingxi also looked at Lu Shuang with a displeased expression and asked, Who are you? I am Xiaowei's girlfriend, Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang swore her sovereignty very directly. Even now, she is just a fake girlfriend. But they also have a very clear relationship. Externally, it means claiming that Lu Shuang is Zhao Xiaowei's girlfriend. They had already agreed on these things when they made the pact. Chapter 47. Let's wait for it first. After hearing Lu Shuang's active declaration of her sovereignty, Luo Mingxi immediately became anxious. Stop farting. Mr. Zhao is my best friend's boyfriend, and they're already living together. What qualifications do you have to speak here? Although Luo Mingxi himself did not win Zhao Xiaowei's favor, she still felt a bit regretful in her heart. But unfortunately, it's a pity. After all, Zhao Xiaowei is my best friend who is with me. So of course, he still needs to bless Chang Cici and Zhao Xiaowei well in this matter. But the woman in front of me doesn't even know her. She actually said she was Zhao Xiaowei's girlfriend. So Luo Mingxi naturally needs to stand up for his good friend. When Luo Mingxi said such words, the expression on Lu Shuang's face immediately began to become incredibly strange. Although they're still just a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But according to Lu Shuang's understanding of the situation, Zhao Xiaowei should still be in a single state at present. How could he have already cohabited with another woman in the blink of an eye? And just now, Luo Mingxi said that Zhao Xiaowei is her best friend's boyfriend. Why did they walk down together? Lu Shuang now has various melodramatic plots in her mind. She couldn't tell that the low-key Zhao Xiaowei was still a sea king. Lu Shuang was very disappointed in her heart. She actually felt some heartache. It's like my boyfriend was really taken away by someone. The smell of gunpowder between the two women has become increasingly intense. Zhao Xiaowei quickly explained to them. You misunderstood. You misunderstood. Don't be so anxious now. Actually, we're just ordinary friends. Let me introduce you to each other. But Zhao Xiaowei hasn't had a chance to introduce them to each other yet. Luo Mingxi and Lu Shuang had a great understanding and both snorted coldly. At the same time, he turned his head to the side. Pretend that you absolutely cannot know the other person. In this situation, Zhao Xiaowei is also very embarrassed now. He originally wanted to fully explain this matter. But Luo Mingxi had already informed him and then turned around and left here directly. Looking at Luo Mingxi's obvious and very angry expression now, Zhao Xiaowei is somewhat distressed. Are women always so unreasonable? Just when Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Lu Shuang has approached him and asked, "Is everything that woman just said true? Are you really living with another woman now?" Regarding the question raised by Lu Shuang, Zhao Xiaowei rolled his eyes helplessly. "You're overthinking it. She just misunderstood me. That woman is one of my tenants and has nothing to do with me at all." Although the explanation given by Zhao Xiaowei now is very similar to the excuses that the Sea King found to deceive other women. But Lu Shuang did not hesitate to believe the explanation given by Zhao Xiaowei directly. "I knew you must still be single now. I still have a chance, right?" Lu Shuang boldly expressed a feeling of admiration for Zhao Xiaowei. Now, facing her unabashed expression of admiration, Zhao Xiaowei only felt an immense sense of embarrassment. He didn't know how to respond to Lu Shuang either. It can only quickly shift the topic. "Did you come to my house? Come find me. Is there something wrong?" Since Zhao Xiaowei is completely indifferent to the way he behaves, Lu Shuang knew that she couldn't be too impatient. As the saying goes, impatience cannot eat hot tofu. She can only handle this kind of thing slowly. Regarding one's appearance and physique, Lu Shuang has absolute confidence. She didn't believe that Zhao Xiaowei could persist for too long under her gentle attack. Laughing, Lu Shuang replied, "It's like this. I heard that Chen Luo is planning to take action against you recently. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, I'm worried that you might encounter danger." After Lu Shuang announced the news she had received, Zhao Xiaowei immediately narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Shuang. "Are all of what you're saying true? Is Chen Luo really planning to hit me?" "Of course. After all, our family in Haiqing still has some energy, and it won't take long to inquire about such things." Since I have received such an overwhelmingly positive answer from Lu Shuang's mouth, so Zhao Xiaowei's expression immediately began to become even more fierce. He coldly chuckled. Zhao Xiaowei said in a disdainful tone, "Originally, I had no intention of doing anything to Chen Luo, but now he is witnessing the unknown. So let him have a good look at my methods." When I saw the domineering demeanor displayed by Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Shuang felt waves of anticipation in her heart. She looked at Zhao Xiaowei with anticipation and asked, "What are you planning to do now? Is there anything I can help with?" "I don't need your help with this matter at all. I can handle it myself." Chen Luo and his family actually have most of their industries in Zhao Xiaowei's hands. If Chen Luo can honestly manage their family well, Zhao Xiaowei will not exterminate their family either. But now the situation is different. Even Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of targeting their family. But Chen Luo and his family are so reckless that they want to take the initiative to attack him. Of course, Zhao Xiaowei will not show any politeness. Zhao Xiaowei did not tell Lu Shuang exactly what he planned to do. But for Lu Shuang, this kind of thing is nothing at all. Her inner expectations have not diminished at all. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang is also very clear about it. Zhao Xiaowei will not encounter too much resistance when dealing with Chen Luo and his family. This is the blind confidence that Lu Shuang has in Zhao Xiaowei's heart. Even if one has no idea how much energy Zhao Xiaowei has behind him, it doesn't hinder Lu Shuang's confidence in him at all. Zhao Xiaowei has rushed to the hospital first. When he came over, his father had already entered the operating room. Lu Xinlan was anxiously waiting outside the operating room for the situation. Zhao Xiaowei saw the situation. "Hurry up and ask Lu Xinlan directly. Mom, what's the situation like now? Is my dad okay? What did the doctor say?" Faced with a series of problems like a barrage of bullets from Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Xinlan shook her head gently. "I don't know the specific situation either. Just wait for now." Chapter 48. What did you just say? As Lu Xinlan had just finished her sentence, the door to the operating room was suddenly pushed open from inside. Seeing Pan Chifeng walking out of the operating room now, Zhao Xiaowei quickly walked up to him in a hurry and asked about the specific situation. "Dean Pan, how is my father's situation now?" Pan Chifeng now has a serious expression on his face. Even when facing Zhao Xiaowei, he showed no sign of pleasing him. After all, he is still a doctor no matter what. On the operating table, he has extremely strong professional ethics. Glancing at Zhao Xiaowei, Pan Chifeng said to him, "Mr. Zhao, your father's situation may not be optimistic now. We are doing our best to rescue him and hope that there won't be any major problems." When Pan Chifeng uttered such a sentence, Lu Xinlan, who had been tense all along, seemed to have heard terrible news. It collapsed instantly. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaowei's quick eyes and hands supporting her, Lu Xinlan fell to the ground. "Supporting my mother, who has lost all strength now." Zhao Xiaowei directly asked Pan Chifeng, "What exactly is this situation? Didn't you tell me confidently before, when you were planning the surgery, that the situation wasn't that serious?" Zhao Xiaowei is also a person who has received higher education. So even though the current situation is very pessimistic, he didn't vent all his emotions on Pan Chifeng at all, because he knows very well, this situation is definitely not the fault of Pan Chifeng and his team. Seeing Zhao Xiaowei's current facial emotions is relatively normal. Pan Shifeng let out a slight sigh and then explained. The situation is like this. We didn't expect your father's condition to have developed so severely beforehand. We didn't have time to react to this completely unexpected situation, and it's not something we want to see happen. Now we can only say that we will spare no effort in rescuing. But ultimately, what kind of outcome can only be left to fate? After Pan Shifeng spoke so clearly, Zhao Xiaowei fell silent. It took him a long time to finally ask Pan Shifeng, so what are the chances of success? Less than 30. Zhao Xiaowei can certainly hear it now. The probability mentioned by Pan Shifeng is the chance that his father can get off the operating table. Although I feel very nervous about such a situation. But Zhao Xiaowei still forcefully suppressed the extremely tense emotions in his heart. To Pan Shifeng, I said, Dean Pan, no matter what, this matter is still troublesome for you. I hope you must save my father well. Pan Shifeng nodded definitively. Mr. Zhao, you can rest assured that this is our responsibility. After briefly reporting the current situation to Zhao Xiaowei, Pan Shifeng re-entered the operating room. After Pan Shifeng re-entered the operating room, Zhao Xiaowei helped his mother sit on the nearby chair. I pressed my mother's temple slightly. Lu Xinlan finally woke up from that semi-comatose state. She turned her head and glanced at Zhao Xiaowei slightly. He said with great sadness, Xiaowei, what should we do? If something happens to your father, how can I survive? I heard my mother's words. Zhao Xiaowei quickly held her hand. Mom, don't overthink it. Even if something happens to my dad, isn't there still me? Moreover, my father has his own natural appearance and will never encounter any problems. Just put your heart in your stomach now. Although comforting my mother with such words now. But in reality, Zhao Xiaowei still felt very nervous in his heart. After all, he really couldn't figure out whether his father could safely come off the operating table. Even though I'm so nervous in my heart, Zhao Xiaowei didn't dare to show even a little bit. He is now the only spiritual support for his mother. The surgery lasted for over 8 hours. After the light in the operating room went out, Zhao Xiaowei quickly stood up in a hurry and walked towards the entrance of the operating room. Pan Shifeng personally pushed Zhao Xiaowei's father out of the operating room. See Pan Shifeng. Zhao Xiaowei quickly asked anxiously, how is my father's situation now? Pan Shifeng sighed. After our full rescue efforts, your father's life has been saved. But his condition is still not optimistic, and if he wants to fully recover, the gold rate may be very low. What Pan Shifeng is saying now is purely to comfort Zhao Xiaowei. The so-called low probability basically means that there is no possibility of recovery. Regarding Pan Shifeng's current statement, Zhao Xiaowei can also understand what he really means. But now as long as my father's life is not in danger. For Zhao Xiaowei, it is already enough. Because I just finished the surgery, Zhao Xiaowei's father cannot stay in a regular hospital room. Family members are not allowed to accompany them into the intensive care unit. So Zhao Xiaowei took Lu Xinlan home first. Originally, all Lu Xinlan's thoughts were focused on her husband. But after being taken by Zhao Xiaowei to the outside of Tangxing Yiping, Lu Xinlan was immediately captivated by the opulent architecture surrounding her. She turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, and fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Xiaowei. Xiaowei, why have you brought me here? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Lu Xinlan's face, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but chuckle. With a warm smile, he replied, I brought you here because I live in this vicinity. Surely, you don't expect me to stay here while you lodge in a hotel? After receiving such a forthright response from Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Xinlan's expression morphed into an even deeper incredulity. She listened to him, momentarily lost in a daze, and it took her quite some time to regain her composure. Xiaowei, you can't be joking, can you? How could you possibly afford such a luxurious residence? Although Lu Xinlan was not particularly well-versed in the real estate market of Tangchang, she was acutely aware that properties in this area were anything but inexpensive. After hearing Lu Xinlan's incredulous tone, Zhao Xiaowei sighed in exasperation and said, Mom, why do you find it so hard to believe in me? Do you truly think so little of your son? Is it impossible for me to purchase a nice home? At this assertion, Lu Xinlan's astonishment intensified. With a tone of utter disbelief, she inquired, what did you just say? Chapter 49, Meeting the In-Laws. Reflecting on his previous words, Zhao Xiaowei found no fault in what he had said, and thus began to feel a sense of perplexity. He countered Lu Xinlan's question, did I say something wrong? You just mentioned that the house here is one you purchased? Lu Xinlan had initially thought that her son living here was already impressive enough. But Zhao Xiaowei's revelation left her even more astounded. Upon her utterance, Zhao Xiaowei immediately comprehended the source of Lu Xinlan's shock. He nodded with a smile, indeed. I bought a house here. When I earn money, I ought to enjoy it. Lu Xinlan did not catch the fact that Zhao Xiaowei referred to it as a house. believing instead it was merely a slip of the tongue and firmly convinced that he had only acquired a single unit. Even that was a remarkable achievement in her eyes. With some difficulty, Lu Xinlan swallowed hard and directly asked Zhao Xiaowei, Xiaowei, I must warn you, our family has never produced anyone who has acted unlawfully throughout history. If you dare to engage in any nefarious activities, I assure you I will personally see to it that you are imprisoned. Upon hearing Lu Xinlan's fervent declaration, Zhao Xiaowei's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he finally broke his stillness, gazing at Lu Xinlan with a look of resigned disbelief. Mom, what on earth are you talking about? Do you really think so little of your son? Must I engage in immoral activities to earn such wealth? My money comes from legitimate sources. If I were to commit any illegal acts, I wouldn't need you to remind me. I would have been apprehended long ago. Though Lu Xinlan still found the situation somewhat implausible, she felt it unwise to press further, as she did not grasp the nature of Zhao Xiaowei's undertakings. Thus, she had prepared herself for this encounter. However, upon entering Zhao Xiaowei's room, she was taken aback by the opulence and spaciousness of the decor. Such lavish accommodations were once beyond the realm of her dreams, yet here she was, truly residing in such a splendid place. A sense of surreal disbelief washed over her. Was she genuinely awake? Observing Lu Xinlan's incredulous expression, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't suppress his laughter. With a cheerful demeanor, he asked, Mom, what do you think of my home? Do you like it? Although there lingered a hint of concern regarding the origins of Zhao Xiaowei's financial means. Since he had openly stated that his wealth was obtained legitimately, Lu Xinlan chose to suppress her anxieties. In response to Zhao Xiaowei's inquiry, she confidently nodded and declared, I absolutely love it. Who wouldn't adore such a magnificent home? If you fancy it, I could arrange for you to have a unit as well. You and your father could live next door, and you wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. The moment Zhao Xiaowei mentioned her husband, Lu Xinlan's expression darkened. She slowly approached the sofa and sat down. If your father were to know that you were living in such a splendid home, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Unfortunately, he will never have the chance to see it. Lu Xinlan's words sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Zhao Xiaowei. He quickly stepped closer to her and said, Mom, please don't dwell on such thoughts. You said it yourself. Can your father truly recover? There's no need to deceive me. I'm not naive. The reality is that your father's condition is unlikely to improve. The doctor was merely trying to comfort me with those words. Do you really believe I can't discern that? With Lu Xinlan's candid admission, Zhao Xiaowei felt an acute sense of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated that she would perceive the situation with such clarity. Just as Zhao Xiaowei grappled with his awkwardness, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Unsure of who might be visiting at this hour, he stood up in curiosity and opened the door. Upon seeing Chang Cici standing outside, he asked, What brings you here at this time? Chang Cici, limping slightly while carrying a large pot of soup, entered with a smile. I specially made a big pot of rib soup today, but I can't finish it by myself. I figured you must be too busy to cook, so I brought it for you. As she stepped inside, Chang Cici placed the pot down, but immediately sensed something was amiss. Turning around, she was confronted by Lu Xinlan, who was seated on the sofa, smiling and watching her intently. In an instant, Chang Cici's expression shifted to one of acute embarrassment. She glanced at Lu Xinlan, then cast a pleading look towards Zhao Xiaowei, her eyes unmistakably conveying her distress. It is evident that the inquiry surrounding Zhao Xiaowei's relationship with Lu Xinlan has intensified. Upon encountering Chang Cici, who appeared so anxious she was at a loss, Lu Xinlan cheerfully rose from the sofa and grasped Chang Cici's hand. Dear girl, there is no need to be so tense. I am Xiaowei's mother. Come, look at you limping along, yet still thinking of bringing soup for Xiaowei. Hurry and take a seat. Lu Xinlan's demeanor in that moment caused Zhao Xiaowei's heart to skip a beat, filling him with an ominous foreboding. How could he not realize that his mother was mistakenly perceiving Chang Cici as his girlfriend? Thus, Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly approached, eager to clarify to Lu Xinlan. Mom, however, before he could utter another word, Lu Xinlan gently waved her hand, interrupting him. All right, go on with your business. I would like to have a good talk with Cici. Chang Cici's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's posterior. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. Had she known, she would not have brought the soup. If she had to, she would have certainly dressed more attractively. Now, she worried whether Zhao Xiaowei's mother might find her unappealing. Unbeknownst to her, she was beginning to feel as though she were a bride meeting her in-laws. In the course of the conversation with Lu Xinlan, Chang Cici maintained a perpetually flushed visage. Lu Xinlan had practically accepted her as a daughter-in-law. If this continued, Chang Cici would soon find herself at a loss for words. Zhao Xiaowei quickly sought an excuse to intervene, halting Lu Xinlan from posing further unnecessary inquiries to Chang Cece. Mom, please refrain from asking so much. Cece has numerous matters to attend to. ISNT that right, Cece? Chang Cece, thoroughly embarrassed and unsure how to respond to Lu Xinlan's remarks, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. I must return home as my stove is still on. Goodbye, Andy. With that, she swiftly rose and departed. Once Chang Cece had exited, Lu Xinlan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a wonderful girl. A fine figure for childbearing." Zhao Xiaowei nearly choked on his mother's words. Turning to Lu Xinlan, he reproached her. "Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense?" Your grandmother said the same. Observing Lu Xinlan's unwavering confidence, Zhao Xiaowei realized that arguing with her would be futile. He could only roll his eyes and suggest that Lu Xinlan proceed to dinner. After dining, Zhao Xiaowei initially intended to rest and check his current wealth in the system. However, he unexpectedly received a call from Lu Shuang. Her tone conveyed a sense of urgency. "Xiaowei, are you free right now? If so, please come out quickly. I have something important to discuss with you." Hearing the urgency in Lu Shuang's voice, Zhao Xiaowei's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Is it really necessary to meet in person? Can't you just tell me over the phone? It's not something I can explain clearly over the phone. You need to come down right away. I'm waiting downstairs." Since Lu Shuang had already arrived at his building, Zhao Xiaowei could only nod in acquiescence. After tidying up, he made his way downstairs. Upon seeing Lu Shuang, he directly inquired, "What is the urgent matter that necessitated this meeting?" "The Chen family has begun to take action. I've heard they are mobilizing significant funds to acquire your Haiqing building." As Zhao Xiaowei absorbed this news, his expression morphed into one of profound incredulity. "They want to acquire the Haiqing building? How could they possibly succeed? I have no intention of selling it at this time." The Haiqing building was a veritable cash cow. As long as he retained ownership, Zhao Xiaowei would continue to rake in substantial rental income each year. It could operate independently without requiring his constant attention. Thus, he would never consider selling it. Given this, it was clear that no matter how much the Chen family spent, they could not obtain the Haiqing building. Noticing Zhao Xiaowei's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Shuang sighed in exasperation before asking, "When you acquired the Haiqing building, did you obtain it through a foreclosure auction?" The Haiqing building was a gift from the system, meaning Zhao Xiaowei had never directly handled any of the transactions. Consequently, he had never concerned himself with the procedural details. However, since Lu Shuang had posed a question, it indicated that such a method was indeed involved. He nodded. "So what? Regardless, my paperwork is in order, and I maintain absolute control over the Haiqing building. No one can take it from me. The situation is not as straightforward as you think. When the Haiqing building was sold, there were numerous unresolved debt disputes. The paperwork you acquired is not without its flaws. The Chen family has identified these loopholes and now intends to exploit them to seize your ownership rights." Zhao Xiaowei wasn't particularly versed in these matters, yet he understood that the situation was likely quite urgent. Since it had escalated to this point, he narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Observing Zhao Xiaowei's contemplative silence, Lu Shuang pressed, "What are you dawdling for? How do you plan to address this? You must be prepared, or you could incur significant losses." Upon hearing Lu Shuang's words, Zhao Xiaowei snapped back to reality. He briefly turned to glance at her before stating resolutely, "The Chen family is digging their own grave." Meanwhile, Chen Luo was merrily reviewing a variety of reports presented before him. Glancing at his father, he remarked, "Dad, if we can acquire the Haiqing building, our family's business can undergo a smooth transformation. The shipping industry isn't faring well. A transition could present a significant opportunity for us." He nodded slightly. "After all, I am aging, and the family business will be entrusted to you, as long as you don't squander our family's wealth. Feel free to manage it as you wish." Upon hearing Chen Yongjun's words, Chen Luo thumped his chest with a resounding sound. "Father, you can rest easy. Your son is no fool, and I assure you that I will manage our family's enterprise exceptionally well." Chen Luo was brimming with pride. While he professed his intentions to manage the family business, in truth, he was orchestrating these machinations solely to retaliate against Zhao Xiaowei. Daring to oppose him, Chen Luo was determined to show Zhao Xiaowei his strength. Simultaneously, he aimed to demonstrate to anyone who dared to cross him that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. With all connections established, it was merely a matter of waiting to complete the necessary formalities. Subsequently, the Haiqing building under Zhao Xiaowei's name would belong to the Chen family. Unable to contain his elation, Chen Luo employed his methods to contact Zhao Xiaowei. Chapter 51. Mind your own business. Do you think you're so impressive? Just because you possess the Haiqing building, You believe you are remarkable? Let us see how audacious you can be today. Chen Luo's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. In his eyes, Zhao Xiaowei was practically a dead man. Once he seized the Haicheng building from Zhao Xiaowei, Chen Luo could even consider eliminating him altogether. At that moment, Chen Luo would showcase his power to everyone. Moreover, he was confident that Lu Shuang would have no choice but to submit to him. Zhao Xiaowei, however, displayed no signs of anger at Chen Luo's brazen attitude. He merely smiled faintly. Chen Luo, I've made myself abundantly clear before. Do not provoke me. And this matter can be considered settled. But now that you have chosen to ignore that warning, do not blame me. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. However, once he regained his composure, he erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha! I relish encountering a fool like you, who remains defiant even at death's door, unaware of his true insignificance. What can you possibly do to me today? If you possess any abilities, feel free to unleash them. Faced with Chen Luo's blatant arrogance, Zhao Xiaowei found no inclination to engage in further banter. He simply followed through with his prior arrangements, making a brief phone call. As Zhao Xiaowei's call connected, numerous departments throughout Haicheng began to mobilize. Soon, alarming news reached Chen Luo. Mr. Chen, it's terrible. Our major client has terminated their partnership with us. Mr. Chen, our goods have been detained, and clients are pressuring us for delivery. Chen Luo, what has happened to the funds in our company account? One phone call after another overwhelmed Chen Luo, leaving him in a state of disarray. After managing to placate everyone, Chen Luo's heart sank to the depths of despair. Even he, despite his ignorance, understood what was transpiring. These events were undoubtedly linked to Zhao Xiaowei. As he placed his phone in his pocket, Chen Luo lifted his head, staring at Zhao Xiaowei with a look of utter shock. What have you done? I haven't done anything. Zhao Xiaowei shrugged innocently. I merely happen to have a dozen large cargo ships at my disposal, and my prices are lower. So your clients prefer to choose us, don't they? After Zhao Xiaowei nonchalantly stated this, Chen Luo's teeth ground in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet, there was nothing he could do against Zhao Xiaowei. The strength at Zhao Xiaowei's disposal was beyond his reach. Initially, Chen Luo believed Zhao Xiaowei only possessed the Haicheng building, but he was now acutely aware of how mistaken he had been. Zhao Xiaowei's capabilities were unfathomable. Having invested substantial funds in an attempt to seize the Haicheng building, Chen Luo found himself with nothing to show for it. His earlier investments had gone to waste. In a bid to salvage his current capital, Chen Luo's only option was to withdraw all funds and reinvest them into the normal operation of their company. This, however, meant that their transformation had utterly failed. Reflecting on the vows he had made to his father, Chen Luo's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Yet, beyond his wrath, he found himself powerless against Zhao Xiaowei. Zhao Xiaowei's retaliation against Chen Luo was nothing short of masterful. Once everything had settled, Lu Shuang approached Zhao Xiaowei, brimming with astonishment. You are incredible. How did you manage this? Everyone who had been privy to the situation had doubted Zhao Xiaowei, believing that the Haicheng building was on the brink of changing hands once more. However, the unexpected turnaround astonished everyone, occurring at such a rapid pace that many were still processing the events. Consequently, Zhao Xiaowei's reputation soared. Observing Lu Shuang's astonished expression, Zhao Xiaowei remained unperturbed, simply smiling before responding. It's quite simple. As long as you possess sufficient cash, you can launch an overwhelming offensive against anyone attempting to engage in petty actions. Zhao Xiaowei's bold statement left Lu Shuang with a rather peculiar expression. What else could she say? This was the essence of overpowering one's adversaries. Seeing Lu Shuang standing there in a daze, Li Yi chuckled and addressed her again. By the way, your company seems heavily reliant on maritime transport, doesn't it? Lu Shuang paused, quickly comprehending the implications of Zhao Xiaowei's words. With Zhao Xiaowei acquiring the majority of the Chen family's assets, it meant that the maritime transport industry in Haicheng would primarily fall under Zhao Xiaowei's control. The Changfeng Group primarily engaged in international trade. Thus, Lu Shuang's company could entirely entrust their transportation needs to Zhao Xiaowei. Having grasped these revelations, Lu Shuang's gaze toward Zhao Xiaowei transformed into one of intrigue. She directly inquired, So, can you provide us with free transportation services? Regarding Lu Shuang's current words, Zhao Xiaowei merely curled his lips in disdain. How naive. I can offer you a certain discount, but forget about anything being free. Although he knew full well that Zhao Xiaowei would never provide transportation services without charge, The abruptness with which he dismissed the matter left Lu Shuang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, it is rare for a woman to maintain her composure after being rebuffed. Noticing Lu Shuang's displeased expression, Zhao Xiaowei showed no inclination to elaborate. He simply chuckled lightly and inquired, "Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I must return to my own affairs." Zhao Xiaowei had yet to set up his stall for selling goods that day, and with his experience points just shy of 100, he was determined to complete the system's task and see what enhancements awaited him upon leveling up. Chapter 52, 1 billion. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Lu Shuang snapped out of her daze, her eyes widening as she fixed an incredulous gaze upon him. "What else do you have to do? Surely you aren't still planning to set up a street stall?" Lu Shuang vividly recalled the embarrassment of their previous experience together at the market, and the mere thought of it made her want to flee. Her expression now bore a hint of trepidation. After Lu Shuang posed her question, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh. "No." With this affirmative response, Lu Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief. "That's good. Then I'll accompany you. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhao Xiaowei shook his head. "Of course not." Upon returning home with Zhao Xiaowei, Lu Shuang's face froze as she watched him expertly set up the very same equipment they had used at the street stall. Taking a deep breath, she could no longer contain herself and asked, "Didn't you say you were no longer setting up a street stall? What are you doing now?" "I'm live streaming. Selling goods live." Lu Shuang was utterly taken aback, finding this revelation even more difficult to accept than their earlier street vending experience. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Xiaowei had already activated the live streaming equipment and swiftly logged into the streaming room. "What's going on today? The host has brought such a stunning beauty to the stream. The host is quite handsome, but the man beside her is a bit of an eyesore. Everyone be quiet. That's my wife. Hey, you over there if you're still half asleep. Hurry back home and dream on your bed. My bladder's full. Let me go first." The moment Lu Shuang appeared on screen, the chat room erupted with lively banter. Faced with the relentless teasing, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. Yet before she could utter a word, Zhao Xiaowei enthusiastically greeted the viewers. "Hello, my dear friends. Haven't you all been wanting to see a beautiful woman? Today, I brought you a stunning beauty. Come on, Xiaoing, say hello to everyone." Realizing Zhao Xiaowei intended to use her as a mere prop, Lu Shuang felt a surge of frustration, but despite her inner turmoil, she complied with his request, forcing a stiff smile as she greeted the online audience. Having streamed for several days, Zhao Xiaowei was now quite familiar with this format. After engaging in some light interaction, he smoothly transitioned into selling products. His reputation had been firmly established, and the viewers in the streaming room had developed a strong trust in the items he offered. Today, the products provided by the system were swiftly sold out. Congratulations, host, for successfully selling 2,000 items. The system has leveled up. System upgrade complete. Please continue to strive for excellence and achieve greater glory. The concise notifications from the system momentarily left Zhao Xiaowei stunned. However, he didn't dwell too long on the system's prompts, instead focusing all his attention on the newly upgraded system. The interface had undergone significant changes. In addition to the unmanageable sales interface, there were now two new features, abilities and attributes. Upon careful examination, he discovered that his attributes were quite ordinary, reflecting the level of an average person. Meanwhile, the abilities interface was devoid of content. Although it was empty, the description regarding the abilities sparked excitement within Zhao Xiaowei. In the future, he would be able to randomly acquire various abilities by selling a wide array of products. While the system did not specify what these abilities entailed, Zhao Xiaowei was confident that the offerings would be beneficial, leaving no room for doubt. Regrettably, having completed today's task, he had nothing left to sell. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested what abilities he might acquire. Just as Zhao Xiaowei finished exploring all the new functionalities of the system, Chang Cece arrived. Her expression was somewhat grim, as she appeared to be in a low mood. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Xiaowei asked, "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Chang Cece lowered her head, appearing on the verge of tears. This only deepened Zhao Xiaowei's confusion, prompting him to inquire further. "What is going on? Please tell me." After persistent questioning from Zhao Xiaowei, Chang Cece finally relayed her predicament. "My parents have set me up with a matchmaker, and the person is here to see me today, insisting on meeting no matter what, but I don't want to meet him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaowei's expression shifted to one of amusement. "If you don't want to meet, then simply don't. It's not a monumental issue." In response to Zhao Xiaowei's nonchalant dismissal, Chang Cece remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "It's not as simple as you think. This is not a decision I can make alone. As Chang Cece elaborated on her situation, Zhao Xiaowei finally grasped the situation at hand. It turned out that Chang Cece's father had incurred significant losses in his business and had borrowed substantial sums from others. However, their family was utterly incapable of repaying these debts. Even though Chang Cece's current earnings from live streaming were impressive, they amounted to mere trifles compared to the overwhelming debts their family faced. Upon learning these details, Zhao Xiaowei's curiosity began to escalate. How much does your family actually owe? He inquired. Chang Cece hesitated momentarily before cautiously raising a finger. 1 million? 10 billion. Zhao Xiaowei was nearly choked by the staggering figure. Initially, he had thought that a debt of 1 or 2 million would not be a considerable sum for Chang Cece. But he was astounded to discover the enormity of her family's financial burden. Now, he understood why Chang Cece lamented her inability to repay such immense debts. With her current income as a streamer, she likely would never be able to settle such a staggering amount. Chapter 53. The Blind Date. After stealing a glance at Chang Cece, Zhao Xiaowei found himself unable to suppress his burgeoning curiosity any longer. He once again posed a question to her. What business does your family engage in that could lead to such monumental debts? Actually, our family was quite well off before. My father primarily dealt in real estate development. However, he aspired to expand his business and inadvertently fell victim to deceit. All our wealth was lost. As Chang Cece recounted this, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Zhao Xiaowei was genuinely taken aback to learn that Chang Cece had once belonged to a wealthy family, albeit one that had now fallen from grace. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend why Chang Cece was reluctant to refuse the demands of her blind date. After all, anyone capable of lending such a considerable sum would undoubtedly possess formidable means. It was clear that Chang Cece's family could not afford to offend such individuals. Observing her tearful demeanor, Zhao Xiaowei sighed, feeling a pang of helplessness. He directly asked her, "Did you come to me seeking a shield?" Zhao Xiaowei had gained some experience in these matters. After all, Lu Shuiying had previously enlisted his assistance as a human shield, which had led to conflicts with Chen Luo. In truth, he bore little concern over offending others. Presently, Zhao Xiaowei could be regarded as an invisible tycoon. If his wealth were to be disclosed, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite on the wealth list. Yet, despite this, he was reluctant to create unnecessary rivals or enemies. Meeting Zhao Xiaowei's gaze, Chang Cece stated, "If you can help me resolve this matter, I will grant you any request you desire." She recognized that it was unreasonable to expect Zhao Xiaowei's assistance without a reciprocal arrangement. Their relationship was tenuous, merely that of landlord and tenant, a connection that held little weight. There was no precedent for landlords to selflessly absorb their tenants' troubles, as most news stories revolved around disputes between landlords and tenants. In order to persuade Zhao Xiaowei to assist her, Chang Cece had made her position abundantly clear. She was entirely unconcerned about the nature of Zhao Xiaowei's demands, as she bore him no ill will. Even should he propose something exceedingly unreasonable, she felt she could endure it. Seeing the determination in Chang Cece's words, Zhao Xiaowei's expression grew increasingly complex. Frankly, given how far the situation had progressed, to refuse assistance would be rather inhumane. Moreover, even if the opposing party possessed considerable strength, he could easily subdue them. With that in mind, Zhao Xiaowei nodded slightly. "Then, I can agree to masquerade as your boyfriend. But let us clarify our terms. Do not harbor any improper thoughts toward me." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's earnest warning, Chang Cece was at a loss for words. Shouldn't she be the one to voice such a caution? When had the world become so utterly absurd? Letting out a deep sigh, she refrained from further trivial conversation. As long as Zhao Xiaowei agreed to assist her, that was more than sufficient. Moreover, she held great confidence in his abilities, as he had consistently surprised her with his resourcefulness. Nodding, she assured him, "Rest assured, I will not overstep my bounds." When she uttered these words, a peculiar mix of emotions surged within her, leaving her unsure of how to navigate them. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaowei did not linger on unnecessary chatter. After ascertaining the meeting location with Chang Cece's blind date, he drove out a limited edition luxury sports car from his garage. At this point, Zhao Xiaowei had become somewhat indifferent to such opulence. After all, he had amassed quite a collection of cars. He even pondered whether it might be time to sell a few, as they served little purpose in his garage. The meeting spot arranged by Chang Cece's blind date was indeed impressive, a lavish private club frequented by affluent individuals. However, upon arriving, Zhao Xiaowei's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Noticing his peculiar demeanor as he parked the car, Chang Cece turned to him, puzzled. "What's wrong? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Zhao Xiaowei, emerging from his stupor, glanced at Chang Cece and replied, It seems this hotel is also one of my properties. Chang Cece fell silent once more, her mind reeling. What did you do now? Zhao Xiaowei never ceased to astonish her. What should we do now? Should I choose another location? Chang Cece struggled to comprehend the implications of Zhao Xiaowei's revelation. She merely assumed, instinctively, that Zhao Xiaowei had no intention of dining within her establishment. Thus, she proposed such an idea. In response to Chang Cece's current suggestion, Zhao Xiaowei shook his head and replied, "There is no need to change venues. It is advantageous to generate some business for me here. After all, dining in such a place does not come without a cost." Having spoken, Zhao Xiaowei promptly opened the car door and stepped out. Goodness, did you see that? There's a Koenigsegg over there. What is that? Are you really unaware? That SA sports car worth several million. Those who can afford such a vehicle are certainly not just any wealthy individual. Is that so? The person getting out of the car doesn't appear to be particularly affluent. That is called being low-key. I actually think that person looks quite handsome. Zhao Xiaowei overheard the surrounding discussions about him, but had grown accustomed to such commentary. He chose to ignore their words as if he hadn't heard them at all. After exiting the vehicle, he glanced back at Chang Cece, who remained seated inside. He wondered what she was doing. Chapter 54. Qin Xiuda. What's wrong? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's inquiry directed at her, Chang Cece's expression turned somewhat awkward. Blushing, she replied, "I don't know how to open the door." The method of opening a Koenigsegg's door is markedly different from that of a conventional car, and having never been in such a vehicle, Chang Cece couldn't even locate the door handle. Observing her flushed face, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled softly. He did not elaborate further, and simply approached her to open the door. Now, Chang Cece's face was filled with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, Zhao Xiaowei refrained from commenting on her demeanor. With a smile, the two proceeded into the hall of the private club. To enhance customer experience, the establishment placed great emphasis on service. Upon their arrival, a waiter promptly approached to attend to them. When Zhao Xiaowei casually produced a membership card, the waiter's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly tense. "Mr. Zhao, greetings. Would you like me to arrange an exclusive private room for you?" In response to the waiter, Zhao Xiaowei gently shook his head. "No need. I'm just here to meet a friend. Please take me to where my friend is." Given Zhao Xiaowei's clear expression of his wishes, the waiter, of course, did not press further and respectfully escorted him to the designated private room. As the waiter led Zhao Xiaowei to the room, someone had already informed the higher-ups of his arrival. As the primary person in charge of the club, Chun Shanha felt an immediate surge of anxiety upon hearing that their esteemed guest had arrived, and he dared not show any negligence. Chun Shanha hurriedly arranged for someone to await Zhao Xiaowei's exit to greet him. Zhao Xiaowei was not entirely aware of the impact his presence had caused. Upon entering the private room with Chang Cece, he saw several individuals seated inside. One young man, evidently the leader of the group, immediately greeted Chang Cece with a broad smile. "Cece, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Qin Xiuda completely overlooked Zhao Xiaowei, standing beside Chang Cece, assuming Zhao Xiaowei was merely accompanying her as a friend. Observing Qin Xiuda's overly enthusiastic greeting, Chang Cece felt exceedingly uncomfortable. After casting a brief glance at him, she turned her pleading gaze toward Zhao Xiaowei. She desperately wished to avoid any engagement with Qin Xiuda. Only after Chang Cece directed her imploring look at Zhao Xiaowei did Qin Xiuda realize that the connection between Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Cece was likely more than that of mere friends. With this thought, Qin Xiuda's gaze turned sharp, filled with undisguised hostility as he glared at Zhao Xiaowei. "Cece, who is this person? Don't you intend to introduce us properly?" Before Chang Cece could respond, Zhao Xiaowei took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I am Cece's boyfriend. I came here primarily to inform you that Cece has no interest in you whatsoever, so please refrain from pursuing her any further." Zhao Xiaowei could discern from Chang Cece's rigid posture that she had essentially lost the ability to act. It was nearly impossible for her to resolve this situation independently. Thus he felt compelled to step forward. Upon delivering his statement, the expression on Qin Xiuda's face morphed into one of incredulity. He scrutinized Zhao Xiaowei from head to toe before a mocking smile spread across his face. "You really have some nerve. How dare you try to steal a woman from me? Do you even know who I am? You and I are not connected in any way." Zhao Xiaowei replied firmly. "I have made myself perfectly clear. If you continue to harass Cece, I assure you that you will come to regret your actions." Zhao Xiaowei spoke with a tone of utmost courtesy, which was the extent of his forbearance. Should Qin Xiuda persist in provoking Zhao Xiaowei's boundaries after such a clear warning, there would be no chance of Zhao Xiaowei letting him off easily. Unfortunately, Qin Shoda seemed completely oblivious to Zhao Xiaowei's restraint, as if he had heard the world's most amusing joke. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Zhao Xiaowei found himself genuinely concerned that Qin Shoda might choke and perish right there and then. However, his concern proved to be unwarranted, for Qin Shoda soon ceased his raucous laughter, narrowing his eyes menacingly at Zhao Xiaowei. Since you are so eager to seek your own demise, don't blame me for being ungracious. Today, I will ensure that you cannot leave this room. With Qin Shoda's fierce declaration, several accomplices standing nearby immediately rose to their feet. These individuals were Qin Shoda's henchmen, ready to spring into action at his command, poised to confront Zhao Xiaowei without hesitation. Casting a glance at the few henchmen beside Qin Shoda, Zhao Xiaowei's expression was decidedly peculiar. He had not anticipated that Qin Shoda would be so resolute, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. With a cold smirk, Zhao Xiaowei posed a question to Qin Shoda. You'd best contemplate this thoroughly. Are you truly intent on attacking me here? Enough of your nonsense. Today, I shall end your life. Qin Shoda seethed, violently kicking over a chair in front of him, signaling his henchmen to rush toward Zhao Xiaowei. Even if he did not succeed in killing Zhao Xiaowei today, Qin Shoda was determined to leave him severely injured. Throughout his life, Qin Shoda had always been the one others feared, and never had anyone dared to steal a woman from him. Thus, faced with such an affront, he could not possibly endure it, feeling compelled to deal with Zhao Xiaowei in the harshest manner to release the pent-up fury within him. Chapter 55, He Has Issues. Chun Shanha had initially been waiting outside for Zhao Xiaowei, but was taken aback when he suddenly heard a tumultuous uproar from within the private room. Uncertain of what was transpiring inside, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly led his entourage to push open the door and enter the room. The henchmen who had been poised to attack Zhao Xiaowei halted in their tracks upon hearing the commotion at the door. Qin Shoda also turned his gaze toward the entrance, and upon spotting Chun Shanha and his associates barging in, he bellowed furiously, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Who allowed you to enter? Get the hell out of here now." Initially, Qin Shoda assumed that those who had rushed in were merely curious about the noise from the private room, entirely unaware that they had entered out of concern for Zhao Xiaowei's safety. Chun Shanha dismissed Qin Shoda's tirade, shifting his worried gaze to Zhao Xiaowei. "Mr. Zhao, is there anything I can assist you with at this moment?" Upon hearing Chun Shanha's inquiry, Zhao Xiaowei gently shook his head. "For now, there's nothing you need to do. Please take your people and leave. I wish to have a proper conversation with Mr. Qin, so you need not concern yourself further." With Zhao Xiaowei's directive, Chun Shanha did not dare to dawdle and promptly led his men out of the room. Once they had all vacated the premises, Zhao Xiaowei cheerfully turned his attention back to Qin Shoda. "So, do you still intend to have your men attack me? If you wish to continue this confrontation, then let us have a proper discussion." Qin Shoda was not foolish. He recognized that Zhao Xiaowei's status was certainly not trivial. Should he stubbornly insist on attacking, it would undoubtedly be to his detriment. Casting a fierce glance at Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Sisi, he muttered, "You may think you're clever, but I won't let this pair of adulterers off easily." With that, Qin Shoda turned away in a furious huff, intending to exit the room. However, Zhao Xiaowei was not inclined to allow him an easy escape, extending his arm to block Qin Shoda's path. With a dark expression, Qin Shoda turned to face Zhao Xiaowei. "What do you want? Don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you." Zhao Xiaowei chuckled at this declaration. "I never claimed you feared me. However, considering you ordered such an extravagant feast, you can't just leave without settling the bill, can you?" Qin Shoda's anger was nearly consuming him, but regardless of his rage, his options were rather limited. What could he do? He retrieved a bank card from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. Zhao Xiaowei, unperturbed, summoned a waiter to process the payment. This day marked a significant embarrassment for Qin Shoda. After exiting the establishment, he immediately turned to his subordinates. "Get to the bottom of that guy's identity right away." His subordinates dared not utter a word of dissent, promptly nodding in affirmation. "Understood, Mr. Qin. I will investigate this matter at once." After dispatching his subordinate to look into the situation, Qin Shoda turned back to survey the opulent private club, grinding his teeth as he muttered to himself, "Just wait. I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." Zhao Xiaowei remained oblivious to Qin Shoda's plans. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, for in Zhao Xiaowei's eyes, Qin Shoda was merely a foolish clown. With a playful smile, he directed his gaze toward Chang Sisi. "Now that we are considered a scandalous pair, I have borne quite the unjust burden for you. How do you intend to repay me? Chang Cece was at a loss for words. After pondering Zhao Xiaowei's question for a considerable time, she finally looked up at him. What would you like me to do to repay you? Chang Cece genuinely did not know how to respond. Zhao Xiaowei grinned, leaning a bit closer to her. As she instinctively recoiled, he finally spoke. How about this? In situations like these, a girl typically offers herself in gratitude. How about, before Zhao Xiaowei could finish his sentence, Chang Cece felt her cheeks flush. She was utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether Zhao Xiaowei was jesting or genuinely had such an inclination. Nevertheless, she hesitated no longer. With a gentle nod, she murmured, if you don't mind, I could consider it. Though her voice was scarcely above a whisper, Zhao Xiaowei clearly heard her words. Initially, Zhao Xiaowei had intended to tease Chang Cece, but he was astonished to find that she had actually consented to his seemingly outrageous proposal. Now, it was Zhao Xiaowei who found himself momentarily speechless. He was not the type to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Had he truly harbored intentions toward Chang Cece, he would pursue her through honorable means. Absolutely would not he bring forth the notion of having Chang Cece submit to him under such circumstances. After finally emerging from that stupor, Zhao Xiaowei awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. All right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us grab a bite. With this remark, Zhao Xiaowei turned on his heel and left the private room without a backward glance. Naturally, he had no intention of consuming the leftover food from Qinqiuda. Chang Cece was taken aback by Zhao Xiaowei's sudden departure. Observing his retreating figure, her emotions became exceedingly complex. Why did he leave in such a manner? What did he truly mean by it? Could it be that he held no interest in her whatsoever? Earlier, when Zhao Xiaowei had made those comments, she felt quite anxious. Yet now, with him leaving like this, irritation began to creep in. Was it possible that she had absolutely no allure for him? In that moment, she began to doubt herself, pondering if there was something inherently wrong with her. Chapter 56, The Altercation. After this thought crossed her mind, Chang Cece quickly dismissed it. She held a firm confidence in her own charm. She had risen through the ranks in the live streaming industry, becoming a coveted and admired anchor, largely due to her striking beauty and alluring physique. If that weren't the case, how could someone like Qinqiuda be so enamored with her? Having reassured herself that she possessed no flaws, she involuntarily redirected her thoughts to Zhao Xiaowei. If she had no issues, then the one with problems must surely be him. With this realization, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Handsome and wealthy, yet burdened with unexpressed troubles. What a tragic predicament. Just as Zhao Xiaowei exited the private room and was about to instruct Qinshanhe to prepare some food, he suddenly found himself unable to stifle a series of loud sneezes. Rubbing his somewhat sore nose in confusion, Zhao Xiaowei pondered the reason behind this unexpected occurrence. Was he coming down with a cold? That shouldn't be the case. While Zhao Xiaowei was still trying to comprehend why he had suddenly sneezed, Qinshanhe respectfully approached him. Mr. Zhao, do you have any instructions for me? Without dwelling on the sudden sneezing fit, Zhao Xiaowei directed Qinshanhe to prepare an abundance of delectable dishes before turning back to see Chang Cece unsteadily emerging from the private room. He remarked, what do you think? Should we invite Xiao Shi to join us? Initially, Chang Cece felt a surge of sympathy for Zhao Xiaowei. After all, a man burdened with such issues would undoubtedly find much joy in life diminished. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's suggestion, she regarded him with bewilderment. Did he not have problems? Why was he still considering inviting Luo Mingxi? The mere thought of such a scenario made it impossible for Chang Cece to conceal her disdain. As she observed the rapid fluctuations of her expression, Zhao Xiaowei felt an inexplicable strangeness arise within him. He simply could not fathom what was transpiring in her mind. Reflecting on his previous words, he found nothing amiss. Unable to decipher Chang Cece's thoughts, he directly inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Do you have something to say? Realizing her expression had perhaps betrayed her, Chang Cece quickly forced out a couple of awkward laughs and shook her head. No. Since you want to invite Xiao Shi for dinner, I'll just call her. Given that Zhao Xiaowei was unlikely to engage in any inappropriate behavior, she felt no hesitation. Promptly, she retrieved her phone and dialed Luo Mingxi's number. Luo Mingxi, uncertain about what to eat that evening, readily agreed upon receiving Chang Cece's call. When Luo Mingxi arrived, Chang Cece and Zhao Xiaowei descended to greet her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaowei spotted a familiar face downstairs. Lu Shuang, having merely gone to the restroom, returned only to find Zhao Xiaowei had vanished. She quickly sent someone to search for him. Upon learning he had been seen at this location, Lu Shuang rushed over. Just as she stepped out of her car, she spotted Zhao Xiaowei standing at the entrance of the venue. Without hesitation, She approached him. What brings you here? Before Zhao Xiaowei could respond to Lu Shuang's question, Luo Mingxi also approached. Hearing Lu Shuang's remark, Luo Mingxi retorted sharply. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? What audacity you have, showing your face here as a mistress. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. She had not initially noticed Luo Mingxi. Now, confronted by her words, Lu Shuang's previous conflicts with Luo Mingxi resurfaced. Unable to tolerate being labeled a mistress yet again, she shouted back, "What nonsense are you spouting? I let you off last time. Do you really think I'm easy to push around? Speak another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Nonsense? Do you not know what you've done? Don't you have any self-awareness? You may be pretty, but you engage in the most sordid of deeds. You dare to speak. I will not hesitate to tear your mouth apart today." Lu Shuang had never endured such humiliation, so without any hesitation, she charged at Luo Mingxi. Of course, Luo Mingxi would not back down. Just as the two women were about to clash, Zhao Xiaowei rushed forward to restrain Lu Shuang. Tang Cici, caught off guard by the unfolding chaos, was completely unaware of the specifics until Zhao Xiaowei shouted for her to quickly hold Luo Mingxi back. She just woke up from that dazed state. I stepped forward and grabbed the almost raging Luoming River. "Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Now, there's something to talk about. So many people are watching. Cici, don't stop me like this. That woman stole your boyfriend. Why are you still protecting her? Let me avenge you today. Come on. See if I don't make your mouth swollen, and see if you dare to talk nonsense there in the future." A few beautiful women were dancing like this at the entrance of the hall. The crowd of onlookers immediately began to become extremely excited. Surprisingly, there are beautiful women fighting. Come take a look. What the hell is going on here? Isn't it for that man? Although that man is a bit handsome, he wouldn't let these beautiful women act boldly for him. What do you know? Just now I watched that guy get off that Koenigsegg. He's definitely a super rich person. If he could see me, I would want to go over and have an affair with him now. I think you should just forget about it. We just need to honestly watch the excitement here. Chapter 57. Fake Couple. Zhao Xiaowei knew that if they continued like this here, it's impossible to explain this clearly today. And soon there will be more people watching. If it gets on the hot search because of such a thing, then that would be really embarrassing and would be a huge blow. So Zhao Xiaowei just stood there and shouted in a stunned voice, "Are you still finished or not? Do we have to keep making trouble like this? If you continue to make such a fuss, I won't care about you anymore." During the conversation, Zhao Xiaowei released Lu Shuang directly. With Zhao Xiaowei's release, Lu Shuang also knows that they're making such a fuss here, which is really unsightly. So the continued action was stopped. Although Luo Mingxi still has a great deal of anger in his heart now. But she also knew that if she completely angered Zhao Xiaowei, there would be no good outcome at all. So she could only snort coldly. The loud noise also stopped. Seeing that they finally stopped arguing fiercely now, Zhao Xiaowei finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Bring all of them into the private room." Zhao Xiaowei explained to them. "You all have some misunderstandings about this matter. It's not what you imagined." For the explanation given by Zhao Xiaowei now, Luo Mingxi didn't speak at all. Lu Shuang just turned her gaze to the side and didn't speak. Seeing the appearance of Luo Mingxi, Chang Cici quickly asked in a very low voice, "Xiaoxi, what's going on here? Why did you do this? What personality does your best friend have?" Chang Cici is still very clear in his heart. Although Luo Mingxi's personality is usually that of a carefree girl, but in reality, she doesn't have hostility for no reason. The incident that occurred today is completely beyond our usual understanding. After hearing Chang Cici ask herself this question, Luo Mingxi glanced at Chang Cici and then spoke loudly. "This woman claims to be Zhao Xiaowei's girlfriend, even though you're already with Zhao Xiaowei. What is this woman if she is not a mistress?" Now Luo Mingxi is still only pointing all his fingers at Lu Shuang. "I dare not say anything to Zhao Xiaowei. After all, Zhao Xiaowei's identity is there. If you directly attack Zhao Xiaowei, it will anger him. Luo Mingxi may not be able to withstand the consequences it brings." After hearing the words spoken by Luo Mingxi now, Chang Cici immediately felt a sour emotion in his heart. Tell the truth, when I heard this news, she has this indescribable feeling in her heart. It's impossible to say that I have no feelings for Zhao Xiaowei at all, even if I have feelings for Zhao Xiaowei myself. That's just that the falling flowers intentionally flow without mercy. Zhao Xiaowei may have some difficult to conceal issues, but even so, Zhao Xiaowei is also a very charming man. And with so much money, he could easily afford to hire the best doctor in the world to solve his own problems. For Zhao Xiaowei, solving problems that are impossible for others is not a difficult task. Chang Cici is still thinking. As long as Zhao Xiaowei solves his own problems, he will definitely be attracted by her charm. Unexpectedly, someone still took the lead. The sourness in my heart is so obvious that I dare not show it too clearly. Chang Cece only touched the back of his head, slightly awkwardly. Then he spoke directly and explained to Luo Mingxi. Xiaoxi, I think you have really misunderstood this matter. Zhao, and I never had the kind of relationship you thought we had before. We are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friend? Have you ever seen that ordinary friend? It's morning. Originally, Luo Mingxi was still indignant and prepared to tell what he saw that day. But she hasn't finished speaking yet. He was immediately covered by Chang Cece's mouth. All right, I told you we're just ordinary friends, so don't talk nonsense here. There was already a big misunderstanding about this matter. If Luo Mingxi really reveals what happened that morning, it is basically impossible to explain this misunderstanding clearly. So of course, Chang Cece must go and stop Luo Mingxi from speaking further. Lu Shuang doesn't pay any attention to what Luo Mingxi said halfway now. Originally, her relationship with Zhao Xiaowei was just a fake couple. No matter what Zhao Xiaowei does outside, she has no qualifications to interfere. But now it doesn't stop her from proudly showing off in front of Luo Mingxi. Did you hear me clearly? They have nothing to do with Xiaowei at all. As an outsider, don't add so much drama to yourself here. The expression on Luo Mingxi's face now is extremely ugly, although she felt very unhappy about this matter. But besides feeling unhappy, what else can she do? After all, the parties involved have already stated that these situations were really caused by their own misunderstanding. I let out a slight sigh when Luo Mingxi was about to coldly snort and retort a few words. Zhao Xiaowei finally spoke. Didn't I tell you that this was a misunderstanding? I have no relationship with Chang Cece, and I have no relationship with Lu Shuang either. Zhao Xiaowei himself is just a qualified shield. You should have the awareness of using an arrow shield. Never have any undisclosed relationship with his clients, even if absolute true emotions are truly developed. So at least we have to wait until the customer's problem is solved before we can truly start dating. That's right. In Zhao Xiaowei's eyes, both Lu Shuang and Chang Cece were merely his clients. Although this term may carry a somewhat pejorative connotation, Zhao Xiaowei was utterly indifferent to such nuances. As soon as Zhao Xiaowei articulated his thoughts, all three women turned their gazes towards him in unison. Luo Mingxi was the first to break the silence, unable to restrain herself as she inquired, "What do you mean by saying you have no relationship with her?" It means precisely what it says. We do not share the kind of romantic relationship you might imagine. Our publicly declared relationship is merely a facade. Lu Shuang cast a melancholic glance at Zhao Xiaowei, inwardly chiding him for not adhering to their prior agreement to keep their relationship under wraps. Why was he not honoring his word? While Lu Shuang simmered her discontent, Luo Mingxi suddenly grasped the situation. Her exaggerated laughter could not be contained. Ha ha ha. So, you are just a pair of faux lovers. Chapter 58. You can't control me. It is often said that three women constitute a performance. Zhao Xiaowei had never deeply contemplated this adage until that day, when he truly experienced its veracity. Those who can utter such phrases are undoubtedly formidable. Amidst this scenario, Zhao Xiaowei found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he hastily sought an excuse to withdraw. Upon returning home alone, he was met by the presence of someone he was decidedly reluctant to encounter. The moment Jiang Lan spotted Zhao Xiaowei, she stood up nervously. "Xiaowei, how did you come here? How did you get in?" Zhao Xiaowei had no interest in what Jiang Lan had to say. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he regarded her. Just then, Lu Xinlan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of fruit. "Xiaowei, I asked her to come. Please try to understand her. Regardless of the circumstances, you and Xiaoyan share a certain emotional foundation. You cannot simply ignore everything that has transpired." In response to Lu Xinlan's plea, Zhao Xiaowei felt no inclination to reproach his mother. He understood the implications of her words quite well. Previously, when Jiang Xiaoyan attempted to extort him, he had successfully driven her away through legal means. Now, she was probably behind bars. Jiang Lan's visit was undoubtedly a plea for mercy. After pondering Lu Xinlan's statement for a moment, Zhao Xiaowei spoke decisively. "Mom, please refrain from meddling in my affairs. There is no emotional bond between us. I was simply blinded by folly when I took an interest in her. I have now emerged from that shadow. You should be pleased for me." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's declaration, Jiang Lan immediately interjected, "Xiaowei, we acknowledge our past mistakes. I implore you, spare us. I promise we will never repeat such actions." Zhao Xiaowei, however, did not bother to turn and cast her another glance. "So now you realize your misdeeds? Have you forgotten the things you once said to me?" "I remember them all too well." His tone was devoid of emotion, as cold as if he were discussing an entirely unrelated matter. "I was foolish back then, and that is why I uttered those words. I won't dare again, truly." Zhao Xiaowei continued. "What I say now bears no weight. If you wish to save your daughter, seeking me will yield no results. You must find another way. He had resolutely decided to sever ties with Zhao Xiaoyan, indifferent even if she were to perish in prison. Witnessing Zhao Xiaowei's steadfast demeanor, Jiang Lan clenched her teeth, contemplating for a long time before finally kneeling before him. She bowed her head repeatedly, pleading, "Xiaowei, I beseech you. I have no other recourse but to seek your help. If you do not assist us, Xiaoyan's life will truly be ruined." Seeing Jiang Lan's desperate display of supplication stirred a flicker of sympathy within Lu Xinlan. Clearing her throat, she turned to Zhao Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, please." Zhao Xiaowei understood that as a mother, Lu Xinlan inherently possessed a sympathetic disposition towards Jiang Lan. Yet, he was acutely aware that their mindsets were fundamentally different. If Zhao Xiaowei were in dire straits, Lu Xinlan would genuinely seek assistance from others. However, Jiang Lan's current facade of desperation was not motivated by a sincere desire to rescue Jiang Xiaoyan from prison. Rather, it was driven by her own interests, or rather, the interests of her only son, Jiang Feng. In the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoyan was undoubtedly their sole source of financial support. If anything were to happen to her, the family might struggle to maintain even their basic livelihood. Moreover, with Jiang Feng's impending marriage, Jiang Lan was even more desperate for Jiang Xiaoyan's release to fund the wedding. Perhaps keeping Jiang Xiaoyan incarcerated would serve as her liberation. With a disdainful gaze fixed upon Jiang Lan, Zhao Xiaowei waved his hand, cutting off his mother's words. "Mom, I understand your intentions, but this situation is not as you envision. You are not aligned with them, so kindly refrain from intervening." Although Lu Xinlan wished to offer more words of comfort to Jiang Lan, Zhao Xiaowei had already made his stance abundantly clear. Realizing there was no point in further discussion, she cast a resigned glance at her son, nodded slightly, and fell silent. Once Lu Xinlan ceased speaking, Zhao Xiaowei fixated his icy stare on Jiang Lan. "I have made my position unequivocally clear. This matter is of no concern to me. Do not show your face before me again, or I assure you, you will come to regret your actions. Xiaowei, must I resort to calling the police or security to extricate you? Do not push me." Jiang Lan's heart brimmed with resentment as she rose from the floor. Her eyes narrowed with malice as she glared at Zhao Xiaowei. "How could you be so heartless? Our Xiaoyan was truly blind to have devoted so much of her youth to you. Just wait. I will ensure your downfall." Despite her abject demeanor, Jiang Lan's pleas did not sway Zhao Xiaowei. Thus, she simply ceased her pretense and directly revealed her ferocious and menacing visage. Zhao Xiaowei offered a cold smile, entirely unfazed by Jiang Lan's current menacing threats. He spoke to her plainly. "I have already told you. You must leave my home immediately, or I shall call the police." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaowei had already taken out his phone, feigning readiness to make the call. Jiang Lan did not dare to exhibit any nonchalance in response to his actions. With a fierce snort, she turned and exited. Once Jiang Lan had departed from his residence, Zhao Xiaowei finally turned to Lu Xinlan, who stood beside him. "Mom, there is no need for you to say anything further. This situation is more complicated than you can imagine, and it is beyond your control." Chapter 59, 100,000 Whys. Lu Xinlan had indeed intended to articulate a few words, but Zhao Xiaowei's statement swiftly quelled her thoughts. After a brief silence, Lu Xinlan sighed in resignation. "Very well. Your matters are beyond my concern now. However, there is something else I must discuss with you." Zhao Xiaowei looked at Lu Xinlan with curiosity. "What else is there?" "Your father is currently in the hospital, and that is not a sustainable solution, so I plan to bring him home for proper recuperation." "Why?" "My father lying in the hospital is the best option. Should any complications arise, the doctors can promptly attend to him. If we bring him home and something goes awry, we will be at a loss." While her reasoning was sound, we must acknowledge reality. Your father's condition is already dire. Do you genuinely believe he has any chance of regaining consciousness? Zhao Xiaowei was acutely aware of the severity of his father's condition. The doctors had previously stated there was a slight chance of awakening, but that was merely to comfort the family. The exact odds were known only to heaven. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Xiaowei could only nod gently. "Fine, Mom. Then bring my father home. I will arrange for a few caregivers to be present." Lu Xinlan smiled at Zhao Xiaowei and then gently shook her head. "I did not mean to bring him here. I meant to take him back to our hometown." "Back to our hometown?" Zhao Xiaowei looked at Lu Xinlan in shock. "No, absolutely not. I cannot agree to that." He was well aware of the medical conditions in their hometown. If the medical facilities were indeed adequate, he would not have transferred his father to Haicheng in the first place. In Haicheng, should anything happen to his father, doctors could swiftly provide assistance. However, in their hometown, by the time a problem was identified and the doctor arrived, it would be too late. Seeing Zhao Xiaowei's vehement reaction, Lu Xinlan could only smile helplessly. "Xiaowei, I understand your concerns for your father's health, but if he were conscious at this moment, I believe he would certainly agree with my perspective. He would prefer to be in our hometown rather than in a cold, sterile hospital or a distant city like Haicheng. However, Lu Xinlan noticed that Zhao Xiaowei was about to voice further objections, so she gently waved her hand to interrupt him. Having been married to your father for so many years, I can confidently say I'm the person who knows him best in this world. So please trust my judgment in this matter. I assure you he would feel the same. Since Lu Xinlan had put it this way, Zhao Xiaowei could only let out a resigned sigh and nod gently at her. All right, but regardless, I must insist on hiring a professional medical team to accompany you back. If that cannot be arranged, I will categorically refuse to consent to your return to our hometown. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Lu Xinlan did not reject him further. She understood this was his bottom line. Given the numerous procedures required for discharge, it was unlikely that this could be accomplished in the short term. Zhao Xiaowei continued with his tasks. The system updated on schedule the following day with items for sale. Today's items, various ordinary books. Upon receiving the goods provided by the system, Zhao Xiaowei's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. The system had never before offered items related to books, and these appeared to be an eclectic mix, with many seemingly secondhand. Could there have been a glitch during the system upgrade? Zhao Xiaowei was utterly baffled by this development. However, with the items for sale already refreshed, he had no choice but to set up his stall according to the system's requirements. What is the host selling today? Why are all the items at the stall books? Has the host become a scholar? I think I see a complete collection of barefoot doctors. Where did the host find these antiques? Zhao Xiaowei, observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, could only manage a wry smile. He himself was at a loss regarding the situation, let alone responding to inquiries from the viewers. However, after running the stall for some time, Zhao Xiaowei had gained considerable experience. Thus, he chose to disregard the viewers' comments and began to promote his wares in his own rhythm. Dear viewers, I'm delighted to meet you all again today. Do you wish to sail through the ocean of knowledge? Then you'll come to the right place. Behold this book, 100,000 Whys, guaranteed to answer 80% of your life's perplexities. And do not miss my complete collection of barefoot doctors, truly a treasure for home and travel. Zhao Xiaowei's streaming style was exceptionally lighthearted and humorous. The comment section had transformed into a sea of laughter. Many were still skeptical about the usefulness of the books Zhao Xiaowei was selling, but the other valuable items he offered were irresistible, even if no one esteemed his books. Orders continued to pour in. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling the book 100,000 Whys and earning the title of Knowledge Expert. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling the book complete collection of barefoot doctors and acquiring excellent medical skills. As Zhao Xiaowei successfully sold the books, the system provided subsequent notifications, yet today alerts left him in a state of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the rewards he received were somehow related to the content of the books. His mind was now awash with a plethora of disjointed knowledge, such as why flowers are so vibrant and how fish do not drown in water. Although this knowledge seemed trivial, Zhao Xiaowei keenly discerned the significance of these system rewards. If this continued, the more sophisticated the books he sold, the more profound the knowledge he would acquire. The capacity to have knowledge directly infused into his mind felt almost like cheating. Zhao Xiaowei understood that the rewards provided by the system were far more substantial than monetary rewards. In Chapter 60, Do You Trust Me? Zhao Xiaowei reflected on the fact that the books offered by the system today were not particularly advanced. A significant portion consisted of children's literature. Thus, the knowledge he gained was not exceptionally vast. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaowei was still exhilarated. As long as he amassed a wealth of medical knowledge, he was confident he could restore his father's health. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaowei hurried to find Lu Xinlan. Mom, please don't arrange for Dad to return to the countryside just yet. Lu Xinlan had already prepared many things, and as soon as the hospital's paperwork was completed, they could leave in a couple of days. Zhao Xiaowei's sudden change of heart left a peculiar expression on Lu Xinlan's face. Coming to her senses, she said to Zhao Xiaowei, Xiaowei, I know you must be very worried right now, but given the circumstances, your concern is futile. Before Lu Xinlan could finish her sentence, Zhao Xiaowei interjected, Mom, I'm not worried that you can't take care of Dad. I found a way to treat him. Just wait a little longer, and I will heal him. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's declaration, not only Lu Xinlan, but even several nurses nearby exchanged bewildered glances. After all, everyone was aware of the dire condition of Zhao Xiaowei's father. The doctors had already stated that the chances of recovery were nearly non-existent. Zhao Xiaowei's assertion sounded utterly fantastical. Regaining her composure, Lu Xinlan replied, Xiaowei, I understand that you find this hard to accept, but your father's illness is a foregone conclusion, so you should give up. In response to Lu Xinlan's persuasion, Zhao Xiaowei paused for a moment before replying, Mom, what I'm saying is the truth. Trust me, I have a way. It wasn't that he couldn't accept reality. It was simply that he had to try because he had found a solution. Do you really want to watch Dad leave this world? Zhao Xiaowei's heartfelt words began to sway Lu Xinlan. Finally, she relented. How long will it take? About a month. I suppose. Zhao Xiaowei, drawing from his experience, knew that with his current abilities, he could sell the system's goods in a remarkably short time. He estimated it would take at most half a month, but he allowed himself some leeway. Hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words, Lu Xinlan nodded gently. Very well. I will stay here during this time. Having convinced his mother, Zhao Xiaowei finally felt a sense of relief. The initial rewards from the system had mostly been skills of little use. Zhao Xiaowei initially thought these abilities would appear on the system's ability panel, but remained conspicuously empty. He was unsure whether his abilities were deemed insufficiently useful by the system or if they were simply of a higher caliber. Regardless, Zhao Xiaowei could only hope that the system would provide even better goods. Currently, the rewards he had received were only sufficient for participating in quiz competitions. They were far from adequate for truly healing his father. That evening, upon returning home, Zhao Xiaowei found Chang Cici waiting for him at the door. Noticing that she seemed to have been there for quite a while, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you doing here? Chang Cici, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, did not prolong the suspense and explained the reason for her presence. I can't thank you enough for helping me get rid of Qin Xiuda. However, because of that incident, he now harbors a grudge against you. I've heard he is planning to take action against you. After returning home, Chang Cici was scolded by her family over the phone and was warned to stay far away from Zhao Xiaowei. Otherwise, when the Qin family targeted Zhao Xiaowei, she might be caught in the crossfire. Upon learning that the Qin family was preparing to act against Zhao Xiaowei, Chang Cici anxiously questioned her family about their intentions. However, no matter how she pressed, they refused to divulge what the Qin family planned to do. Perhaps her family was unaware of the Qin family's methods, or perhaps they simply chose not to share. Nonetheless, upon receiving this news, Chang Cici rushed to inform Zhao Xiaowei, as he had only acted against Qin Xiuda to help her. Upon hearing Chang Cici's words, Zhao Xiaowei furrowed his brow. He had not taken the matter seriously, seeing Qin Xiuda as a mere buffoon. However, the fact that Qin Xiuda was foolish enough to seek conflict with him was intolerable. All right, I understand. Chang Cici was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a nonchalant response from Zhao Xiaowei. Observing her stunned silence, he curiously asked, Do you have something else to say? Snapping back to reality, Chang Cici quickly replied, You must take this seriously. The Qin family is very powerful, and I'm concerned they might employ underhanded tactics. You could be in grave danger. Seeing Chang Cici's genuine concern for him, Zhao Xiaowei smiled. He leaned in a bit closer, nearly brushing his face against hers. Chang Cici instinctively tried to shy away, but the wall was directly behind her, leaving no escape. Ignoring her flushed cheeks, Zhao Xiaowei whispered in her ear, Do you doubt my abilities? As Zhao Xiaowei spoke, the warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, leaving Chang Cici in a state of delightful disarray. She struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions stirring within her. No, it's not that I doubt your abilities. She hastily shook her head, attempting to articulate her thoughts. However, before she could finish, Zhao Xiaowei chuckled. As long as you believe in my capabilities, that suffices. Fear not. I assure you that this matter will not affect you in any way. With that, he disregarded Chang Cici's current state and stepped through the door, leaving her blushing for an extended period. She glanced at Zhao Xiaowei's room, her heart a whirlpool of complex feelings, before ascending the stairs to return home. Chapter 61. Opening a nightclub? In the suburban area of Haicheng, within a villa community known as Qin Shui Bay, Qin Xiuda was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged woman. Antwen, you simply must assist me. Surely, you cannot stand idly by while I am bullied. The woman opposite Qin Xiuda, named Wen Qingba, was a relative of his. In earlier times, she had shared a deep bond with the Qin family, and there were even whispers suggesting that she was Qin Xiuda's biological mother. However, due to the complex relationships between Wen Qingba and Qin Xiuda's father, she ultimately did not marry into the Qin family. Yet, these were mere rumors, and both Wen Qingba and the Qin family turned a blind eye to them. In recent years, Wen Qingba had burgeoned in Haicheng through her own endeavors, earning the title of Queen of the Nightlife. Essentially, every notable establishment in the nightlife scene was under her purview. Given the peculiarities of the industry, her network was remarkably formidable. Observing Qin Xiuda's current demeanor, she smiled indulgently. Xiuda, do you think your Aunt Wen would allow you to endure such humiliation? Rest assured, I will ensure that woman find her way to your bed. The identity of that woman has become trivial. I have lost significant face, and Aunt One, you must help me reclaim it. One Qingbo laughed heartily. Is it merely a matter of restoring your dignity? Consider it done. I will make that Zhao Xiaowei beg for mercy before you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qin Shouda's face lit up with joy. Then I thank you in advance, Aunt One. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. It's getting late. Why not stay over tonight? Very well. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhao Xiaowei promptly checked the updated inventory of the system. However, to his profound disappointment, the newly available books were still lacking in substance. Most were merely the kind of motivational literature one might find discarded on the street. Zhao Xiaowei mused that selling these books would earn him sufficient rewards to become a confidant to women. Despite his dissatisfaction, he felt he had no choice but to sell the books the system provided. Just as Zhao Xiaowei was setting up his stall for a live broadcast, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a volume titled Martial Arts, From Novice to Master amidst the pile of books. This discovery piqued his interest. He wondered if selling this book might grant him some martial arts skills, perhaps even elevating him to the status of a martial arts master. With this hopeful thought in mind, he promptly commenced his live stream. That day's broadcast unfolded as smoothly as ever, filled with playful banter with his audience while he sold off his merchandise. After selling the martial arts book, a notification from the system swiftly followed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability, mastery in martial arts. You are now proficient in various martial arts skills, having become a martial arts master. This message ignited a surge of excitement within Zhao Xiaowei. He hurriedly accessed the system panel to review his attributes. Name, Zhao Xiaowei, age 23, current abilities, mastery in martial arts, level 1. Upon reading this, Zhao Xiaowei fell into contemplation. It seemed that the ability of martial arts mastery had the potential for advancement. However, he was uncertain of the conditions required for such upgrades. Setting aside his doubts, he resolved to test his newfound martial arts skills. In his home gym, Zhao Xiaowei gathered his focus, lifted his chin, and delivered a powerful punch to the training bag before him. To his astonishment, the bag burst open, its contents scattering across the floor. Stunned, it took him a while to regain his senses. The system truly is a remarkable thing. He marveled internally, just as he was contemplating further exploration of his abilities. A phone call from Lu Shuang interrupted his thoughts. Upon answering, Zhao Xiaowei was initially perplexed, assuming the call was regarding the previous altercation with Luo Mingxi and her companions. However, Lu Shuang did not mention that incident at all. Instead, she inquired, "Are you free right now? If so, please come to Haiqing Tower. I need to discuss something with you." Curious about the urgency of her request, Zhao Xiaowei wondered what could be so pressing. Haven't I already submitted the lease renewal contract to your father's company? Is it about the lease? It's not about the lease. I can't explain everything over the phone, but if you have time, please come. With Lu Shuang's insistence, Zhao Xiaowei refrained from further questioning. After hanging up, he made his way to Haiqing Tower. Upon arrival, he discovered that Lu Shuang was not alone. A sweet-faced woman accompanied her. The woman scrutinized Zhao Xiaowei with an inscrutable gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, he bluntly asked, "Is this your friend?" Lu Shuang nodded with a smile. Introducing the woman to Zhao Xiaowei. "This is my good friend Wen Min. Her mother is the famous nightclub king, Wen Qingbo in Haiqing." Regarding Wen Min's identity, Zhao Xiaowei is not very interested. He is now just curious about what Lu Shuang meant by introducing Wen Min to him. Is Lu Shuang planning to do something? I couldn't suppress that strange emotion in my heart. Zhao Xiaowei directly asked, "What's the matter with you coming to me now? Isn't it just to introduce your best friend to me?" Of course, it's not just about introducing you to each other. Wen Min wants to start her own business. So I was wondering if there are any more floors of your house in Haiqing building that can be rented out to the public. Zhao Xiaowei's face began to become extremely strange. What to do? You don't want to open a nightclub here, do you? Chapter 62 discusses each topic separately. Regarding the question raised by Zhao Xiaowei now, Wen Min rolled her big eyes at him. "You're overthinking it. How could this place afford a nightclub? Haiqing building is the most high-end office building in the entire Haiqing area. Although all the people gathered here are young and promising individuals. But no one wants to continue going to nightclubs in their own company after work. So even if Zhao Xiaowei allows her to open a nightclub on the side of Haiqing building, Wen Min wouldn't do such a foolish thing either." Looking at Wen Min now, Zhao Xiaowei asked her again, "What do you want to do now?" "I am planning to open a fitness club here, mainly to teach people how to play boxing." When Wen Min talked about her entrepreneurial plan, her eyes were filled with a glimmer of hope. Regarding the statement given by Wen Min now, the expression on Zhao Xiaowei's face immediately began to become incredibly strange. Tell the truth, Wen Min's entrepreneurial plan doesn't seem like a good idea to him. After all, opening a fitness club in an office building is not much different from opening a nightclub. When a club is open for business, those customers are all at work. I finally had a break. And young people just want to lie down at home or go out with a few good friends to play, who would come to the office to exercise during their free time. That's just a mental flood. However, these things have nothing to do with Zhao Xiaowei at all. Anyway, Zhao Xiaowei just needs to be able to rent out his house. As for whether Wenmin will incur losses, and what connection does it have with him? Even if Wenmin incurs losses, it is absolutely impossible to owe him rent. Laughing, Zhao Xiaowei didn't say anything more about this matter. He nodded confidently and looked at Wenmin coincidentally. There's a company upstairs that is planning to terminate its lease recently. If you need it, I can take you there to see how the house is doing. The layout of each floor of Haicheng building is basically the same. Wenmin doesn't have much dissatisfaction with the house here either, so she took a brief look at the layout here. He nodded gently at Zhao Xiaowei. I think the houses here are still very good. As long as you can give me a satisfactory price, I can give the contract today. Zhao Xiaowei doesn't really like Wenmin. Wenmin always shows a condescending attitude, and no one likes to be treated with such an attitude. But because Wenmin is a friend of Lu Shuang, so Zhao Xiaowei decided to give a more favorable price. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a somewhat gloomy voice came over. Are you Zhao Xiaowei? Zhao Xiaowei heard the voice coming from now. I turned my head and looked over. Now I see a middle-aged woman walking towards me with a few people in a fierce manner. Zhao Xiaowei is very certain that he does not know this middle-aged woman. Look at that middle-aged woman's appearance. She seems to have a strong hostility towards herself. That immediately made Zhao Xiaowei's heart start to feel extremely puzzled. I thought about it. Zhao Xiaowei spoke up and asked the middle-aged woman, I am Zhao Xiaowei. I don't know what you want from me, Annie. Zhao Xiaowei now calls her Annie. Immediately, the expression on Wen Qingbao's face became incredibly strange. She is almost 50 years old now, but she takes good care of herself. Walking on the road, many people even believe that he is at most in his early 30s. We're at a little more tender on a regular basis. There are many young girls in their 20s who do not have the qualifications to be compared to him. I didn't expect it to come to Zhao Xiaowei's mouth. Now she's called an aunt when she speaks up. Wen Qingbao's heart was filled with resentment. She wished she could press Zhao Xiaowei on the ground and rub him now. Suppress the very resentful emotions in your heart. Wen Qingbao let out a soft sigh. I just spoke directly to Zhao Xiaowei, the main purpose of my own search. Since I haven't done anyone wrong, it's okay. I heard that you recently had some conflicts with one of my children. It shouldn't be too much for you to apologize to that child now, right? Zhao Xiaowei looked at Wen Qingbao. His mind is now filled with vivid thoughts. The children of Wen Qingbao? Could it be the little white face she keeps as a caregiver? I have long heard that such wealthy women have various peculiar hobbies. Even some powerful ones have the ability to absorb yang and replenish yin. Zhao Xiaowei never believed such words before, but now he has started to believe such words. After all, looking at Wen Qingbao's well-maintained appearance, it is not easy to maintain such a youthful state just by looking for some health products. She must have a special maintenance method, seeing that Zhao Xiaowei has not answered his own words at all now. Just looking at myself with that curious and exploratory gaze. Wen Qingbao's heart began to become even more unhappy. She knew very well what Zhao Xiaowei's current gaze meant. Because of my own appearance, she has been ridiculed by many people. If someone with a similar identity to her were to ridicule her, there's nothing we can do about Wen Qingbao. Some people are talking nonsense behind her back. Wen Qingbao also had no choice but to deal with those people. But now, Zhao Xiaowei dares to look at him with that kind of gaze in front of him. If Wen Qingbao could tolerate such contempt. It's true that they're ghosts. She immediately stared at Zhao Xiaowei with a gloomy expression. What? You don't want to execute my words at all, do you? He snorted. Wen Qingbao turned her gaze to Wenmin Xiaomin. Don't you want to open some fitness club? Today, I will show you what a true fitness expert is. During the conversation, Wen Qingbao waved her hand gently to the two subordinates behind her. With her current action, those two burly guys suddenly understood what they had to do. So those two guys had fierce smiles on their faces and clenched their fists. The dark color did not disperse and walked directly towards Zhao Xiaowei. The situation at the scene has completely spiraled out of control. Lu Shuang's heart is about to become nervous. She hurriedly walked up and spoke up, trying to stop Wen Qingbao's current actions. Sister Wen, there may have been some misunderstanding about this matter. We're all friends. If there is any misunderstanding, let's sit down and have a good talk. There's really no need to escalate the matter to this point. Lu Shuang knew that Wen Qingbao had never liked others to call her Annie, so she and Wenmin have their own opinions. Civilization calls her elders uncle and aunt. Lu Shuang calls her mother Sister Wen. Chapter 63, Flash Sale. I turned my head slightly and glanced at Lu Shuang. Wen Qingbao snorted coldly. Xiaoying, this matter has nothing to do with you. I know this guy may have some connection with you, but I still hope you don't get involved in this matter, otherwise I guarantee you won't have any good results. Lu Shuai never thought that Wen Qingbo would say such words to herself now. She was stunned. I finally woke up. She quickly turned her pleading gaze towards Wen Min, faced with his good sister's help. Wen Min certainly cannot ignore it, even if the relationship with Wen Qingbo is not that good. Now Wen Min can only take a step forward and look at Wen Qingbo. I don't need you to take care of my affairs at all. You don't need to stand up for me in this matter. Regarding Wen Min's current statement, Wen Qingbo couldn't help but burst into laughter. She looked at Wen Min Xiaomin. Actually, today's incident is not about you at all. It has little to do with you. If you want to go it alone, then I will give you this opportunity. No matter what happens, as long as you don't actively ask me, I will never take action. Wen Qingbo said so, the expression on Wen Min's face immediately began to become extremely awkward. She didn't expect to express her feelings wrongly. I've been working on it for half a day. Wen Qingbo's involvement in so many things has nothing to do with her. This made Wen Min wish she could turn around and leave immediately. But she also knows, turning around now will not bring her any benefits. If Wen Qingbo really had to take action against Zhao Xiaowei, even if this matter has nothing to do with her, but the fact that she and Wen Qingbo have a mother-daughter relationship cannot be denied at all. It is absolutely impossible for Zhao Xiaowei not to blame Wen Min for this matter. Now Wen Min can only grit her teeth and continue speaking. I don't care whether this matter has anything to do with me or not, but Mr. Zhao and I are friends. You absolutely cannot act in front of me now. After Wen Qingbo heard her daughter say such words, the smile on his face showed no sign of restraint. She just looked at Wen Min. We won't talk too much about anything else now. Let me ask you, since childhood, when have your words been effective in front of me? Wen Min's face turned pale with anger. She is certainly very clear about what kind of personality her mother has in her heart. In front of Wen Qingbo, she has never had the qualification to speak, and all her suggestions will never be adopted by Wen Qingbo. The anger in my heart can no longer be suppressed. Wen Min put on a fierce expression and shouted loudly at Wen Qingbo. I don't care who you're doing this for now. Anyway, I'm Bao Ding today. If you're going to do this to him, you won't be able to get along with me. Don't blame me for being impolite to you then. After Wen Min shouted such fierce words, Wen Qingbo couldn't help but burst into laughter. I never expected you to say such words now. You have indeed grown a lot outside during this period. Wen Min's face turned ashen, originally wanting to say something else. But she hasn't even had a chance to speak up and say what she wants to say. He was stopped by Zhao Xiaowei. You don't need to say so much now. It's obvious that your biological mother is here to seek revenge for her little white face. In her mind, your position as a daughter may not be as important as her fair face. After all, Wen Min is standing up for herself. No matter what kind of reason she stood up for herself, Zhao Xiaowei is a party involved in this matter. It is absolutely impossible to sit idly by on this matter. His tone of speech now carries an extreme mockery. It is precisely because of this that it is filled with a mocking tone. Immediately and completely angered Wen Qingbo, she was extremely fierce, staring at Zhao Xiaowei so tightly. The current situation is like wanting to devour Zhao Xiaowei alive in order to relieve his anger. There's an extreme sneer on his face. Wen Qingbo said fiercely, Okay. I never expected you to have the courage to speak to me like this now. To be honest, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me with such an attitude. In that case, today I will show you my strength. During the conversation, Wen Qingbo waved her hand gently. Tell your two subordinates not to hesitate anymore. Hurry up and take action against Zhao Xiaowei. Wen Min wanted to take a step forward and block Zhao Xiaowei when she saw this. She didn't believe that Wen Qingbo really dared to attack her own daughter. Wen Min has just taken half a step forward. It was pulled by a powerful force. It was Zhao Xiaowei who forcibly pulled her back to the position where she had originally stood. I don't have the habit of letting women stand in front of me. So now stand here and watch how I deal with them carefully. But Wen Min has a very clear understanding of how fierce the people around Wen Qingbo are. She knew that an ordinary person could never be a match for the two guys under Wen Qingbo's command. That's why she's acting so nervous now. However, before she could finish speaking, Zhao Xiaowei had already taken the initiative to rush forward and fiercely punched Wen Qingbo's two henchmen. Zhao Xiaowei's body has just received systematic strengthening. He is worried that there is no place to properly verify how powerful his abilities are. At this moment, the two subordinates of Wen Qingbo were like test subjects sent to their doorstep. Zhao Xiaowei will certainly not miss this good opportunity to verify his abilities. Originally, Wen Qingbo's two subordinates did not take Zhao Xiaowei seriously. In their view, people like Zhao Xiaowei are just arrogant and domineering because they rely on their own wealth. If we have to confront them head-on, they, who have received professional training, can flip Zhao Xiaowei over in minutes. But they soon paid a painful price for their arrogant attitude. Zhao Xiaowei's fist swings were accompanied by a faint sound of wind and thunder. That powerful force made them feel a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to feel that things were not going well. Zhao Xiaowei's fist has reached a position where they simply cannot avoid. Just two simple punches. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 64. Help him seek revenge. Zhao Xiaowei, who was not favored by anyone and thought he only had room for beating up, has now easily knocked over those two physically strong guys to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Xiaowei's face was full of a calm attitude. It's as relaxed and comfortable as just crossing a small threshold. I gently patted the dust that didn't exist on my body. Zhao Xiaowei lifted his head and smiled, turning his gaze to Wen Qingbo, whose face was now full of surprised expressions. Auntie, is this the only skill your subordinates have? If they really only have this ability, then don't blame me for being impolite to you next. I never care about gender as a person. I will not hesitate to use my fist to take care of anyone who is not favorable to me. The words spoken by Zhao Xiaowei now made Wen Qingbo instinctively take 2 steps back, finally snapped out of that dazed state. Wen Qingbo quickly shouted fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei, warning you not to act recklessly now. Do you know my identity? If you dare to hit me, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Is that so? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you're still saying such things now? I'm standing here now. If you want any impolite means towards me, then feel free to use them. Wen Qingbo's words were just casual remarks. At this point, what other impolite means does he have to deal with Zhao Xiaowei? Tell the truth. Now, as long as she doesn't have to be humiliated by Zhao Xiaowei on the spot, it's already very good. As Zhao Xiaowei spoke, he took steady steps towards Wen Qingbo, and it is precisely because of his current state. This has created strong pressure on Wen Qingbo. When Wen Qingbo was about to continue intimidating Zhao Xiaowei with all her might, Wen Min also woke up from that dazed state. Previously, she still protected Zhao Xiaowei and prevented Wen Qingbo from causing any substantial harm to him. But I didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Now Wen Min quickly turned her head to protect Wen Qingbo. Anyway, Wen Qingbo is her biological mother. She would never sit idly by and watch Wen Qingbo's accident happen. Mr. Zhao, why don't we just forget about this matter now? After all, you haven't suffered any harm either. If my mom did anything wrong, I apologize on her behalf to you now. Zhao Xiaowei glanced briefly at Wen Min blocking his way. I stopped walking. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Wen Min. If it's not necessary. Zhao Xiaowei also didn't want to hit him. Just as Zhao Xiaowei fell silent for a moment and was about to say something, Wen Qingbo, who had been forced back several steps over there, spoke up ahead of her. She stared fiercely at Wen Min and shouted loudly, "You don't need to intervene in my mother's affairs. I can handle this myself. I haven't fallen to the point where I have to rely on my own daughter to protect me." Wen Qingbo has always had a very dominant personality, whether in front of one's subordinates or one's own daughter. It is precisely because of this habit of being dominant. So after being protected by her daughter, Wen Qingbo's self-esteem was greatly challenged. She really doesn't want to see herself being protected by others one day. After Wen Qingbo said such words, Wen Min quickly turned around and glanced at her. "Can you please speak a few words for me now? The situation has already come to this point. Do you have to keep nagging about it until there is no room for relief in order to be happy in your heart? Today is already the second time my daughter has yelled at me. I was yelled at once before." Wen Qingbo can still maintain a relatively calm state. After all, at that time, she still believed she had the upper hand. But the current situation can be seen by anyone who is not foolish. Wen Qingbo has been completely pushed into a disadvantageous position. If it weren't for Wen Min blocking Zhao Xiaowei, that situation will definitely become very ugly. Wen Qingbo's emotions are now becoming incredibly complex in her heart. At this moment, I don't know what to say. I shouted Wen Qingbo fiercely. I finally stopped saying anything to her now. Wen Min looked at Zhao Xiaowei again. "Mr. Zhao, what exactly do you need to do to agree to a peaceful resolution of this matter?" Looking at Wen Min's nervous expression, Zhao Xiaowei thought for a moment. He said to Wen Min, "Then at least tell me who that little white face who has a great conflict with me is, right? This matter must be explained to me." Wen Min heard the idea put forward by Zhao Xiaowei now, immediately turned to Wen Qingbo and asked, "Did you hear that? Now hurry up and tell me. Who are you standing up for, even in the face of such problems?" Wen Qingbo remained silent. "It's obvious that I'm still thinking about keeping it a secret for that little white face. I don't want to direct this matter to the little white face behind her." When Wen Min saw Wen Qingbo at this point, she still wanted to keep it a secret for that little white face. I feel like I'm about to explode with anger. She immediately increased her voice and shouted even more fiercely at Wen Qingbo. "I want to know what you're thinking right now. Is that little white face really that important in your mind? If you don't hand over that little white face, you may not even be able to save your own life." Wen Qingbo looked at Wen Min with a very unpleasant expression now. Then he spoke in a low voice. "Don't speak so harshly. There's no such thing as a pale face. Is your mother just such a chaotic woman in your heart? Whether or not there is such a small white face, isn't it wrong that you came here today to stand up for someone else? Now tell me who you were standing up for. Wen Xingbo once again fell into a state of silence, for the way she appeared. Wen Min's teeth are itching with hatred. She now wishes she could go up and slap Wen Xingbo hard to wake her up. You're actually talking. What else do you want now? Finally, under Wen Min's loud questioning, Wen Xingbo gritted her teeth fiercely as if she had made a very significant decision in her heart. It was Qin Xiuda who asked me to come over. He was bullied by Zhao Xiaowei, so he wants me to help him seek revenge. Chapter 65. I won't do anything that takes advantage of someone's vulnerability. After knowing who instructed Wen Xingbo to come over here, the expressions on Zhao Xiaowei and Wen Min's faces began to become equally strange. Zhao Xiaowei never expected Qin Xiuda to come up with such a thing. Let Wen Xingbo stand up and solve this matter for him. And Wen Min's expression is even more complex. It is obvious that there are various changes in her emotions in her heart. But no matter what kind of situation it is, Zhao Xiaowei decided not to intervene in this matter for now, because he feels that he is waiting here now and is likely to see even more explosive things happen. Standing beside her, Lu Shuang didn't have much idea about Qin Xiuda's current name. After all, she doesn't even know this person. As long as Zhao Xiaowei is not in any danger now, Lu Shuang doesn't have much expectation for what direction things will develop in the future. Wen Min no longer protects Wen Xingbo. She gently lowered her hand and looked at Wen Xingbo with an almost hopeless expression in her eyes. It's Qin Xiuda again. What is the relationship between him and you? You have been protecting him since childhood. What kind of guy is he? Don't you know it yourself? Qin Xiuda and Wen Min have known each other since childhood. Wen Min noticed it when she was very young. Wen Xingbo's preference for Qin Xiuda is very obvious. She couldn't understand why such a thing happened when she was young. Later on, he gradually grew up. Wen Min left home and didn't care too much about this matter. But now I heard Qin Xiuda's name appear again in Wen Xingbo's mouth. Wen Min will naturally become very sensitive to this matter. All the unpleasant memories from childhood have returned to my mind. Faced with Wen Min's questioning expression now, Wen Xingbo did not directly answer these questions. She just said directly to Wen Min, "That's my business, so you don't have to worry so much. Anyway, I've already said everything I need to say to you today. If you feel that you can't let me go of this matter, so if you have any means, just use them against me." At this point, Wen Xingbo's address for Zhao Xiaowei and Wen Min has already changed to you. It's obvious. She already sees Zhao Xiaowei and Wen Min as a group in her heart. For such a change in naming, Wen Min also keenly noticed it. Her face now is filled with a look of despair. I widened my eyes and stared straight at Wen Xingbo. "So in your eyes, I have always been an outsider, haven't I? Have you never considered me as your daughter? And have you always regretted bringing me into this world?" Wen Xingbo stopped talking. Her attitude is equivalent to assuming that everything Wen Min is saying now is true. This reality makes it impossible for Wen Min to accept, although she has a smile on her face now. But the bitterness behind the smile cannot be concealed. Zhao Xiaowei originally just had an attitude of watching the excitement and observing the development of things. But now he has keenly sensed that the changes in things have exceeded his expectations. If things continue to develop like this, Wen Min, whose heart is as lifeless as ashes, is likely to find a way to end her life, in order to prevent things from developing in a worse direction. Zhao Xiaowei quickly reached out and grabbed Wen Min's arm. "All right, now I know everything I want to know. If there's nothing else, you can leave quickly. I don't welcome your arrival here." Upon hearing the words spoken by Zhao Xiaowei now, Wen Xingbo has no intention of stopping here. She just gave Zhao Xiaowei a deep glance. Then he turned around and left from here without looking back. After Wen Xingbo leaves here now, Zhao Xiaowei let out a gentle sigh and turned his gaze to Wen Min. He knew that Wen Min's emotions were very unstable at this time. Although there are not many ways to look good at Wen Min as a woman, but Zhao Xiaowei couldn't just watch him die in front of him. At least we must never see her in the industry under our own name. If that really happened to Haiqing Building, it still has a great impact on the reputation of Haiqing Building. So he turned his head and focused his gaze on Lu Shuang. "What are you still daydreaming about over there? Come and comfort your good friend now. Don't make her unable to think about it." Until Zhao Xiaowei spoke up now. After such words, Lu Shuang finally snapped out of that dazed state. "Hurry up and laugh." Lu Shuang immediately stepped forward and helped Wen Min Xiaomin. "Don't think so much now. Some things may not be as you imagine. Maybe your mother has some unspeakable secrets." After Lu Shuang said such words now, Zhao Xiaowei rubbed his temples with a headache. He never expected Lu Shuang to comfort others like this now. Now Lu Shuang's comforting approach not only fails to help Wen Min untie her heart knot, but also fails to do so. It is also highly likely to intensify her thoughts of seeking death in her heart. Because according to Lu Shuang's statement, the unspoken meaning of winching silk is that it is difficult to reveal Qin Xiuda's identity. Let's make it clear to tell Wen Min. Qin Xiuda is the illegitimate child of Wen Xingbo, which is why Wen Xingbo has such a fondness for Qin Xiuda. Wen-min was already very sensitive in her heart. If you give her such a hint, it's really not much different from asking her to die quickly. Hastily prevented Lu Shuaying from continuing to comfort Wen-min. Zhao Xiaowei said to her, all right. If there's nothing else, you can go out first. I just need to comfort her well here. Lu Shuaying was completely unaware of what she had done wrong. She heard that Zhao Xiaowei was so anxious and hurried to drive her away now. The expression on his face immediately began to become incredibly strange. She widened her eyes and stared at Zhao Xiaowei so quietly with an incredulous gaze. What do you want to do now? I warn you not to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. When Lu Shuaying said that, Zhao Xiaowei quickly realized that the words he had just spoken were indeed prone to misinterpretation. He hastily cleared his throat twice, casting a sharp glare at Lu Shuaying. Stop babbling nonsense. I am not as sordid as you imagine. I would never stoop to taking advantage of someone in their moment of vulnerability. Chapter 66. She's fine now. Zhao Xiaowei would certainly never engage in such despicable acts. The reason he had sent Lu Shuaying away was to have a more conducive conversation with Wen-min. After all, given Wen-min's current state, having more people around would offer her no benefit whatsoever. Once Lu Shuaying exited the room, Zhao Xiaowei finally spoke to Wen-min. You need not be so heartbroken. The reason your mother acted as she did is that she never truly regarded you as her daughter. Wen-min's expression morphed into one of profound incredulity. She widened her eyes, staring at Zhao Xiaowei in disbelief. He had just confidently stated that Lu Shuaying was incapable of offering comfort. Yet, compared to Lu Shuaying, his own method of consolation was hardly superior, perhaps even more egregious. However, witnessing the incredulous look on Wen-min's face made Zhao Xiaowei unable to suppress a smile. He understood that if Wen-min continued to remain silent, it would be impossible for her to emerge from her current state. Only by provoking a reaction to external stimuli could she begin to absorb what others were saying. You have yearned for her to regard you with higher esteem throughout your life. Yet the truth is that no matter what you do, she will never look up to you. Do you know why? Though she felt a profound sense of confusion regarding the meaning behind Zhao Xiaowei's words, Wen-min gently shook her head in response. I don't know. The primary reason she could not regard you with esteem was that your actions simply could not compare to hers. Reflect on it. If a person's accomplishments do not surpass yours, would you ever regard them with admiration? Wen-min fell silent. At this moment, her thoughts crystallized. If a person's achievements could never eclipse hers, she would naturally not spare them a second glance. Simultaneously, she finally understood why Wen Qingbo had always looked down upon her. After all, Wen Qingbo was, without a doubt, a legendary figure in Haiqing, having built her empire from the ground up to become the queen of the nightclubs. Such an experience is worthy of admiration wherever it may be placed. Compared to Wen Qingbo, Wen-min was nothing of significance. She forced a bitter smile. Gazing at Zhao Xiaowei, her eyes filled with despair. Thank you for revealing so much to me. It has allowed me to see myself clearly. It seems I have never deserved to live in this world. Wen-min's attitude now conveyed a clear desire for death, a transformation Zhao Xiaowei had anticipated. Thus, he refrained from further platitudes and instead grasped her hand firmly. You previously proclaimed your intention to surpass your mother, yet it appears your words were merely empty rhetoric. Faced with such a minor setback, you contemplate ending your life. Frankly, I have never encountered anyone as fragile as you, with such a lack of resilience, even in death. You could never hope to surpass your mother's achievements in your next life. Zhao Xiaowei's words detonated in Wen-min's mind like a bomb, the reverberations echoing through her thoughts, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing Wen-min standing there in a daze, Zhao Xiaowei spoke once more. You are still very young. There will be ample opportunities for you to surpass your mother's accomplishments. This is a chance for you. If you believe this is entirely unnecessary, then I shall not hinder you. You may do as you wish. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaowei walked over and opened the window. They were on the 32nd floor of the Haiqing building, and jumping from here would leave no chance of survival. Wen-min glanced at the wide-open window before turning back to Zhao Xiaowei. Unable to contain herself any longer, she suddenly lunged forward and embraced him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Shuaying had been waiting outside, quietly anticipating Zhao Xiaowei's resolution to the situation before he emerged to provide her with a response. However, after a prolonged wait, she heard the unmistakable sound of Wen-min's heart-wrenching cries. Overwhelmed with concern, Lu Shuaying could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed to push the door open. Entering the room. Upon entering, she saw Zhao Xiaowei and Wen-min tightly entwined in an embrace. Their intimate demeanor rendered Lu Shuaying inexplicably uneasy. She recalled Zhao Xiaowei's earlier solemn assurances. I am not someone who takes advantage of others. Yet, It seemed all men's words were untrustworthy. The saying that a man's words are deceptive had once again proven to be true. Zhao Xiaowei, embraced by Wenmin, realized he had successfully unraveled the knot in her heart. Just then, Lu Shuang stepped into the room. Upon seeing the skepticism in her eyes, Zhao Xiaowei's expression grew decidedly awkward. He was acutely aware of what Lu Shuang was thinking as she regarded him in that manner, prompting him to hastily clarify. It's really not as you imagine. We are merely caught up in a moment. Lu Shuang waved her hand dismissively. All right, spare me the explanations. Today, I have certainly gained some insight. How is Xiao Min doing now? Zhao Xiaowei turned to glance at Wenmin, who had already retreated to a corner, shaking his head with a wry smile. Nonetheless, he readily provided an answer. She is fine now. You just need to go back and comfort her. And there should be no more issues. Over the past couple of days, Zhao Xiaowei had absorbed a great deal of motivational wisdom from the system. It was precisely this knowledge that enabled him to understand how to console Wenmin effectively. Judging by the current situation, the results were quite promising. Allowing Lu Shuang to take Wenmin away first, Zhao Xiaowei ceased to ponder the intricate dynamics between Wenmin and Wen Qingbo. At present, all his attention was fixated on Qin Xiuda. Chapter 67. Are you talking about me? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Qin Xiuda had devised every conceivable strategy to deal with Zhao Xiaowei. Wen Qingbo's recent attempts to engage with Zhao Xiaowei had proven futile. Therefore, it was undeniable that Qin Xiuda would not let Zhao Xiaowei escape unscathed. He was certainly harboring further machinations behind the scenes. The only uncertainty lay in when such tactics would be unleashed. Zhao Xiaowei was not one to passively await his fate. Since Qin Xiuda had made his intentions clear, it was impossible for this matter to simply conclude without consequence. Consequently, Zhao Xiaowei promptly arranged for an investigation into the affairs of the Qin family. The primary influence of the Qin family did not reside in Haiqing. Should he wish to take action against them, Zhao Xiaowei would inevitably need to extend his strategies to the city where the Qin family was situated. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaowei contemplated and then sought out Chang Sisi, smiling as he directly posed his current inquiries. Does the Qin family wield significant influence in your area? Chang Sisi gazed at Zhao Xiaowei with a look of confusion, unable to fathom why he would suddenly ask such a question. However, after a brief silence, she assured him, indeed, the Qin family holds considerable sway in our region. It is precisely for this reason that my family fears their potential retaliation. Otherwise, I would not deign to acknowledge them. Having received such a definitive response, Zhao Xiaowei fell into a contemplative state. Observing his pensive demeanor, Chang Sisi's expression became increasingly peculiar. Unable to decipher Zhao Xiaowei's intentions, she proactively inquired, "What exactly do you hope to achieve by asking me these questions?" "Nothing much, merely inquiring if you would be interested in witnessing how the Qin family meets its downfall." Upon uttering these words, Zhao Xiaowei noted the incredulous expression that spread across Chang Sisi's face. Her eyes widened as she stared at him, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. She quickly shook her head in disbelief. How could that be? The Qin family's power is formidable. You can hardly hope to bring them down. Who says I cannot? Zhao Xiaowei replied. If you're interested, come with me. I shall demonstrate the extent of my capabilities. The primary motivation for Zhao Xiaowei inviting Chang Sisi to witness his plans against the Qin family was that this endeavor was fundamentally for her benefit. Thus, she certainly needed to witness the outcome. Although Chang Sisi remained skeptical of Zhao Xiaowei's ability to challenge the Qin family, she ultimately nodded in agreement to accompany him to the heart of the Qin family's influence. Most of the Qin family's power resided in Hangsheng, which was also where Chang Sisi's family was based. Upon their arrival in Hangsheng, Chang Sisi appeared particularly enthusiastic, eagerly introducing Zhao Xiaowei to various local attractions and delicacies. However, Zhao Xiaowei showed little interest in such matters, having already tasked others with investigating the Qin family's affairs. The Qin family's primary business revolved around real estate, and they had established themselves as the foremost family in Hangsheng through this venture. Nonetheless, Zhao Xiaowei did not dwell on these details. His financial strength far surpassed that of the Qin family. He entrusted all matters to specialized personnel, instructing them to encircle the Qin family's assets. Once he issued the command, the industries that the Qin family prided themselves on would swiftly fall into his grasp. After orchestrating the entire situation, Zhao Xiaowei began to stroll through the streets with Chang Sisi. It was evident that reminiscing about her hometown was a thrilling experience for her. She led Zhao Xiaowei to the largest shopping mall in Hangzhou, claiming she needed to buy gifts for her parents. Zhao Xiaowei had little interest in shopping and suggested that she explore the stores on her own, purchasing whatever caught her fancy, with him covering the expenses. However, Chang Cece insisted that this was her territory and that she would treat him. Zhao Xiaowei did not wish to engage in further debate on the matter. As Chang Cece was not particularly financially constrained, the debts they owed were not easily settled. Her earnings were sufficient for her own sustenance, so he let the issue rest. While Zhao Xiaowei waited at the entrance of a store for Chang Cece to browse, he suddenly overheard a few voices laden with unmistakable mockery. Do you see that pretty boy? How shameless to let a woman buy him things. It seems rich women's money is easy to come by. At such a young age, he is already thinking of being kept by a wealthy woman. Upon hearing such derisive remarks, Zhao Xiaowei turned his gaze towards the group of young men and women. The speakers had evidently not made any effort to lower their voices. As Zhao Xiaowei's attention shifted to them, they began to laugh even louder, their scorn unmistakable. What are you staring at, you kept boy? How does it feel to be on the receiving end of such generosity? You better not look at me like that. If you provoke me, I'll break your legs. Faced with such boorish bravado, Zhao Xiaowei furrowed his brow lightly. He was acutely aware of the intentions behind their antics. Clearly, the two rugged men aimed to assert their masculinity in front of their female companions by belittling others. While Zhao Xiaowei might have merely harbored a fleeting disdain for their behavior had they targeted someone else, the fact that they had chosen to direct their scorn at him made it intolerable. Thus, he stepped forward slightly and addressed the two men. Are you talking about me? Chapter 68. I can help you. I didn't expect Zhao Xiaowei to dare to come and find them in such a situation. So those men were stunned for a moment. Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's like Zhao Xiaowei's current action is completely a comical comedy performance. That group of people finally stopped their exaggerated laughter. Then a fierce-looking man stood up directly, squinting his eyes fiercely and staring at Zhao Xiaowei. That's right, what we're talking about is you little white face. How are you doing? If you're not satisfied now, come and hit us. That guy clearly believed that Zhao Xiaowei would never dare to hit them. After all, they are a group of many powerful people. They have an absolute advantage in terms of military force. It is precisely for this reason. So their group dared to mock and ridicule Zhao Xiaowei so recklessly. After hearing this guy's current request, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but show a bright smile on his face. I have never heard such a foolish request before. So since you have already made such a request yourself, I will fulfill it for you. Between speaking, Zhao Xiaowei lifted his hand and punched the man fiercely in the face. Now Zhao Xiaowei's fist is beyond the reach of ordinary people. That guy even saw Zhao Xiaowei's action now, but it's simply impossible to avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xiaowei fiercely punched him in the face. After that guy fell hard to the ground and couldn't help but howl in agony. His companions finally understood what had happened. So others quickly came forward to help this guy get started. Zhao Xiaowei didn't take the siege of these people seriously at all. Take a few easy steps. Zhao Xiaowei solved all of them. After resolving these people, Zhao Xiaowei glanced at the few women beside him who only knew how to scream. With a cold snort, he crouched down and looked at the guy howling on the ground. This is just a small lesson for you all. I hope I won't meet you again in the future. Otherwise, I promise to break your legs. That guy was so scared by Zhao Xiaowei's current words that he nodded repeatedly. I completely ignore the pain in my body. I dare not. I dare not. I promise I won't let you see me again in the future. Zhao Xiaowei smelled a foul odor in his nose. I turned my head slightly to take a look. Only then did I realize that it was that guy who couldn't help but pee in fear. I looked at this guy with immense contempt. Zhao Xiaowei will no longer stay here. Someone like this can be scared to pee just by a few words. I really don't know where he got the courage to provoke others on the street. What's the difference between seeking death? Chang Cece was originally picking clothes in that store. After hearing the commotion outside, he quickly ran out. When she came out, she happened to see Zhao Xiaowei walking towards this direction. So she quickly became very nervous and asked Zhao Xiaowei, "What's going on here?" Zhao Xiaowei smiled lightly at Chang Cece. "It's nothing. I just couldn't help but teach a few jumping clowns a lesson. Whatever you should do it yourself." I turned my head slightly and glanced at the few guys who were knocked down by Zhao Xiaowei and couldn't even stand up. Chang Cece now understands in her heart what's going on. But just when she was about to say something, a voice that sounded sharp and sarcastic came over. "Oh, isn't this our big internet celebrity Chang Cece? How could you bear to come back to Hangzhou today?" Upon hearing the sound, Chang Cece turned her head and looked behind. Seeing the woman with a plastic surgery face and a middle-aged man with a big belly walking by now, Chang Cece immediately furrowed her brow deeply. From Chang Cece's current attitude, Zhao Xiaowei could clearly tell that she must really dislike the woman who is walking over now. But even if you don't know this woman, Zhao Xiaowei has already developed a great disgust towards this woman through the two sentences she just said. She can make people who just met her feel disgusted toward her. You can see how annoying that woman who walked over was. Zhao Xiaowei turned his head slightly and glanced at Chang Cece before directly asking her, "Who is that woman? Are you a friend?" "A bullshit friend. Her name is Jiang Fei. She was a former classmate of mine, and we never got along." Chang Cece only had time to briefly introduce Jiang Fei to Zhao Xiaowei. Now Jiang Fei has walked up to them. Next, she looked up and down at Zhao Xiaowei with a very repulsive gaze. Then the sharp voice spoke up. "Cece, why are you going back more and more now? There were so many pursuers around you before. I heard that even our Qin Gongzi from Hangzhou chased after you to Haicheng. Why did you end up finding a bodyguard as your boyfriend? Isn't this too disappointing?" Regarding Jiang Fei's words, when Chang Cece was about to say something, Zhao Xiaowei has already spoken. "Cece, is this your good friend? Aren't you planning to introduce me to your good friend?" Chang Cece doesn't seem angry at all when he sees Zhao Xiaowei now. Instead, he smiled and looked at himself as he wanted to introduce Jiang Fei to him. After spending some time with Zhao Xiaowei, she already knew that Zhao Xiaowei had a very uncompromising personality. Now that Zhao Xiaowei is saying this, he must already have a plan in mind to deal with Jiang Fei, although I have no idea what Zhao Xiaowei is planning to do. But Chang Cece still decided to cooperate with him, so she pretended to introduce Zhao Xiaowei directly. "This is my old classmate, Jiang Fei. She used to be a famous beauty in our school. So it's Jiang Fei. I've really heard a lot about you, and I always hear Cece mention you. It's better to meet you today than to meet you. You're even more beautiful than Cece said." Jiang Fei is now completely stunned in place. She had no idea why Zhao Xiaowei was saying that now, but her heart is also very clear. Even if Chang Cece doesn't say anything bad about her behind her back, at least she would never mention herself in front of others. So since we know this, Jiang Fei's attitude has become very cautious now. She stared straight at Zhao Xiaowei. "You don't have to wear these high hats for me now. Just say whatever you want. Maybe I can really help you." Chapter 69, Don't Regret. Jiang Fei certainly doesn't mind providing some help to Zhao Xiaowei within her abilities. After all, as long as Zhao Xiaowei really asks her if there is anything she needs to help with. So it's like saying that Jiang Fei has already overwhelmed Chang Cece. This is something that Jiang Fei dreams of achieving. After hearing Jiang Fei's current words, Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh. Then without any courtesy, he spoke to Jiang Fei about the things he needed her help with. "It's like this, I'm very sensitive to other people's bad breath. So I hope you can stay away from us. The farther the better. I'm here to thank you very much." When Zhao Xiaowei said such a sentence now, Jiang Fei was momentarily stunned. She quickly realized what Zhao Xiaowei meant by what he was saying now. The expression on his face immediately began to become incredibly angry. "What the fuck do you mean? Can't you even understand what I mean? I thought you were just having a bad mouth. But now it seems that you're not just having a bad mouth. Your head is just as stupid as a pig." When did Jiang Fei receive such insults? Her face has turned pale with anger now. Quickly turned his head and looked at the man next to him. "Honey, take a look. Now that others have already bullied me like this, aren't you planning to take care of this matter?" The man next to Jiang Fei is called Gu Zhan. It took Jiang Fei a long time to finally find a big boss. At the beginning, Jiang Fei only recognized Gu Zhan as her godfather. With the development of time afterwards, Jiang Fei gradually rose to power through her own abilities, eventually forcing Gu Zhan's original partner to leave. She successfully rose to power as a mistress, even if the reputation outside is not particularly good. But Jiang Fei doesn't really value these things at all. As long as she can enjoy the life of a wealthy person, no matter how dirty and filthy her means are, Jiang Fei doesn't care at all. Gu Zhan was originally just standing beside him like a big stone, with no intention of making any movements. Seeing Jiang Fei now asking for help from herself. So Gu Zhan can't keep that silent state all the time. After all, no matter what, Jiang Fei and he are now in a marital relationship. Someone bullying Jiang Fei is equivalent to not giving him face. So Gu Zhan put on a bright smile on his face. Just take a step forward and stare straight at Zhao Xiaowei. "Little brother, are those words you're saying a bit too much now? You'd better apologize to my wife, so that this matter can pass by like this. Otherwise, I guarantee you will feel regretful for what you did." Zhao Xiaowei furrowed his brow slightly. Then he turned his head and focused his gaze on Chang Cece. "Do you know who this guy is? Is he also a classmate of your class? I think being your teacher is already enough for him." I heard Zhao Xiaowei's words. Chang Cece couldn't help but laugh. She didn't have any intention of playing tricks and just spoke up. "Actually, I really know him. If I had to talk about it, I would call him uncle. He used to be good friends with my dad." Gu Zhan turned her head slightly and focused her gaze on Chang Cece, after carefully staring at her for a moment. Finally, a sudden realization appeared on his face. "It turns out to be that girl from Lao Chang's family. Why do you become more familiar with me the more I look at it? How has your father been lately?" Seeing Gu Zhan greeting him, Chang Cece had no intention of being polite to him. Now Chang Cece is just staring at Gu Zhan so coldly. "Don't cry and pretend to be merciful here. Don't you understand why our family has become like this? If it weren't for your betrayal, our family wouldn't have fallen to such a state now. Chang Cici's words now clearly indicate that Gu Zhen is a complete traitor, even though he was publicly labeled as a traitor. Gu Zhen still didn't feel any signs of anger. He just showed a bright smile on his face. Then he just smiled and looked at Chang Cici. That's a bit too much for you to say. I don't know how your family became like that. But one thing I can tell you clearly is that I have no connection with your family after it became like that. So don't spew blood now. After a brief silence, Gu Zhen. Then he turned his gaze back to Zhao Xiaowei. Now you must apologize to my wife. Only with her forgiveness can you leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this mall today. Jiang Fei saw Gu Zhen now showing such a domineering look. I also followed the little man and burst into laughter over there. Did you hear that? Now kneel down and apologize to me quickly. If you don't follow my requirements, I guarantee you will feel regretful. Jiang Fei's smug expression now made Zhao Xiaowei couldn't help but sigh softly. He really can't understand why guys like Gu Zhen are always so confident. Is it in their eyes? Do you really think you have no way to deal with them? I have this idea in my heart now. Zhao Xiaowei didn't say much nonsense either. He just looked at Jiang Fei and Gu Zhen like this. If I don't follow your requirements now, why don't you tell me how you plan to deal with me? Gu Zhen furrowed her brow deeply. He spoke softly to Zhao Xiaowei with the tone of an experienced person. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Sometimes you have to lower your head. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. I'm really sorry. I have a hard neck and can never learn to bow my head. I've said it before. Feel free to use any means you have today. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, I will feel impatient. Gu Zhen never expected Zhao Xiaowei's attitude to be so tough now. Looking at Zhao Xiaowei, the smile on Gu Zhen's face began to become even more prominent. If that's the case, today I'll show you my skills. Anyway, don't kneel in front of me and beg for mercy later. During the conversation, Gu Zhen waved her hand gently. Then a large group of security guards gathered around this direction. Chapter 70. It's not about speaking with fists. This mall is actually an industry under the name of Gu Zhen. That's precisely why Gu Zhen acted so arrogantly and showed no concern for Zhao Xiaowei's threat. Watching those security guards gather towards me, Gu Zhen's expression now began to become even more triumphant. He just smiled and looked at Zhao Xiaowei. How about it? Now if you kneel down obediently and admit your mistake to me, I can consider letting you go. But if you continue to be so stubborn, I won't be so polite to you anymore. At this point, Gu Zhen had already gained a complete advantage. Jiang Fei also walked up to Chang Cici with a small and successful look on her face. Cici, I still advise you not to continue resisting. My husband is a particularly irritable person. If you continue to be so ignorant, you are likely to suffer a big loss in the end. Chang Cici's face had already started to become extremely tense. She turned her head slightly and glanced at Zhao Xiaowei. Xiaowei, look at this matter. I didn't wait for Chang Cici to finish what she wanted to say in her heart. Zhao Xiaowei simply waved his hand gently. Then he shook his head and spoke up. You don't have to worry so much about this matter. Anyway, just watch me perform from now on. This guy is just a jumping clown. It must be him who knelt down and begged for mercy in the end. When Zhao Xiaowei said these words, he didn't suppress his voice at all. It is precisely because of this reason. Gu Zhen could hear clearly what Zhao Xiaowei was saying now. After hearing the words spoken by Zhao Xiaowei, the smile on Gu Zhen's face began to become incredibly fierce. He stared at Zhao Xiaowei tightly with a fierce gaze, as if he wished he could shatter Zhao Xiaowei into pieces in order to relieve his hatred. Forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Gu Zhen looked at Zhao Xiaowei with a foolish gaze. I originally wanted to give you a chance so that you wouldn't feel so embarrassed. But since you are unwilling to cherish such an opportunity now, it seems unnecessary for me to talk nonsense to you. Between speaking, Gu Zhen gently waved his hand and asked the security guards he had called over to attack Zhao Xiaowei. At this moment, the onlookers around had already started shaking their heads and sighing. The young man also looks quite handsome. Why is his brain not working well? He actually provoked General Gu. Isn't that just seeking death? I see that the girlfriend next to him is also very beautiful. I guess if he doesn't dedicate his girlfriend to Gu Zhen today, this matter will definitely not end like this. What a miserable young man. I dare not even look. He will definitely be beaten to death later. There is not a single person around who has high hopes for Zhao Xiaowei. Everyone thinks that Zhao Xiaowei must be completely ruined this time. He will definitely be beaten to death by the security guards called over by Gu Zhen. After all, Gu Zhen has done such things before. But Zhao Xiaowei didn't take the voices of those around him hard at all. He just smiled lightly and then rushed towards the security guards without hesitation. Now Zhao Xiaowei's action has exceeded everyone's expectations. The security guards never expected that Zhao Xiaowei would dare to take the initiative to attack them. But they were just a little stunned. A fierce and disdainful smile appeared on all of their faces. In their view, Zhao Xiaowei's proactive approach now is equivalent to falling into a trap. Quickly, Zhao Xiaowei has already had contact with those security guards. The following scene caught everyone off guard. I only saw Zhao Xiaowei like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable and directly knocking down those security guards. Throughout the entire process, those security guards didn't even have the strength to resist. After easily resolving all those security guards, Zhao Xiaowei turned his head slightly and focused his gaze on Gu Zhan. Then he spoke directly to Gu Zhan in a mocking tone. Are these guys under your command only at this level? If only at this level. It really cannot protect your safety. While speaking, Zhao Xiaowei is now walking towards Gu Zhan's side. His actions are filled with immense pressure. Gu Zhanxin began to feel extremely anxious inside. He stepped back and said repeatedly, "What do you want to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. If you dare to hit me, I guarantee you will be left with nothing to eat. Is that so? I really want to see what you will do today to make me lose everything and leave. I have never believed in evil, so I really want to see and experience it." Gu Zhan originally thought that her few words would definitely scare Zhao Xiaowei, but I didn't expect that such a threat would have no effect on Zhao Xiaowei at all. Now Zhao Xiaowei's eyes were filled with a disdainful expression. Gu Zhan knew that Zhao Xiaowei was not afraid of him at all, so now he has to use his final trump card. If you dare to take action against yourself today, then I promise to return everything to your little girlfriend's house in the future. If you want to watch them add up and be completely ruined, then you can take action against me now. Zhao Xiaowei can indeed give Gu Zhan a severe lesson in front of everyone, but he couldn't have killed Gu Zhan in public. As long as Gu Zhan doesn't die here today, so Gu Zhan has various means to retaliate. At that time, Zhao Xiaowei will be able to withstand such retaliatory measures from him. But Chang Cici's family simply cannot afford these retaliations. After hearing these words spoken by Gu Zhan now, Zhao Xiaowei suddenly stopped walking. Stop seeing Zhao Xiaowei. Gu Zhan let out a long sigh of relief. He thought it was his own threat. But now it has taken effect, so I couldn't help but smile brightly on my face. He looked at Zhao Xiaowei with disdain on his face. Young people, no matter what you do, you must consider the consequences before doing it. Even if you are skilled, what can you do? In this society, you don't rely on your fists to speak. You may not be able to dominate the world just by defeating dozens or even hundreds of people. Understood? Zhao Xiaowei chuckled lightly. He didn't expect Gu Zhan to really think he was afraid of him now. That's why I stopped walking. I didn't say any nonsense either. Zhao Xiaowei suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Gu Zhan. Chapter 71. Keep them from leaving. For Zhao Xiaowei's sudden action now, Gu Zhan had no defenses at all. Wait until he realizes. Zhao Xiaowei has already rushed towards him. Now Gu Zhan's face is filled with a look of fear. He knew in his heart that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. But no matter how hard he tries to dodge, but his body doesn't obey his commands at all. Now he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xiaowei slapped him hard in the face. Snap! A very crisp slap sounded. Everyone present could clearly hear how loud the slap was. Wait until the sound slowly disappears. Everyone just saw that Gu Zhan's whole face had already swollen up high at this moment. His swollen and shiny face seemed to silently tell how hard Zhao Xiaowei had just slapped him. Zhao Xiaowei gently shook his hand and then smiled and spoke to Gu Zhan. This is just a small lesson for you. I hope you can be a little more polite when you speak in the future. Not everyone in this world can be bullied by you. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaowei stared directly at Gu Zhan. The tone of speaking now is very calm. That's like an elder warning his younger generation to be polite and courteous in their future behavior. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaowei's words now, Gu Zhan finally snapped out his daze. The burning pain on his face told him what just happened was not a dream at all. He was really slapped. Covering her swollen face, Gu Zhan's eyes were now filled with resentment. He looked fiercely at Zhao Xiaowei. Gu Zhan roared fiercely, "How dare you beat me? I will kill you today, and I will kill you." Now Gu Zhan looks like he has completely lost his sanity and wants to rush forward and attack Zhao Xiaowei directly. But anyone with a little brain can tell. Nowadays, Gu Zhan's seemingly crazy appearance is actually a disguise. He was just going crazy to regain some face for himself. Actually, if he really wants to take action against Zhao Xiaowei, you can easily charge straight towards Zhao Xiaowei. But now he rushed straight towards Jiang Fei, shouting directly at Zhao Xiaowei through Jiang Fei. And when shouting loudly, Gu Zhan continued to angrily curse Jiang Fei. "What the fuck are you doing stopping me? Hurry up and let go of me. I must kill this bastard today." Jiang Fei is not stupid. Previously, she was just stunned by that sudden situation. So I forgot to make any response. I finally snapped out of that dazed state now. She basically understood what Gu Zhan wanted to do at this moment. At this point, what she had to do was definitely not to loosen Gu Zhan, but to forcefully pull her clothes. "Honey, forget it. Let's not argue with such guys like this. We'll have the relevant departments arrest them later Gu Zhan left here dejectedly under Jiang Fei's pulling. Wait until they leave. The surrounding crowd erupted with a loud and extremely surprised sound. Mr. Gu was really embarrassed this time. He was beaten up in public, and his face was swollen. What exactly is that guy from? Is he not afraid of Gu Zhan retaliating against him? He dared to attack Gu Zhan. He must have been confident. We don't need to worry about this matter. Now it's not just the onlookers around who feel incredulous. Chang Sisi also felt very surprised. She looked at Zhao Xiaowei. A little worried, he said to him, "Should we leave Hangzhou now? Gu Zhan is quite influential here, and I'm worried that he will retaliate against you in the future." I glanced at Chang Sisi's worried expression. Zhao Xiaowei waved his hand indifferently. "Of course, I can leave Hangzhou without any worries now, but if I leave here, do you think your family can have any good days?" Chang Sisi was already struggling with this matter. If Zhao Xiaowei really left Hangzhou without hesitation, so Gu Zhan will definitely point all the fingers at Chang Sisi's family. Originally, Chang Sisi and his family were already living a very difficult life. If they still provoke an enemy like Gu Zhan, then their family will really have no way to survive. Chang Sisi is also aware of this. It's just that this matter arose from her constant thoughts. So Chang Sisi doesn't want to involve Zhao Xiaowei in it. Watching Chang Sisi go from being lost in thought to contemplation, Zhao Xiaowei already understood what she was thinking in her heart at this moment. I smiled a little. Zhao Xiaowei waved his big hand directly. "All right, don't overthink it now. Originally, I came to Hangzhou this time to help you. But now it's not difficult to help you a little more." After Zhao Xiaowei said such words, Chang Sisi gritted his teeth fiercely. She also knew that the current situation was indeed like this. Now she owes too much favor to Zhao Xiaowei. Even a little more human affection is nothing to Chang Sisi, so she could only let out a slight sigh. I softly thanked Zhao Xiaowei. "There's no need to say so much. Now that everything has been resolved, let's go home first." Chang Sisi nodded. She has already bought everything she should have bought. After checking out, I followed Zhao Xiaowei out of this mall together. They haven't noticed now. On the top floor of this mall, Gu Zhan looked at the figures of Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Sisi like a venomous snake. Jiang Fei took an ice pack from the side and gently applied it to Gu Zhan's swollen face. "Honey, do you still feel pain?" He fiercely pressed the ice pack in Jiang Fei's hand onto his face. Gu Zhan's eyes began to become even more resentful. The intense pain stimulated the rising anger in his heart. Biting his teeth fiercely, he squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "I must make sure they don't leave Hangzhou. This matter is not over." Just after Gu Zhan said such a fierce sentence, Zhao Xiaowei, who was originally walking ahead, seemed to sense something. "To stop and look up at the top floor of this mall with your feet." For Zhao Xiaowei's sudden action now, Chang Sisi felt very puzzled. She looked at Zhao Xiaowei curiously and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong now?" Chapter 72 has nothing to do with me. Zhao Xiaowei gently withdrew his gaze and smiled lightly. There's nothing abnormal. Zhao Xiaowei's sensitivity now far exceeds that of ordinary people. So he could basically feel the fierce gaze of Gu Zhan looking towards him now. Zhao Xiaowei knew that the fierce gaze must have come from Gu Zhan. He looked over there without hesitation now. I saw Zhao Xiaowei actually looking towards me. The expression on Gu Zhan's face immediately began to become incredibly surprised. Could that fellow now possibly sense that he was being watched? Such a thought had just flitted through Gu Zhan's mind. He quickly shook his head, banishing the notion from his thoughts. It was utterly implausible. The distance between them was at least 300 to 400 meters, and he was on the top floor of the shopping mall. The glass used in the mall was reflective, making it virtually impossible to discern the interior from the outside. Thus, the likelihood of Zhao Xiaowei being able to see Gu Zhan was nearly non-existent. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Zhan found it hard to believe that Zhao Xiaowei could possibly be aware of his presence. At the very moment Gu Zhan was grappling with his astonishment, Zhao Xiaowei had already entered his car and departed with Chang Sisi. Although Chang Sisi's family had fallen on hard times, they had once been quite affluent. Consequently, their current residence was still situated in a prestigious villa district of Hangzhou. After parking outside the villa, Chang Sisi alighted and gazed at the opulently decorated house, finding herself utterly unable to muster the courage to step inside. Zhao Xiaowei's expression morphed into one of profound peculiarity as he looked at her in bewilderment. "Why aren't you going in? Don't tell me this isn't your home, and that you don't even know where your family has moved." Zhao Xiaowei's teasing tone elicited an eye roll from Chang Sisi. "How could that be? This is indeed my home, and my father's car is parked outside. Then why don't you go in?" He pressed. "I'm too scared," Chang Sisi candidly confessed, revealing her trepidation about crossing the threshold of her own home. Zhao Xiaowei was taken aback by her unexpected response, his countenance shifting to one of greater confusion as he struggled to comprehend what Chang Sisi's fear of entering her home entailed. The root of Chang Cici's hesitation lay in the complexity of her family situation. During the prosperous days, she had been under strict control by her family, deprived of any freedom, which instilled in her an innate fear of her home. Now that her family had fallen into decline, although she was earning money to support them, they still attempted to manipulate her actions according to their desires. This was the primary reason she had not returned home for several years. However, she could not divulge these sentiments to Zhao Xiaowei. Instead, she offered a faint smile, with no intention of addressing his inquiry. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she summoned her courage and pushed open the villa's door. Upon entering, they discovered a multitude of people seated in the living room. As Zhao Xiaowei and Chang Cici stepped inside, the attention of the dozen or so individuals present shifted towards them. Zhao Xiaowei was caught off guard by this unexpected scene, his expression turning awkward. With a nervous chuckle, he directed his gaze towards Chang Cici and whispered, "Do you usually have as many people at your house? It's quite the bustling gathering." In response to Zhao Xiaowei's quiet comment, Chang Cici rolled her eyes at him. "Many of these people are relatives and friends of my family, and I don't even recognize a lot of them. What are they doing here? Collecting debts?" Zhao Xiaowei inquired, knowing full well that Chang Cici's family was in significant financial straits. At his question, Chang Cici found herself at a loss for words. "Is that really necessary? Why do you always have to bring that up?" Just as she was about to retort, a refined middle-aged man rose from the sofa. This man was Chang Cici's father, Chang Ming. He first glanced at Zhao Xiaowei, then promptly disregarded his presence, turning his attention to Chang Cici. "Cici, have you forgotten how I taught you manners? You should greet our guests," Chang Ming chided, noticing that his daughter had not acknowledged the visitors. Chang Cici's face darkened as she surveyed the individuals in the room. In truth, she was loath to greet them, for none had come to aid her family during their time of need. Had it not been for her own efforts in becoming a popular broadcaster and repaying their debts, those now seated before her would indeed resemble what Zhao Xiaowei had suggested, mere debt collectors. After settling their accounts, they now acted as if they were merely social guests, as if they were not the very ones who had made her family's life unbearable. Chang Cici was unwilling to engage with such hypocritical individuals, so she shook her head gently and addressed Chang Ming directly. "Dad, they're your relatives and friends. It's your prerogative to entertain them. This matter has nothing to do with me, so I want to be greeting them." With that, she resolutely ascended the stairs. Chang Ming was taken aback by his daughter's bold declaration, especially in front of so many people. His expression, usually one of self-satisfaction regarding his strict upbringing, now bore a look of incredulity. He reached out, intending to grasp Chang Cici, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaowei, seemingly accidentally, collided with his hand, causing him to lose control and miss the opportunity to stop her. He could only watch helplessly as she retreated upstairs, slamming the door to her room behind her.